Live and direct, ladies and gentlemen, friends of the Los Angeles Tribune around the globe. Welcome to day 7 of the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week 2025. We've got our wonderful co-hosts here. We've got the executive producer of the Los Angeles Tribune Film Division, Donna Campbell, the director of the Los Angeles Tribune Speakers Bureau, Jason Analek, and our chief strategy officer, Alicia Magnus Lewis. Alicia, let me start with you. How excited are you for day 7?
Ava, I'm delighted. At this point, we have been celebrating leadership for the past week, and it continues. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. There are so many different learnings that we can all expand from during Leadership Week. We're hearing from people across industries, and it doesn't stop. We have so many amazing guests today. You are going to hear from Jim Keyes, who is the former CEO of both Blockbuster and 7-Eleven. I mean, imagine hearing from a leader that is leading a huge global organization and company. There are so many guests We have someone that is joining us from The Secret, but I'm going to let Donna introduce him. We have Dr. Natalie Forrest coming. You're going to hear from a wonderful publishing company called Soul Sparks Press Publishing that is inspiring soul-sparking moments from around the world. It just doesn't stop. We're hearing from Dean Graziosi today. So Leadership Week is all about bringing leaders from across industries together for you all today. If you're joining us, we ask that you share with us in the comments where you're joining from, what you're looking forward to today. And we encourage you, if this program has touched you, to share it with someone in your community, share it with a friend. Donna, how are you feeling? We're going to day 7 of Leadership Week. What are you feeling right now?
You know, there is this anticipation and this excitement inside that is just resonating out. And I know it's day 7. We have one bonus day tomorrow. It feels like the end, but the end is really just the beginning of the journey, because we've taken this entire week and you've learned all the different leadership principles. And yes, leadership is coming to a close here soon, but it's time to start and implement the action steps that resonate with you moving forward, the tips from the former CEOs, current CEOs, leaders in a lot of different industries. And what I'm really excited about is we do have Dr. John Demartini coming and joining us with today, one of the original cast members of The Secret. He is phenomenal in every right. We have also Jerry Sargent coming on as well, Marcy Hopkins, who has Wake Up with Marcy, who's a real women's advocate for women in leadership. And yes, Parisa, I saw your message. Yes, it's another Daytona 500. Every day can be Daytona 500. Jason, how about you? You're like the little Energizer bunny this week. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, Jason,
What color is the bunny? That's my
Okay.
question. And do I get to keep the shades? Because I want to keep those shades. The Daytona 500 kind of gives us those laps, and we've been going around so fast, and you never know what's going to happen or what is going to occur, how we're going to get to make some kind of crazy impact. And for me, really, that impact is translated better through the amusement park analogy. It is seeing a different amusement park each day. And the best part, going back and looking, I watched the interviews from the last couple of days, and the moments that were happening for me just really fill my heart and the understanding of what our global impact does, while allowing me to discover these neat little crevices. You know, when you get around the corner, you find the perfect ride you didn't know was there. That's what this week feels like. And we've got a couple more days to go and a lot of really interesting things ahead of us today.
Awesome, Jason. Well, there you go, folks. You heard all of the excitement and everything that's coming today, day 7. And we are excited to present you the next first opening speaker, because he's already at the green room waiting. So, Donna, I'm going to hand the mic to you, and I'm going to take myself off the stage.
Thank you. So our first speaker coming up here for Leadership Week is Dr. John Demartini. Now, he is a renowned human behavior specialist. He's authored over 40 books. And of course, as you know, he's a featured expert in the movie The Secret, but that's not all. He is actually in the upcoming release Pillars of Power, the hidden secret behind achieving greatness, with the Los Angeles Tribune. And Dr. John Demartini has been teaching, his teachings, I'm just going to say, has spanned more than over 100 countries. And so he is the creator of the Demartini method. It's a groundbreaking tool used by leaders, CEOs, and influencers to dissolve emotional blocks and aligns with their highest values. And we're going to have a little conversation around that, as well as a master of values-based leadership. And so what he really truly does is empower individuals to maximize their potential, live their purpose, and of course, create lasting impact from the inside out. And so I'm inviting up here to the stage Dr. John Demartini. Welcome.
Hi, Donna. How you doing?
I am good. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your expertise at Leadership Week.
Well, thank you for having me. This is great.
So we're going to kick it off here with just a couple of questions. And here in a few minutes, I'll invite a couple of my co-hosts to come join us as well at the Los Angeles Tribune team. So Dr. Demartini, what or how, maybe that's a better way to say it, would you define leadership?
Well, every human being has a set of priorities, a set of values, things that are most to least important in their life. And whenever they are living congruently and in alignment with what they value most, they spontaneously act and they are efficient and effective at creating what their innermost dominant thought is, whether it be business, whether it be government, whether it be raising a family, or any other objective. So a leader is somebody who is, you might say, walking their talk, not limping their life, and living congruently with what is most deeply meaningful, their real mission or purpose in life. So if that's raising a great family, or if that's running a massive business, or if that's running a government, if that's their innermost dominant thought, it becomes their outermost tangible reality. So it's living congruently with what they value most, so they're spontaneously inspired and require no external motivation to keep them focused on what they feel is their calling.
Wow. I don't know that I can repeat that outside of living in alignment with the values that you have. So share with me a little bit, why is knowing your highest values essential for you or for anyone before trying to lead anybody else? Why is that piece so important?
Well, whatever's highest on an individual's value list, hierarchy of values, we spontaneously do. We don't need to be motivated to do it. And just like a young boy who loves his video games, you don't need to motivate him externally to do the video games, but you may need to motivate him to do his homework, his chores, and clean his room. So if you require external motivation to do what you say is important, it's not important. And so an individual that identifies what truly is most intrinsically valuable to them, highest on their values, and they prioritize their life and fill their day with high priority actions and dedicate to the highest priority actions, they wake up spontaneously an expanding view, and they automatically wake up their leader. Everyone has a leader inside them, but it's according to what they value most, what that is. It could be a video game leader. It could be a speaker like myself. It could be a government leader. But whatever is congruent with what they value most is where they're going to do it. And when they live congruently according to their highest value, the blood glucose oxygen goes into the forebrain, the executive center, the medial prefrontal cortex, and awakens spontaneous action potentials in the brain where they spontaneously act. They don't require external motivation, and they're more lucid. They expand their space and time horizons. They're more automatic. They're more objective. They're more receptive to whatever comes along, and they use it to their greatest advantage. So we have a leader inside it. It's usually dormant in many people because they're comparing themselves to others instead of comparing their daily actions to what they value most and living congruently. That's why living according to what's highest in priority and what's congruent with their highest values is one of the keys in self-mastery, self-actualization, and definitely leadership and integrity.
Yes. So if it's about having that internal motivation on the inside without having to rely on anything in the external stimulus world to motivate you to get you to do what you want to do you find that there's a common set of traits in leaders to be internally motivated? Traits, values?
Yes. The individual that's living congruently in alignment with their highest values, because of the forebrain, is connected to the occipital lobe, which is involved in vision. They see their outcome. And those with a vision flourish, is an old proverb. They see it. They see it in their mind's eye. And they're visionaries. They're inspired visionaries because you are spontaneously inspired from within to act, and you can see the outcome. Our vitality in life is directly proportionate to the vividness of our vision, and our vision is vivid to the degree of our congruency. So if we're living truly aligned with what our values are, we see the vision. And we then want to spontaneously act towards it. And the key of any form of leadership is dedicating to what's highest in priority and delegating what's lowest in priority. So to those who would love to do it, that have high value on the things we want to delegate. And that liberates a chain reaction and incremental momentum of growth for opportunities, whether it be business or, again, a government or renting a family or anything, sports, doesn't matter what area. So yes, identifying what's truly highest on an individual's values is one of the key elements of leadership.
So when, like for me, for example, one of my highest values, I always say, like, create the world a better place, but I have meaning applied to that. A value system, like creating a world a better place to me means more happiness, more joy, more love, more kindness, more gratitude. Do you find that there are like values like that associated to living in the highest value for people, for other leaders, or is it completely different for every person?
There was a gentleman in the 90s named Peter Lynch, who was a great investor, who was a legend. And after he did his quantitative and technical analysis on stocks and did, looked at the intrinsic value and the book value and looked at all the details about the business, he would then get in his jet and fly over to the headquarters and actually meet the people in the company. And he was looking for certain character traits. He found that if they were grateful for their job, they were loving what they do, they were inspired by the vision, they were enthusiastically working, they were certain about their skill, and they were present when they worked, he knew that if he invested in that company, it would appreciate in value and it would give a great return. So those are some of the character traits of a congruent individual that's living inspired according to what they value most, the real leader. They're inspired by their vision, they're grateful for what they're doing. They love what they're doing. They can't wait to get up and do it. As Warren Buffett says, they're tap dance to work. And that is a key of somebody who's living congruently. They're inspired. I was having dinner one time with Tom Jones, the singer. And it was very interesting. He says, I do a whole lot of gigs a year. He was nonstop singing. And he says, I do my gig, I come back, I have dinner, I have a little glass of wine, I get up, I have a protein shake in the morning, I do my workout, I do my scales, and I do another gig the next day. And he was inspired by it. And he loved what he did. And he's been doing it. I mean, he's in his 80s and he's still doing it since I was a young boy.
Microphone that likes to click off all by itself. So, wow, to be truly inspired by all of that. And I'm going to have to admit, I've actually read a few books by Peter Lynch back in the day, with everything there. What I'm curious about here is when you live in your highest values, and every trait seems to have two sides, and it's one of the things that you teach. So if every trait does have two sides, how does this apply to managing conflict in leadership? And what are the two sides of a trait?
Leaders are noted for their capacity to embrace paradoxes and govern paradoxes. We have inside our brain layers, and the subcortical area of the brain, the amygdala, wants to avoid a pain and seek a pleasure. It wants to avoid a predator and seek a prey. It wants to avoid somebody that's challenging and seek somebody that's supporting. But our executive center, our medial prefrontal cortex, embraces both of them in the pursuit of something great. So it's willing to embrace the paradoxes, the unity of opposites, as Heraclitus described. And it's able to embrace the paradoxes that it takes to achieve, because you're going to have support and challenge. You're going to have ease and difficulty. You're going to have, supporters and challenges along the way in every business. So a great leader is the one who can manage paradoxes and not get elated about one and depressed about the other, but able to see both sides and keep objective and neutral. The difference between a fantasy and objective is a fantasy is pursuing a one-sided outcome, and an objective is embracing the two sides that come with every accomplishment. And so you have to mitigate the risks and calm down the fantasies to achieve a great objective. In the Buddhist teaching, the Buddhist says the desire for that which is unobtainable and the desire to avoid that which is unavoidable is the source of human suffering. So if we are looking for fantasies and trying to avoid nightmares, we'll be distracted by the intrusive thoughts of misperception. But if we embrace the two sides of life, which a real leader does, they will realize that no matter whether I'm supported or challenged, it's on the way, not in the way. And that's what liberates them from the distractions, which most people get trapped in. And leaders, great leaders, are people that are able to embrace, no matter what happens, how do they use it to their greatest advantage to achieve their aim?
Yes, absolutely here. I'm going to invite up here to the stage one of my co-hosts, Jason Antelect, for our next question about how do we resolve the two sides of every trait?
It's excellent to get an opportunity to speak with you, Dr. Demartini. Thank you for joining us for Leadership Week.
Thank you.
I'm really interested in a couple of the points that you made. One of those was that we're looking internally for that spark, and I've recently been wrestling with this very specific question. I'd like to get your take on it about. Are we waiting for the thoughts to occur? Are they coming to us? Are the thoughts coming from within? How do we define those and put those in the right motivation?
Well, there's been many theories about thoughts, whether they're a priori or a posteriori. Do they come from our sensory input over time? Are they coming from some sort of deduction from some innate nature, as Immanuel Kant described? I believe it's both. I believe that we're wired for some, and we are picked up on others from our sensory experience. William James said that we take sensory perceptions, sensory receptions, make them perceptions, eventually integrate them into conceptions, and eventually make them apperceptions. So those thoughts are basically inducted from our sensory experience. But we also have deducted thoughts, things that have come in that we don't know where they come from. They're called spontaneous action potentials. And these may have come from possibly our experiences that we don't remember in the past, or they may have come from somehow epigenetics, but whatever they are, that they're there. And so I think that we have an innate and some sort of an educated source of ideas that come to us. The ones that are innate are supposedly inspired from within. The ones that are from the educated are the ones that are motivated from without. They're called spontaneous potentials and evoked potentials in neurology.
I call that spontaneous wisdom, is the way I experience
exactly. Spontaneous wisdom. And when we're living by our highest values, the spontaneous intrinsic values, the spontaneous action steps and ideas come into our consciousness, and they're inspired. And the way we know we have them is we get what they call gamma synchronicities in the brain. We get these eureka moments, aha moments, and they're inspired. And we just know that we know that we know there's something there. But when we're getting evoked potentials, they're usually evoked because of intrusive thoughts and emotions from incomplete awarenesses. So the more whole we are and more fully conscious we are, the more intrinsic thoughts we have, the more inspired we are, the greater the leadership we have.
The bigger the wave.
The bigger the space and time horizons in our innermost dominant thought, which impacts society and impacts the people we touch. The people, places, things, ideas, and events that surround us are magnetized into alignment to the degree that we are actually coming from that perspective.
Wow. So incredibly good there. And you guys brought up the word wisdom, which is one of my favorite words. So I'm going to have to ask Dr. Demartini, how can a leader spot whether they're delegating from their wisdom or maybe from their ego or avoidance?
Well, if you were to make a list of everything you do in a day as a leader, and really an honest, introspective, self-reflective list, comprehensive, not in vague generalities, but very specific actions. And after you completed this massive list, and you do it not just in one day, but you do it over a period of time, what you would do in a day, to take a look at what you actually are spending your time on. And then next to it in a column, you were to write down how much does it produce per hour? How productive is this action? And do an honest assessment and extrapolation to determine what that actual value is per hour. And then reprioritize the list. You would find that there are certain things that are the most productive down to least productive. Some that produce massive amounts of income and others that don't produce anything. If you then made another column next to it, and how much meaning does it have on a 1 to 10 scale, 10 being the highest meaning, 1 being the lowest, you would then reassess that same list according to meaning. Now, when you're producing, you're serving other people and generating an income. When you're doing something meaningful, you're looking from intrinsic value. And if you're doing something you can't wait to get up in the morning and do, and it happens to match the thing that's most productive, that's where you want to target your focus. Then you make another list out of that and ask, what would it cost to hire somebody to delegate that? If I was to delegate that information to somebody, how much would it cost for all the costs, not just salaries, but every cost, every dime, to hire somebody to do that who is competent and more capable and more inspired to do it than you are? And then in next column, you go in and you do that, and you look for the spreads, what it produces versus what it costs, and you prioritize that. Then you go and find out how much time is allotted for each of these actions. And then in the final column, you write down the final prioritization, factoring all the variables. If you do that, it will be very clear and very concise on what it is that you are to do that is inspiring to you, that's most productive, and what is wise to delegate, where there's most extraction of the surplus labor value out of other people's contribution. The moment you do that, you liberate yourself from things that weigh you down. Because anytime you do things that are low on your value, you devalue yourself. And anytime you do something that's high on your value, you value yourself. And if you can do that and get other people to delegate to, and then get them engaged, the overall evolution of the engagement gives those 6 outcomes. They can't wait to go to work. They're grateful for their job. They love what they're doing. They're inspired by the vision. They're enthusiastically working. They're certain about their skills, and they're automatically present. So that's how you create a chain reaction of enthusiasm to scale up the outcome. But that is basically a self-inspection and an honest evaluation of what is really most productive and what is most meaningful.
Wow. I think I am now going on a personal retreat to do this one task. I'm going to schedule some time off because I'm really going to do this. Now, I know from our previous conversations, there are 4 traits that you've identified for yourself that you absolutely love doing, and everything else in your world is delegated. Can you share those with us?
Well, one is learning that through, going through life and looking at my priorities. But many years ago, about 41 years ago, I was speaking at the Anatole Convention Center in Dallas to about 4,500 women for Mary Kay Cosmetic Company. And Mary Kay Ash was there. Now, she had this beautiful silver stacked up hair, and she was very sophisticated and very articulate. And after I did my presentation to all these women, I came up and chatted with her, and I said, what advice can you give a young guy? At the time, I was probably 30 years old or so. What advice can you give a guy that wants to travel the world and speak, et cetera? And she said, every day, write down the 6 or 7 highest priority actions you can do each day, highest priority actions that help you fulfill your most ambitious dreams. And so I got an index card, because I used to carry those with me in those days. This is before cell phones and all this other technology. And I said, I wrote down on index cards, what are the highest priority actions I can do today? And then I went after them and did them. And she said, don't ever do goal over one where you write too many that you're overwhelmed and you don't get them done. Only write the highest priority little action steps that build big dreams. So I learned how to do that. And then I kept the cards in a box. And after a period of time, I went back and I looked at what was the highest priorities of the highest priorities of the highest priorities that kept repeating. And in my case, it came teach, research, and write, travel. So I teach, research, write, and travel. That's basically it. That was the highest priority things. And then obviously next one was investing. So each individual has a different set. Mine's not good or bad or right or wrong. It's just who I am, my values. But each person has different. So that's why I'm a leader in the area in the teaching area, in human behavior. But somebody else has a different set of values. They may be teaching in sports and or excellent in sports, or maybe in business management, or maybe raising a beautiful family, as I've said, or being a politician. But you go in and identify what your life demonstrates. The hierarchy of your values is revealed by your life, and your life demonstrates through your actions, not your words. Your actions demonstrate what you value most. Look honestly at the self-reflection. Imagine a drone looking over you and hovering over you and looking at your life. Your life will reveal what's really important, because every perception, decision, and action you take is based on your hierarchy of values. That's why I talk about values every time I go anywhere.
Don, I see why you need 3 days off. I may join you. That level of clarity, Dr. Demartini, that you've got to at the end, the 4 things that you do, what a beautiful way to be able to prioritize your life. And thank you for helping me write the rest of my week. I appreciate that very much. That's very handy.
Well, I delegate everything. I tell people, look, I'm useless everywhere else. I haven't cooked since I was 24 years old. I haven't driven a car in 35 years, and I had to delegate to my girlfriend, George Clooney, to make love because he was more proficient on that area than I was. So I basically, I asked her, I said, if I delegate George Clooney to make love with you, would you still love me? She said, I'd love you even more. So that's how I manage that.
Good to know our limitations there, Dr.
I'm joking, of course. I'm joking. I wouldn't delegate it. I got a beautiful girlfriend. I wouldn't need to delegate that.
The analogy does drive it home. You mentioned something that I'd like to explore, one of the columns that you delivered around income. And a lot of folks, especially if they're in a transition from an old profession or corporate and they're moving into helping people or coaching, as an example, a lot of times they're maybe a little resistant to actually moving into that place of income and keeping that column alive. So what would you say are the things that can trip you up there? What are the priorities in that place to pay attention to?
The hierarchy of your values will dictate your financial destiny. Tell me what your hierarchy of values is, and I'll tell you how you're going to spend your money. If you don't have a value on wealth building, it won't happen. It's that simple. I asked
value on wealth building.
If you don't have a value on buying assets that appreciate in value, and you have a higher value on buying consumables that depreciate in value, don't expect to have money working for you. You'll be a slave to it, not having it work for you.
The energy of money.
I was speaking in Johannesburg in 2012 at a big conference there. There were thousands of people there, and I opened up the conference. And I said, how many of you want to be financially independent and wealthy? And they all put their hands up. Some people put 2 hands and even a foot in the air. And I said, great. And there's roaring with everybody wanting that. I said, great. How many of you are financially independent? And all the hands went down except a handful. And I said, that it's interesting. Here's an entrepreneur conference, and there's still only a handful of people with all the financial independence. I said, you go around and say you want to be financially independent, but if your life's not demonstrating, it must not be true. I said, so I asked him a question. I said, I'm going to give you $10 million US. Everybody here is going to receive $10 million US. I want you on a piece of paper to write down the 10 things you would do if you received it today. What would be the 10 things you do? You got 60 seconds to write that down. And I said, on your mark, get set, go. And so they quickly wrote down 10 things they would do if they had $10 million cash. And then I said, stop at 60 seconds. I give it to the person next to you and calculate how much of that $10 million is still an asset that's producing now, and how much has been spent on consumables that depreciate. And it ranged from 20 to 80% was wiped out in 1 minute, which meant that they had a higher value on the lifestyles of the rich and famous than they did on actually becoming rich and famous. So the reality is that the hierarchy of your values dictate your financial destiny. And if it's not in the top 4 values, financial independence is not going to happen. And I've been doing value determinations for 46 years and done a lot of them, thousands and thousands of them. And I can guarantee you the hierarchy of your values is more of a factor than anything people believe. If they don't have a value on buying assets and deferring gratification towards long-term asset accumulation, and they want immediate gratification, they're in their amygdala. And amygdala is the animal brain, and animals don't get wealthy very often.
That's true. That is true.
Although I know one dog that made 100 million. That's one dog. But that's because
wow.
The woman that was managing the dog was a student of mine, and I trained her. But she learned how to use that dog to make 100 million out of it. It's a funny story.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So if you have a value on financial independence and wealth building, then you're going to have that success there with it, but it has to be in that value system. How does that align? Go ahead.
Well, I know a woman that I met that she had a very high value on her looks and a high value on clothes and shoes and everything else. And no matter what she did, she was having struggles paying her bills on her apartment. But she had magnificent shoes and great clothes and great hair and great makeup and everything else because she had a high value on her beauty. So you always find money for things that are high in your values, and you always run out of money for things that are low. That's how it works. So the hierarchy of your value.
when you break
Yeah.
it down.
What if you decide you want to rearrange those for
Well,
yourself?
I'm about to say, money circulates through the economy from those who value it least to those who value it most. So if you don't have a value on wealth building, it's not going to happen. You're going to keep spending it on things that are more valuable to you. It's that simple. It's not rocket science. So the question is where is the in your hierarchy of values? Where is wealth building on it? Is it down to number 4 and above? If it is, you're going to be saving and investing money and buying assets that accumulate, and you're going to be studying and learning and reading because you always want to learn what you value. But if you don't, then you're going to always struggle and have chaos and meet ends meet. I always say that you have more money at the end of your month if it's high in your values. You have more month at the end of your money than if it's in lower values.
I just want to hug him, Donna.
I know.
My days changed. My view on income and how I'm going to look at that is now simmering in a different way. Dr.
I learned a
Demartini.
long time ago. Just print my money. I just print my own money. I
That's
just
perfect. Thank you.
Print.
Thank you. I'd love to see the picture. I bet it's a good picture for that.
Yeah, it's a good picture. I put my picture on my money. It's
Well,
just
we
for
put it
fun.
on the Pillars of Power poster right there. That's
We
a beautiful thing.
We do. We have the Money Matrix film coming up next. So absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
if you want to look, every decision a human being makes is based on the hierarchy of their values. And every decision is based on what you believe will give you the greatest advantage over disadvantage at any moment in time. And that's your amygdala doing its job to try to survive, to avoid a pain and seek a pleasure. So you're constantly going to spend your money on what you think is going to give you an advantage over a disadvantage. That's how life is. So if you don't have a value in wealth building and see the advantages, the advantages of long-term accumulation of money where your compound interest is growing for you, then you won't do it. So if you don't stack up big enough reasons for doing it, it's not going to happen. When the why is big enough, the house take care of themselves. You have to have a big enough reason to defer gratification if you want wealth. It's that simple.
It's that simple. What about the phrase, wealth flows to those who serve humanity? What do you have to say with that?
Well, I asked people that same conference, and I've done it, I don't know how many times. I ask people, pick a name of a billionaire. And usually somebody will say, well, Bill Gates. Oh, great. Did he build a business that served ever greater numbers of people? Yep. Pick another name. Richard Branson. Did he build a business or a series of business that served ever greater numbers of people? Yep. I'll pick another one. Well, Warren Buffett. Well, did he build a business, Berkshire Hathaway, that's a holding company of 800 other subsidiaries that serves ever greater numbers of people? Heck yeah. Pick any billionaire and we won't find a billionaire unless they inherit it somehow. They won't find a billionaire that didn't serve ever greater numbers of people by doing some sort of business. So if you don't have some sort of a humanitarian cause, something that is inspiring to want to go out and do that serves people, that makes a difference. And that's not just a projection of your own needs onto people, but actually meeting the needs of people where there's a demand for the supply, then there's no source of income. So it's a little irrational to think that, you can just visualize yourself and having millions of dollars come into your bank account or into your mailbox. I know that was the secret kind of genie thing, but I tried looking for the friggin' genie and I can't find my genie. But the reality is that if you go out and make a difference and serve somebody, you'll get it. But you have to be willing to do the service. And that means really meet some sort of need. And we all have that responsibility. Nobody can escape that. If I don't serve need, I don't make an income. If I serve need, I make an income. It's that simple. You have to care enough about another human being to find out what their dominant need is, their dominant buying motive, and provide some product, service, or idea more effective and efficient than the competitors to be able to get them to make a decision to give you some of that money because they're getting what they want. Then they'll do it in fair exchange with the money. And if you do it in a sustainable, fair way, you will have, in a sense, an escalating growth.
Wow. My brain is starting to become like a little organizational chart. Wealth building, followed by, does it serve a greater good? Put in your value system, the humanity piece there, and are you being of service? Are those some of the secret ingredients?
Serve and deserve go together.
Ooh.
Oh, ouch.
Serve and deserve go together. Donna, I feel like there's a PDF that has to be done at the end of this. It's the only way, a summary, and make it available to folks. The replay, it's
Write
it's
it
so
down.
compact. It's beautiful. Dr. Demartini, thank you so much for the incredible wisdom that you're sharing with us today. And I know this isn't spontaneous because the reflection of your ability as a speaker and your passion and your joy for it as a teacher really comes through, because that's what I'm feeling. That's what I'm feeling. It's like the speaking is almost a byproduct. And you've done it. You said something that I really love about stack it up. And that's a slogan that I have, taking our superpowers, our abilities, and pushing them together and stacking them up and getting on top of those things for a fresh perspective. And it sounds like you've named a lot of those blocks, those superpowers for yourself.
Well, I'm useless everywhere else, so I might as well just do what I love doing.
That's one of the humblest, most revealing ways to say that, and why you walk your talk and have the delegation and know how to do that.
I can't do anything else. If you saw me with an iPhone and trying to figure out IT and everything else, you'd think that guy's an idiot. If you saw me learning how to do cooking or something like that, you'd think that guy's useless.
I couldn't reply to an Instagram comment until last year when Donna walked
I know.
me through it.
I'm still struggling on those things. So the reality is that I'm only aware in the area I'm aware in. That's it. I'm relatively decent in the area of my area of expertise. Outside that, I'm pretty well an idiot. So I'm a genius. I'd like to have at least one area of genius and the rest of it's idiocy.
Yeah, we like to do what we're good at. So why force myself to do something that doesn't align with my energy? And if I want something, then I need to prioritize that. And the more I prioritize and understand and bring the logic, because you have a really great way of doing that, I can build that over time. If I need to reprioritize, I just need to stay on it every day. Those cards you started with, write them on the cards, look for the trend, notice the data, implement the data.
That's it. If you don't fill your day with high priority actions that inspire you, your day is designed to fill up with low priority distractions that don't. And if you're not filling your day with challenges that inspire you, your day is designed to fill up with challenges that don't. And when you're pursuing challenges that inspire you, you have eustress and wellness cytokines. When you are doing something you're uninspired by, you get distress and you get cytokines of inflammation. Your life is giving you feedback to prioritize your life so you can live an authentic dream.
Wow. So would you say that would be the definition for people between what they view as a success or a failure based on if they're doing low priority or high priority?
Well, I use a different words. I call it fulfillment and unfulfillment. Because success is a depurposing thing and failure is a repurposing thing. They're feedback systems that guide us back to authenticity. The second you think you've succeeded and you're proud and you're cocky, you tend to do low priority things. The second you get humbled and everything else, you go back to high priority things. So I'm not a man dedicated to success. I'm a man on a mission, dedicated to a mission. Success and failure are just the feedback mechanisms on the path, just like a homeostat. You know, the stock market goes up and down. When the stock market goes up, you make money in the past. When the stock market goes down, you make money in the future. One's not success or failure. They're just two feedback systems to guide you to the regressed intrinsic value over time. So I like to think of it that way. I'm a man on a mission, not a man dedicated to success. I think success can interfere with a mission.
Based on what you just said, I'm going to say that's true. I'm bringing up here to the stage Alicia Magnus-Miller. She is our Chief Strategy Officer here at the Los Angeles Tribune. Now, she has been listening to this entire conversation in the green room and assisting behind the scenes. And she's like, I have questions. Alicia?
Dr. Demartini, thank you so much for joining us. I think you've really helped so many individuals just reframe how they think about how they spend their time. I think time is so valuable and it requires intentionality. I'm curious here for our audience members that are tuning in, what can they tell themselves or how can they nurture their own kind of emotions as they start to do some of these exercises? Because I can imagine that some of the exercises you've talked about today might be a little bit alarming or jarring when they realize that the things that they're spending their time on aren't actually the things that serve them. But how can they pour grace into themselves and nurture themselves as they work to shift their mindsets, their actions, and their behaviors to really truly find that alignment for what their missions and goals and values are in this world?
Well, the prioritization itself automatically makes you more resilient, adaptable, and more productive. So just starting the prioritization process, anybody can do. It doesn't take genius to do that. I was 27 years old and I read The Time Trap by Alt McKinsey, and I realized that I was doing a whole bunch of low priority things, and it was a wake up call. So I started to prioritize my life, and incrementally it became more proficient as I went, just like any other learning. But you can say to yourself, you can, make up statements to yourself as reminders. There's no harm in having a checkup from the neck up and a reminder. There's no harm in putting that into an audio recording or a video recording and listen to it and pay attention to that while you're meditating or something, or visualizing how you want your life. All of those tools are useful tools on taking command of your brain and the areas of the brain that you can use. What you say to yourself. I was taught when I was 17 years old, November 18th, the night I met Paul Bragg, he said that what you think about, what you visualize, what you affirm to yourself, what you feel about yourself, what you think about, or what you write down about how you want your life, all become your reality and what you take actions on. So you can take command of your vision and create the vision that you want to create and get clear about it. Don't set up fantasies, set real objectives that your life is demonstrating you're committed to the outcome of. You can sit there and put it into visual images. You can sit there and put it into audio recordings and get really concise on the language and the wording to make sure you're clear about what you want to accomplish. You can sit down and prioritize the action so you have a strategy along the way it's not just a nebulous kind of vague thing you're going after. And you can then take action. If you do, it's impossible to do those things without having progress being made, because every day you're taking another action step towards what your objective is. The objective gets closer and more clear.
So true. So very true. And I said this to you before, Dr. Demartini. Everything that you share has literally been a little mini masterclass. So I am coming back. We're going to put together this masterclass series with you, because I think it is just phenomenal, everything that you are sharing. As we're coming up here to a close for our time, one of the questions I wanted to ask, at the end of it all, what's one truth about leadership that every person can live by, regardless of status or title?
I was speaking at a program in Melbourne, Australia, to about 1,500 people, and it was a leadership conference, and I was the keynote. And I got down off the stage with a microphone, and I said, "You're here at a leadership conference. I'm assuming you believe you want to be a leader. Great. What are you going to lead?" And I passed the microphone to people, and everybody went blank. I mean, it was amazing how many people went blank. I guess because they're now comparing themselves to others and worrying about it, what people will think, and they're afraid to articulate what it is. If you're not clear about what outcome you're striving for, it's going to be hard to be a leader getting the outcome. So getting clear on the vision, as I said, your vitality in life is directly proportional to the vividness of the vision. What exactly do you envision that you're going to lead? Who exactly are you going to lead? So what are you going to lead? Where are you going to lead it? Why are you going to lead it? How are you going to lead it? How much is it going to take? How often are you going to work on it? Answer the basic questions. The quality of your life is based on the quality of the questions you ask. If you ask questions that make you conscious of the unconscious and clarify the details of your vision of what you want as a leader, the leadership will spontaneously emerge.
Jason, you're muted.
It keeps coming back down to the same foundational philosophy that you're implementing. Coming back to the loop, to the place where to me, what you're saying transmits in my expression to preparing to meet the moment. We can do a lot of things, but when we get there, it's what we do in that moment that really matters. And those are the things that keep us moving forward. And I love what Alicia was asking about. How do we fuel that? How do we keep that going? And you're saying almost every time we're asking a question, Dr. Demartini, I mean, sign me up for this masterclass, Donna. I'm saying that every time we're asking a question, you're bringing it back to that same philosophy, which means with that in place, you can do everything, anything. The impossible is now inevitable with that kind of approach.
I think if you ask yourself, am I eating the highest priority foods to fuel my objective? Am I reading the most highest priority information to fuel my objective? All of the actions I'm taking are the highest priority to fuel my objective? If they are, you're going to get somewhere. Are the people I'm associating with, are the things that I'm doing, are the exercises I'm doing, are they highest priority towards this objective? How congruent is your overall life towards your objective? That will tell you a lot about how much momentum you're going to build. And it's the incremental momentum that becomes unstoppable, and a momentum that is like a freight train. So it's how many areas of your life are congruent with the objective?
The stepping stones of the miracles.
It really is. It's like clarity breeds intentionality, and thought by thought, action by action. That's where you make the change. You've said it before. It's like in the incremental actions, but it goes down to what questions are you asking yourself? And are you truly clear about what you really want? And if you're not, ask yourself the right question so that you can become more clear about what it is you're actually trying to do and accomplish. Because otherwise, you're just reacting.
Piggy banks become biggie banks, and baby little action steps make big dreams. You just got to do incremental momentum.
Okay, Dr. Demartini, you have gotten the whole team totally engaged, and everyone's going, I want to ask my question. So I'm bringing up here Ava Manuel. She is our editor-in-chief at the Los Angeles Tribune.
Well, first of all, Dr. Demartini, thank you so much. You've been with us since the very beginning of when we started our summits, in the middle of pandemic with that was the new psychology of winning with Dennis Waitley, and with the Think and Grow Rich with the Napoleon Hill Foundation. So you've been a longtime supporter of the Los Angeles Tribune on behalf of our CEO, Mo Rock. Thank you so much for the friendship and the loyalty. And my question was, you said something about congruency and, being intentional with your life, whether your life is congruent with your objective. And that brings to me the concept of redesign. A lot of times we don't kind of align our life, right, to the mission that we have. Would you speak a little bit more about how we can get intentional in redesigning our life congruent to our objective?
It's going to be proportionate to how well we delegate all the distractions that normally consume our life. If we're not doing the highest priority, dedicating to the highest priority thing and delegating the lowest priority things, we're trapped. We're trapped doing things that devalue us. And the devaluation is not a mistake. The devaluation is a feedback mechanism guiding us back to authenticity. Because whatever our highest value is, our ontological identity revolves around it. Our epistemological area of expertise revolves around it. Our teleological purpose revolves around it. So we're constantly getting feedback from ourself, our physiology, our psychology, our sociology, our people at work. They're constantly giving us feedback to get us onto priority so we can live an authentic and inspired life. So when people realize that no matter what's going on, it's for that objective, it liberates them from the distractions that most people get trapped in.
So good. Thank you so much. I think my biggest takeaway is delegate. Delegate distractions. Thank you, Dr. Demartini. And Donna, thank you so much. I look forward to the film for, Pillars of Power.
Thank you. Thank you. And Dr. Demartini here, we're going to let you just take it out with closing words.
Well, whoever is listening out there, I mentioned a bit about authenticity. Then just know that the magnificence of who you truly are is far greater than any fantasies that you may inject into your life by comparing yourself to other people. Don't put people on pedestals or pits. Put them in your heart. Own what you see in others. Have them as a reflection. But don't minimize yourself and undermine the authentic contribution that your genius can bring.
I love that. I love that. Thank you so much for being here with us today and sharing all of your wisdom. The audience has been loving everything. And as I said, I'm going to take a personal retreat, and then we're showing up and we're doing a masterclass.
Great.
Thank you so much, Dr. John Demartini. We appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you for doing it. And by the way, anybody who's listening to this, if you have difficulty handling my speed of delivery or whatever, I was told that it's listening to me is like drinking from Niagara Falls. But if they do that, just know they can join the 12-step program, Survivors of Demartini.
And you can also watch the replay. I think that's what's so great about today's program and segment is that it's available for replay. There are so many insights, Dr. John Demartini, that you shared, that I encourage people to rewatch the replay, bring a notebook, and remember to implement something that you shared today, because your words of wisdom can really change the trajectory of their lives. So appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to meet the alumni of the Demartini 12-step program. those are the folks I want to talk to. Dr. Demartini, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Jason. Yes, Alicia on fire this morning. The beginning is just the end, or maybe it was the end that was just the beginning, the way I said that this morning.
Yes, you said it this morning. The end is just the beginning. And I think what I loved about that segment was that Dr. John Demartini gave such practical insights, like grab an Excel sheet, grab a pen, and really write down what you're spending your time on, what you maybe shouldn't be spending your time on, and get really clear on your mission and your vision. And I think it goes back to the quality of your life is directly related to the questions you ask yourself about what you're truly seeking, and then finding that alignment. So much goodness in that last segment for sure. Thank you. So Jason, I know that you are about to introduce our next guest here. Would love to hand it over to you, as well as you share your reflections on that powerful segment we just had with Dr. Demartini.
I'm going to hold Donna to her visiting Dr. Demartini and getting this masterclass figured out. You keep putting my hand up about that, Alicia. Let's get on the list. I appreciate that we all got an opportunity to talk with him too, and I hope that everybody listening has taken something from that. What popped up for me really neat, and I know that you journal a lot, Alicia, was the cards and the data. It's another form of journaling in a different way. It's just another perspective on some of the same things. So I really appreciate that we all had an opportunity to chat with him. And what's happening now next here with Dr. Natalie Forrest is super special. And the reason for that, and I'd like to, if I could, bring Donna up with us too. Donna and I have been friends for 5 years or so, plus 6 or 7 now. 2019 on the very first Spirit Heart cruise. And as a result of that cruise and the connections and the things that we were doing at that time, we met Dr. Natalie Forrest, along with when I first was involved with and purchased the Public Speakers Association, which is now played into the Speakers Bureau for the Los Angeles Tribune, which means that I get to work alongside my mentor and fairy godmother in her film division and the LAT productions. On the horizon too, and just in case anybody, in case you're looking for one of those in-person events that are the juiciest for those speakers, we've got LAT Talks coming up in July. I would love to talk to anybody about that. You can go directly to calljasontoday.com and you can join us for live media on stage at LAT Talks in Las Vegas, July 9th and 10th. And I am happy to have that conversation with anyone. Oh, Donna,
Yes.
You are a master of weaving the web. I've watched you do it for years. I didn't even realize it was happening. I see it firsthand now. And Natalie Forrest is one of those other web weavers, those folks that work kind of behind the scenes to get things done in that production aspect and in many other ways. Because when we say production, a lot of folks think executive producer means that you don't do anything. And that is not the case. That is not how that works. So let's go ahead and bring Dr. Natalie up. We keep talking, but she is an intuitive transformational mentor and international speaker, of course. Dr. Natalie Forrest empowers women to rediscover joy, self-love, and purpose. And we're talking about that in all kinds of ways, okay? Accolades would take the 20 minutes that we have here together. So we're going to get right to it and say, Dr. Natalie Forrest, 2 things. First of all, thank you. Thank you for making a moment like this possible, because this had so much to do with you. And welcome to Leadership Week. We are so pleased to have you on our anchor day here, number 7.
I hope the volume is working. And why are you thanking me? I need to thank you for inviting me, for being part of this and seeing both of you on the screen together. It's just like, yay. And listening to, of course, the professor, as I like to call him, was beautiful as a lead in. I mean, it's just exciting to see what you all are doing with the Tribune, but also outside of the Tribune. I mean, there's some event, I think, that you two are working on as well outside. I'm not going to say anything, no promotion, but I'm always amazed when I see the books that Donna puts out and being on the magazine covers. And then Jason, you show up everywhere now. The latest image I think of you was the one with AI. So, I'm all over it. So thank you for having me. It's so much fun to be back from time to time.
I really appreciate the recognition, Donna.
Yes, thank you. And Dr. Natalie, just to recognize back, because Jason and I met you around the same time, and you were our introduction to the Los Angeles Tribune, to the CEO Mo Rock many, many years ago. And that was my first, most everything in media. And so I just want to say thank you, because we wouldn't be here doing what we do without you. And the things that you see were the silent mentoring, and all of the times you had us on a show or shared with us something, and we implemented the action steps that you said. So we're in part a byproduct of what you have shared throughout the years as a leader. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm thinking about what Jason said earlier. Executives are seen as not doing anything. So after everything that you've said, I'm just going to sit here like this. I'm going to let you all talk. I'm good for today.
We can end the feed. We're done. We're done.
Yes, it's all good.
Dr. Natalie showed up. For those of you unaware, that's enough. That's actually true for both of these ladies. Just a few minutes and your life is different. It happens to me a lot. And over the years, I've got many, many stories that I could stack on top of each other. One of the things Donna, I get to ask you a question again. But both of you, like I said, weave the web. And I would love to hear what that actually means from your point of view, because there's folks out there that have the strategy. They know they can do it and they've got the pieces, but they want to learn a little bit and get a little bit more confidence about really putting it together. Seeing the results for me is one of those things, but I would love to hear from two professional weavers. What is it in your strategy, or what can you help folks in their strategy to pay attention to further them along?
Well, he said Donna first, so you got to go first.
Not it.
Well, I don't know, Donna. I can answer a little bit, but I think Donna, I think we're doing similar things in the sense of it's not about being out in public, right? The weaving happens through building real relationships and following your inner guidance of who to connect with whom. And for that, you need to not necessarily meet the person in person, but you need to get a feel for that person. I think both Donna and we do it energetically. We just know something is there. And you just mentioned results, Jason. So I think sometimes we need to understand we don't know the result. And what I mean by that is I don't know how many people I just said to, I need to connect you. I have no idea why. And that I think is weaving in a sense of not wanting to force something, but letting the universe then go. You've put the boat in the water, and now it's going to go where it needs to go. That would be my first initial attempt to answer that question.
That was good. That's good. We've got the oars in the water.
Mm-hmm.
That means something's going to happen. Donna, what would you do next?
I'm going to agree with Dr. Natalie, because it's very much energetic. It's very much intrinsic. It's through the building of relationships and getting to know the person on so many different levels. So for me, that relationship building, I might spend 3, 4, 5, 6 years getting to know that person. And when the timing is right and somebody new comes in, or there's another person, it just, like magnets, connects and draws to each other. And it's not happening in the doing phase of what we do on a day-to-day basis. It happens in our being stage of when we have those quiet moments throughout the day, or you might change and shift to a different activity and then just pops right in. And then the next 25 steps that are going to be accomplished because the vision that you saw. And so it's just having that time, and it just sort of weaves a web, and you're like the center spoke, and all of the pieces around connect like a puzzle.
Mhm.
I hear both of you saying that there's a faith in that. Meet the faith in there. It's right there, and trust in that moment. And I think we've had that come up a couple of times today. You're also saying the gravitational field, which during the AI panel, by the way, that AI that you were commenting on is Jason, Jaison. That is actually not me.
No. There is a photo of you on LinkedIn. I'll share with you what I mean by that.
The reason that's one of the things for me that had changed, and I was kind of bringing this over to that kind of mindset, mind flex space, because our AI panel was talking about the gravitational pull. And at first I wasn't really sure I'd ever want to post those kind of pictures. And then I did, and was really proud of what the accomplishment was and what it represented. It changed for me because of my experience, because I took the opportunity to do what you guys are saying, specifically with AI, to meet it, to learn what I'm doing, to advance in that, to study, like Dr. Demartini said, to expand I'm getting more prolific in that space. And because I love it, it's the first thing I want to do is talk to the bots, or, finish the project, because it happens so quickly. And that gravitational pull of other people that do the same thing, like you're saying, Donna, really increases the production. And that mindset that I had was kind of empty of what to think about AI, but my mind flex happened over time. Now that is a word, if we're not doing our viewers any good, Dr. Natalie, if we don't say mind flex while we're here. So will you help folks just quickly understand where we're coming from in that? And then tell me what your most recent mind flex is. Give us a little context.
Oh gosh. Well, mind flex, when we're talking, everybody's talking about mindset, and that's perfectly fine if you understand what it means. But I always look at words. I look at the etymology of words. I look at the origin. I look at how it transformed. We have many words that nowadays mean something completely different than when they originally came into being. And so set means it's set. Like I set the table and then it's set. I'm not moving anything. There is, the set on the wall, whatever, it is set. It is not setting, it is set. And that means it's not moving, it is stagnant. And I don't think that's what we actually want, because if your mind is set, then I can talk to you until I'm blue in the face and your mind is still going to be set. What we need to work on, I believe, is to be flexible, where then I can listen to Donna, and Donna's talking and I'm flexing with it. I'm going, oh, that's interesting. Maybe I'll look at it that way now. Or Jason is saying something, or somebody in the audience is saying, and I'm going, oh, that's interesting. Maybe I'll move a little over here. Whether it's, the table set and I'm moving a little to the left because I need more space for all the other guests that are coming. But that is being flexible. And that's what, Jason and I have talked about quite often. And to me, that is really important, because I don't ever want to be stagnant. I want to learn all the time. And I'm hoping I can pass that on to others, because very often we have these conversations and somebody's just like, yeah, that's your opinion. Okay. Yes, it is my opinion. That's perfectly fine. That's your opinion. Great. Now, if I let it, blossom a little bit, maybe next time I see that person, I said, you know what? My opinion has changed a little bit. And that's what we're talking about, I think, when it comes to mind flex. At least that's how I see it. And then you ask for an example. I mean, there are so many things. I think I learn every day. Today, I had an interesting learning experience. And I might need to adjust my thought about leadership, because I had an interesting conversation today with somebody who said they were a leader, and I was very surprised. because I did not get that same feeling. So I'm trying to flex my mind and be open-minded and say, okay, maybe it's just a different leadership style, even though my brain wants to go to, this is a manager, not a leader. So, I'm working on that. And I think it's a daily task to keep an open mind and to have mind flex.
I love your version of Mind Flex, Dr. Natalie. And here at Leadership Week, one of the things that we look at is leaders from all different realms, places, putting things into action, opening, expanding, trying something new. What I'm curious about with Mind Flex, do you find that there's a common set of traits in leadership that went from mindset to Mind Flex? Is there similarities or a step that people can take to become more flexible in their thinking?
Absolutely. I don't think it is anything that you're born with. I think some of us are being raised in an environment where questioning and constructive criticism is appreciated. A lot of us are not. And those are the ones that I think need a little more guidance on that it is important to listen, and that just because you and I don't agree doesn't mean that I'm a bad person or you're a bad person. So we can learn that, I think, by exposing ourselves to different scenarios, different cultures, different groups of people, just by going there and seeing, well, how do they actually do that, instead of just reading up on it or listening to media or listening to other people, but actually experiencing it. I think that is key to developing more of an open mind and flexing your mind, because we're all raised a certain way, and the values that were also mentioned by Dr. John Demartini, of course, the values we've been given, and now we need to find our own. Do we agree? Do we not agree? And I think we can only do that when we truly expose ourselves to the other, whatever that may be.
Wow. 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 I just had a moment, Jason, if you will, because the experience is what cements in. You can have all the formulas, you can have the plan, you can have it all, but until you step out and actually experience it, does it become not only applied, but a part of it. Just even with Dr. Demartini's story about Peter Lynch, it wasn't just his formula. He went and met the people at the other companies to see if that was a good investment or not, regardless of what the number said, for that experience. I think that's part of that secret sauce there about experience and leadership.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going to give our first boom sauce drop here. There it is. I agree, Donna, that we're getting into that word we've been using for a couple of days again, Donna, layers. And how we're weaving weaving layers and the capacity and the ability. I mentioned something yesterday that I think applies here in the analogy as well, is that for those of us that are doing the things we love, we're willing to take that look. We're willing to look at those things, right, Dr. Natalie? The stuff that you're saying that, hey, if you're going down this road of awareness, there's certain things you're going to run into. That's how it's going to happen. And you're going to deal with them or you're not. We're getting into the cracks in between those things. And when we fill those cracks, we build a deeper foundation, and then we've got more to build on. And sometimes we go back to the foundation and look and see if there's any cracks that we want to pay attention to and handle those. It's not negative. It's just how we're rebuilding and building the foundation over and over again, reinventing with new information, new data, and continually reprioritizing. There's the layers right there in the wisdom. So Dr. Natalie, that really was that was a moment for me too. And be honest, Donna, really was. Thank you. There's so much possibility to cover here with you. Because you do so much, and you touched on it a little bit about the international aspect and how you're always kind of doing things and you're connecting people, and you're still doing that with me. You have in the last few years, this last year for sure with the Speakers Bureau. We've worked with some folks together that have been on previous Leadership Week and have been on the Neuroscience Summit. And we've been fortunate to have you for those events as well. So my question really here is, when you're doing those things, you're following that intuition, right? You're connecting folks. Where is the satisfaction for you? I know when it happens to me, what that looks like, but where's the return on that? What does it look like when not in ego, but when you go, okay, that moment, now I understand why I did that.
Well, you just mentioned the word layers, right? So I think they are also in the satisfaction or the ROI, whatever you want to call it. There are also layers, depending on which arena you're playing in. Okay, so sometimes we play in the arena of wanting an event to be highly successful. Well, the one layer of that is just getting amazing comments in here in the chat. Yeah, hi Doria, love you too. So it's like, it's how do others receive us? Am I getting out of 1,000 people? Am I reaching one? And for me, it's the same when I'm speaking. Do I see one person somehow receiving what I'm saying? Not 1,000. I don't think we can ever reach truly 1,000. It's just like more like, you see a couple of people that get it. And they might get it in a sense of being sad or having to think about it. And then there's the other layer where you're trying to just put some people together. And the moment, for me, it is the moment that somebody says, wow, do you remember like 5 years ago you said so-and-so? And I'm going, no, but I'm sure I did. And they're like, it's working out. And then it's like, great, that's it. That's it. Somebody smiling, somebody just being able to move forward with their mission, with their purpose. And if I could somehow help them along, and the helping along, by the way, doesn't always have to be nice and soft. Sometimes you need to push them in the water. Okay. So, there are all these layers to it. And I think it's really just the idea of is something positive the result? Let me phrase it that way. Nope.
Absolutely there. Absolutely. One of the questions that I'm most curious about in talking with people who have been in leadership positions, experiences all throughout is really, is there a trait? Is there a truth that all leaders tend to live by, regardless of their status or their title, or are just the truths intrinsic to each person?
I think that is the real question. And I think there is a wish that all leaders, I'm going to go down a layer, are true leaders and not in it for themselves. And those true leaders, I think what they share is their willingness to guide others to the other's best purpose and result. If that makes sense. Yes.
Guide others to their best purpose and result.
Yeah, the others. So not me, but I'm guiding others so that they get the best possible results, the best possible life that they desire. However, I need to do that, but it's not, to me, leadership is not about me. It's about, and if we look that up, the word etymology, it means to guide. So that's exactly it. Guide others, not take the lead, be in the limelight all the time. Leaders sometimes have to do that. So it's that, I don't want to call it selflessness, but it is that focus on how can I help others to achieve what they need to achieve.
Okay. I'm gonna like this part, because I know how some of that happens, because it says it right there under your name, revolutionary rule breaker. I'm going to put it on the spot. I hope this is on the spot just a little bit, Dr. Natalie, because I want to know what your favorite rule is to break. Which one is it? Which one do you bump into the most on behalf of entrepreneurs and those you were just describing that you coach and guide and walk with?
I don't think there's one particular, because everybody has their own rules as well, right? But I think my favorite rule to break is to not do what is expected.
A unique response to whatever it is that you're doing.
Yeah. You know, sometimes you go into a room and they expect you to go up to the front, or you walk into a room and they expect you to start writing on the whiteboard, or, you know, whatever it is. But there are certain expectations every time you walk into a room, and looking at that and going, no, because I want you to be able to flex your mind and think. So I'm not necessarily going to go to the front and grab the mic. I might sit right next to you and talk to you. And I talk to you before I go on to speak, or I talk to you and I ask you for help when I do my leadership training, whatever it is. But do what is the unexpected, because that'll get people's attention, and that's how you immediately open their minds.
Okay.
Donna, we don't have enough time left for us, because Donna and I can just continue to ask questions. Donna, please go ahead. I'll hold on to mine.
I'm going to have to address the elephant in the room here. What is something that you did that was unexpected?
What did she not do that's unexpected?
I need to know an example.
Well, I think the first thing that I did that was unexpected was, of course, leave my hometown and move to the United States. Then a long time after that, I left the US and went back home. I left a cozy job that had a regular, steady income to do something that not a lot of Germans necessarily are used to doing, is to start and create a business. You know, that's where, I guess that's some of it. Or leaving jobs, you know, another job that I had was very much in the spotlight. I know I did a lot of good, but at some point I said, no, I can't do it anymore because it didn't jive. So I've left a lot of jobs, positions, because the energy wasn't right, even though the money may have been great, the publicity may have been great, but I think that is not always expected.
Hats off to you for that, because I myself, very similar, quit my career in finance, packed up an entire house, moved out of state, and lived in an ashram, a spiritual living community, for a year. And the people around me could not fathom why somebody would just do that. So yes, leaders do unexpected things. So thank you for that, Jason.
Those unexpected things are what lead to the unexpected solutions. That's what gets us to the place that you become undeniable. And to me, that meant, for myself, allowing that kind of space and development, whether I recognized it was happening at the time or not. I think some of mine was probably cloaked in recovery of different kinds. And a lot of folks out there may be underestimating their spiritual experience, for a lack of a better term, but their awareness isn't necessarily linked to metaphysical or charts or stars. The awareness is what sends us inward. And we're getting a lot of that today, that inward answer, and asking those hard questions for ourselves, which really aren't hard questions. They just need to be honest. The answers need to be internally honest. And that voice is something that we elevate in so many ways with the Los Angeles Tribune, and all of the things that we're connected to. And you personify that in so many ways, Dr. Natalie, in an international sense. You're connected to so many different organizations. I never know what train you're on or what country you're in, but I always get my message somewhere along the way, which is lots of fun. That it's wonderful that you actually live it, right? And you raise a beautiful daughter. You have global and international impact, and you've been doing that for a long time. That sustainability has created an undeniability, and you brought us back to a question that I have for you, is the shadows, right? We talk about kind of creating from the shadows, weaving from the shadows. Help me understand what that means, because it's not in the darkness. It's not shadows in a traditional sense. There's a philosophy there. So help our viewers understand what you mean by kind of running from the shadows, like running the stage from there.
Yeah, I think it's simpler than it sounds. It really follows the old axiom of just saying, I don't need the limelight. I guide you from the back. I have your back. So to me, leadership also means, to use a very US word, cheerleading. I help you find, not give, but I help you find, and you to do the same thing, what your real purpose, what your real mission is. And then I cheer you on as you find your way. So I'm not telling you go left or go right, because sometimes even if left is no good, you need to go to the left just to experience it. So, and I think we've all been through that as well. So it's really leading from the shadow means that you're not leading to be in the limelight. You don't need the accolades. You're just helping someone, guiding someone, supporting someone on their mission after you help them find it. And I think, to me, some of the best leaders are teachers. Because, if you think about teachers in the classroom or anything, they don't get a lot of accolades and they work a lot. You two know how that is. You work a lot. Nobody knows how many hours you spend creating something. Nobody knows how many hours, you edit something. You travel to, where were you last? To Japan or China to meet with someone. And then you have 2 hours with them, but it takes you like 50 to make it all happen. So it's really about doing it because you believe in it, when nobody is watching. It's those hours that you spend at night when all your neighbors think you should be sleeping, and you get a call from a friend saying, why are you still up? But they're 17 hours ahead of you. So it's this working from the shadows in the sense of you do it whether somebody is watching or not. You're not doing it to get a medal. You're not doing it to get an award. You're doing it because it's right. I can't hear either one of you right now.
I know.
Okay.
My microphone has its own mind this entire leadership week.
It's flexible. It's flexible.
Very flexible.
Now we won't have any problems with it. It just got blessed by Dr. Natalie. All mic issues immediately clear up from right there.
I was just saying, Dr. Natalie, it's very simply put, it's about doing what is right. And that right there is just a mic drop moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Natalie, for being here, reminding us why integrity is important.
Thank you too so much. Thank you for all you're doing. It's been great. I haven't been on 24/7, but I've been on a lot, and I've got a lot of nuggets. Thank you.
Thank you. That means a lot.
It does. Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Wow. I have to say the insights during Leadership Week 2025 have been phenomenal. What a great segment hosted by Jason and Donna with Dr. Natalie Forrest. She said, some of the best leaders are teachers. They lead and teach without the accolades. They just show up for their communities. And it is my distinct honor, my distinct pleasure to introduce our next leader who will be joining us at Leadership Week. He is a man on a mission. He is one of the best teachers I've come across that teaches us from the school of life, but he's really on a mission to elevate consciousness in the world, to pour more positivity into the world. And he's not doing it alone. He's a leader that brings individuals together that are on a aligned mission to make a distinct impact in this world. So it is my pleasure and my honor to bring up our next guest, who is the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune and our sister companies, Mr. Mo Rock. Hello, Mo. How are you today?
Well, thank you so much, Alicia. I'm so honored. I'm excited. We've had such a fantastic leadership week. Thank you for that introduction. I know Parisa is going to join us here in a couple of minutes. I know we're going to be joined by Jim Keys here in a couple of minutes as well, which is very exciting. And Jim, of course, is very unique in the sense that he's not only the former CEO of Blockbuster, but also of 7-Eleven, which means that there's two different Fortune 500 companies that he's helped lead. So I'm excited to spend a few minutes here in the interim with you, Alicia. Thank you for that lovely introduction. Bill Walsh once said, if you want to go fast, go by yourself. If you want to go far, go with a team. And so we at the Los Angeles Tribune, we embrace that philosophy of going far. And many people don't know that we have multiple different sister companies around the world that are part of our network. The Los Angeles Tribune is our flagship leadership brand. It's turned into our flagship brand for positivity, for leadership, for personal development, for good news in the world. And we have a multitude of other sister companies in our network. Some people know about it. Some people don't know about it. We just did a ribbon cutting ceremony for the Dubai Business Journal. We just at a sold out event. We did a ribbon cutting ceremony for the San Diego Weekly not too long ago at a sold out event with multiple mayors that were there to support us on that endeavor. And so it's all about bringing good news around the world through the power of media, changing the world through the power of media. We all know that a lot of times you'll turn on the news and you'll hear something that might give you analysis paralysis, or might ruin your day, or might put fear in your heart, uncertainty of the future. How many times have we read a news article and had uncertainty of the future, uncertainty of tomorrow, and we catch ourselves in fear-based, action-driven motives instead of being courage-based. And so we at the Los Angeles Tribune, we want to add to we want to help fix the imbalance that exists in terms of negative media versus positive media. And so it's an honor to be here. I'm so excited and grateful to chime in, share a little bit. I know Jim Keys will join us in about a minute. I'm excited to have this conversation with Jim, Alicia. We'll talk a lot more tomorrow as we close out in terms of the broader mission and vision of what we're doing here, as well as what our sister companies from around the world are doing, as well as new sister companies that we're going to be announcing very soon. But in the meantime, Alicia, tomorrow we'll delve more into it. I want to welcome Parisa to the stage. And Parisa, how excited are you for us to be able to speak with Jim Keys here in a few seconds? Of course, he's the author of one of my favorite books. I have a copy of it somewhere here. I have a couple copies of it, actually. And Jim really shares with the world what true freedom is. Freedom is education, right? I mean, freedom, if you really think about it, it doesn't come. A lot of people think freedom is something that it's not. Freedom is not the dollars in your bank account. That's a tool. A lot of times people mistake the tool for something greater than what it is. Freedom is education. And Jim is a man that has shared that powerful principle with the world. I want to actually welcome Jim up here. I know Jim is literally, and this is, folks, this is a great example of leadership. Jim is literally in an airport right now, but he made a commitment to share his wisdom with our community here. Last time he was in a cowboy hat in a barn. This time he's traveling in an airport. So one thing that about Jim is you just never know whether he'll be in a suit in an airport, in a cowboy hat. You just don't know. But that's why we love Jim. Jim, I want to welcome you to the Los Angeles Tribune, my friend. You're somebody that I look up to. You're a great supporter of the Los Angeles Tribune. I want to welcome you to the Leadership Week 2025. Jim Keys, I just want to make sure you're unmuted there, and we'll give you the floor. Jim, you're gonna have to click unmute there on your. There we go.
Okay. And thank you, Jim, for joining us. I have to say, Mo said it, but I really want to acknowledge you. Jim is at an airport and he changed his flight so that he could be here with us during Leadership Week. That is true leadership in action. So we appreciate you, Jim.
Before we go to Jim, any speaker that's ever complained about moving their time or given a comment about scheduling, the former CEO of Blockbuster changed his flight to be on Los Angeles Tribune. So I don't want to hear anyone ever complain ever again. If you complain, you're blacklisted from our platform.
and I'm here in a corner, in the only quiet corner of DFW Airport I could find. I went to the Admirals Club and it's chaos in there. That's like a million people. But I found this beautiful little corner, and look at the backdrop here. I mean, it looks like
gorgeous.
It's beautiful.
I know. You got the blue sky in the background.
It's perfect. It worked out perfect. Thank you, Jim. And I want to talk. I know we only have a few minutes with you here, but I want to talk with you about Education as Freedom. Absolutely. Because it's a fantastic book. It's a book that we at the Los Angeles Tribune named a bestseller last year, a critically acclaimed bestseller. And I think that it's so in sync with the mission and vision here at the Tribune in terms of the educational programs such as this one that have a slant on leadership, have a slant on entrepreneurship, on skills to help people have integrity-driven leadership. So you and I were on a very similar mission in terms of embracing the concept of education being freedom for people. And so I want to dive into that concept with you. Let's start with the fundamentals, the book title.
Sure.
Education is freedom. What does that mean, Jim Keys?
It means, Mo, exactly as you said in your introduction. You set it up so well. Fear is the biggest enemy. It's a killer of careers, of happiness. It's a killer of corporations. We see it every day. And when I wrote the book, I intended it for young people as an inspirational tool. And then as I got into it and I started researching the book and I started looking at its application to society, I realized that this is a self-help guide for humanity. As bold as that sounds, it is truly a self-help guide for humanity, because if each of us as humans were able to take responsibility, as the subtitle says, the future is in your hands. If each of us could take responsibility for our own life and for our own ability to overcome fear and to replace really ignorance with fear, that means we replace misunderstanding, we replace ignorance with knowledge. And then if we have knowledge, you can have understanding, and understanding leads to hope, and hope leads to, obviously, happiness or peace, as opposed to that negative cycle. We just had May 4th. So I cut a good video. May the 4th be with you, right? But I quoted Yoda, who said that fear leads to the dark side. And it leads to people being angry, and anger leads to hatred, and hatred leads to violence. The antidote to that is for each of us to take the responsibility for our own critical thinking, our own ability as humans to separate fact from fiction, and to avoid that caveman temptation to give in to the fight or flight syndrome and see everything as an attack, and instead recognize the beauty of this amazing planet that we're on, and the beauty of everyone around us who has so much to offer us. That's in way too many words, Mo. That's the purpose of my book.
Well,
try to
Jim,
help us help ourselves.
Without using any hyperbole, I'm going to say that what your message is exactly what the world needs, what our country needs, because it not only will help individuals, but think about we as Americans. If you examine our country, people are afraid of their neighbors because they might have a different ideology, because they maybe vote differently, because they maybe look differently. That fear is causing division in our society. And if we as a country have divisions, we will never be at our peak potential. Just in the last couple of days, there's been a conflict with India and Pakistan. And a lot, whether it's internationally, whether it's in our country, whether it's things going on around the world, it's the fear. It's the fear of the other person, the fear of the unknown, the fear of the fill in the blank. Now, we bring that back home here to leadership and business. How many times have entrepreneurs made decisions out of fear instead of making decisions out of boldness and courage? Now, you are very unique. You're the only person I know that has successfully been the CEO of 2 huge companies. And very few people have been able to do that. Today, there was someone in the White House that was announced to be an ambassador, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And he was the CEO of Reebok and Dollar General. So there's only a couple of people that I can think of that have been the CEO of 2 Fortune 500. The list is very short. You're on a very short list. So you've accomplished something very few people have in American business history in terms of being the CEO of 2 household brands in 7-Eleven and Blockbuster. And what I think that you would be qualified to talk about, if you'd be the quintessential person to talk about this concept, is taking action based on fear versus taking action based on courage. A lot of people have a lot of false misconceptions about Blockbuster, the end of Blockbuster. You and I, we shared a panel a year ago in LA, and you kind of gave some clarity. But a lot of people probably assume that decisions were made out of fear because of the technological changes, because of how things were moving at a Mach 10 speed. Maybe that's the case, maybe that's not the case. But I do want you to share for entrepreneurs, what advice do you have with them when they're making a decision out of fear or scarcity or uncertainty of the market versus doubling down on boldness and courage, please?
Well, Mo, you're absolutely right. And I have had the blessing or the curse of being in a leading role in 2 major corporations during 2 of the largest economic crises that we've had in this country. In 1987, I wasn't yet CEO of 7-Eleven, but I was in a pretty senior position there. And we went through a devastating change during the financial crisis, and 7-Eleven was bankrupt. And what I observed during that period of time is most people had their head down. You know, they were thinking, oh, woe is me, my job's threatened, the company may go away, et cetera. And behaviors became very bad. I mentioned the fight or flight instinct. Well, it shows up in the boardroom, and it shows up in our people, and it's just such a waste of energy, and it can kill the company as a result. So I was able to see the difference between a positive approach and a positive attitude and being able to keep your head up versus those who saw the negative in it. And I now then later dial forward many years, I took on the challenge of Blockbuster to transform the company and to take it into digital streaming. The first year, we were wildly successful in doing just that. We bought a streaming video company from the major studios. We were well on our way. We doubled earnings. And then, bam, the 2008 financial crisis hits. We had $1 billion of debt to have to refinance. And it was like Groundhog Day for me. But I wasn't afraid because I had seen that change equals opportunity. When I wrote the book, Mo, I sat down, I was trying to describe this to my readers, and I wrote those 3 words, one of the first 3 words I wrote when I was putting this book together, and I stepped back from it and went, hey, look at that. Change equals opportunity. See the acronym CEO. Duh, that is the job of the CEO, to embrace change. And that's been, as I said, a curse or a blessing to be having trial by fire, but to realize that in trial is that exact opportunity that drives commerce and drives successful people. So that's my message.
Change equals opportunity. And for those that are listening, what I'm hearing here, and if you're taking notes, is adaptability, the adaptability intelligence, right? What I call AQ, Jim. A lot of, we're obsessed with IQ in our public school systems. Our public school systems have not been really fundamentally changed in the last 100+ years. It's the same a system of regurgitating information that someone in front of you says. A lot of people are familiar with emotional intelligence. But what Jim is talking about is adaptability, your adaptability quotient, right? Your AQ.
Exactly.
And that's such a important part of business. And if you don't have AQ, you end up in the dinosaur club. And I don't know how many people here know about dinosaurs or what you guys know about them, but it's not a club you want to be in. And so Jim is always embracing adaptability. And if you read his book, you understand that one of the keys to freedom is being able to be nimble, adaptable, versatile. And that's the key to being a great CEO, which Jim has proven to be. 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven is an interesting company. The franchise model of taking something that historically has been like family owned, small little bodegas and turning it into a franchise empire. One, I want to talk a little bit with you, and Jim's video is going in and out a little bit, but he's at an airport. There, we have you back. I want to talk a little bit about the franchise model of 7-Eleven and franchising in general. Two, something interesting about 7-Eleven is it's a very immigrant-friendly company. There are so many families that, thanks to 7-Eleven, have been able to live the American.
Lost you for a minute there, Mo. Are you back?
Yes. Can you hear us, Jim?
Audio for some reason. Let me.
No problem. No problem.
Oh, okay. We're back. We're good.
Beautiful.
Okay, we're back.
And folks, I want everyone to know this is a live program. I mean, this is not. We don't do scripted stuff here at the LA
That's
Tribune.
right.
It's raw. It's
Change.
real. It's unfiltered. And we're here.
Change
of course,
equals opportunity.
Yes,
There you go.
The former CEO of Blockbuster and 7-Eleven. I want to talk a little about 7-Eleven, the franchising model, Jim.
Yeah.
The franchising model. I mean, what was brilliant about 7-Eleven, and this is a greater lesson of finding things that already exist in society and creating a network of these things that already exist. What am I talking about? The bodega, right? Bodegas historically have been small family-owned entities, and then 7-Eleven built a multi-billion-dollar empire, largely thanks to your vision, by taking something that existed in society but creating a network around it. So, one, I want to talk about the franchising model and what your thoughts are in terms of franchising in today's world. What do you see in terms of the future? And two, the immigrant factor. One thing that 7-Eleven has done has probably doesn't get enough credit for is how many American dreams have been provided to immigrants because of 7-Eleven. A lot of people who come from different parts of the world, they bust their rear ends. They're on their knees, opening up packages, putting chips on the shelves. Sometimes in parts of the country that may not be the safest, having 24-hour businesses. 7-Eleven and the immigrant community, right, has been very close, and you would know about that. So I want you to speak about the mindset of some of these individuals that come to the country, see an opportunity, work with 7-Eleven, open a business, and share a little bit of that mindset that has helped 7-Eleven, but also vice versa, helped a lot of people live the American dream. Please, Jim Keese.
Sure. It was this very idea, Mo, that we could take small shops and give them scale, give them an opportunity to sell things that a little mom and pop shop couldn't otherwise afford, equipment-wise, data-wise, systems-wise. So we scaled that model. 7-Eleven Japan did it. We did Thailand, Taiwan, very successfully all over the world, just converting small shops into a branded and more consistent, higher quality offering. Technology is a big factor in bringing all those independent operators together. But to your point, I didn't realize the power of this network until it was actually right after 9/11. And yes, we do have a lot of first generation Americans, and we started getting, some unfortunate feedback, call it attacks, even some windows broken during 9/11, because we were first generation American and people put a label on us and put an image on us. And it caused me to start questioning, why are we so popular with first generation Americans? And I started just asking my franchisees. And what I discovered is the American dream. And here's a beautiful story for you. For the 75th anniversary of 7-Eleven, I threw, because I had realized we've got 135 different countries represented in our stores. And we held a big party for the 75th on Ellis Island in the shadow of the Statue of Liberty with fireworks display. And I was able to stand on the podium with one of my fellow franchisees from 7-Eleven. He had come to Pakistan from Pakistan with $500 and a dream. And he went to work at a 7-Eleven store and made enough money to then buy his own franchise and worked really hard, brought over family members, got a second franchise, a third franchise in Long Island. And he was wildly successful, made a lot of money. In fact, he made more money than me as CEO of the company. The irony was, both of us, we found out by discovery, we're neighbors. We're next door neighbors, literally, in the same building on 110th Street and Broadway in New York. I had a little more than $500, but barely. And I came down, I was driving down from my small town in Massachusetts. I couldn't even afford a place to live. So we both ended up in this really cheap place. But both of us enjoyed the American dream. Me through a formal education and a corporate opportunity, him through an entrepreneur opportunity. But it's the American dream in any case. And both of us were there on the stage at Ellis Island celebrating the opportunity in this country that you can't find anywhere else in the world, to be able to come from absolutely nothing and through hard work and education and some resilience to be able to accomplish virtually anything. So yes, I'm very proud of that heritage of 7-Eleven. And I do believe it is very much a part of the American dream.
It absolutely is. 7-Eleven is a conduit of the American dream for countless families. And during the duration of your leadership, that was something that I don't think people point to and give enough credit to. And the American dream is alive and well. And I always proclaim that and share that whenever I have an opportunity to. I know we have just a few minutes left here. I want to allow my colleagues Parisa and Alicia to chime in. I don't want to hog the time, because when Jim is on, I just want to pick his brain, because I find him to be such a fascinating human being and a great guy. So Parisa, back to you.
Thank you, Mo. Well, hey, Jim, it's good to see you again. We got to chat last time when you were in a cowboy hat on your ranch, I believe.
Yeah, that's right. So, you have to be nimble, right?
Exactly. And I think it was like at least 100 degrees outside at the time. Yeah. It is not lost on us, your effort.
And I was sitting on a bucket, by the way. I had it was actually I think it was a poop bucket that I was. So the image looked really good, but behind the scenes looked
adaptability at its finest.
Right. You've officially set the standard. I told Alicia that there are zero excuses for anyone else moving forward. You have legitimately set the standard consistently. So thank you for being our standard in the sense of learning how to show up regardless of the situation. So I appreciate you.
Happy to help.
Yeah, I had a question, something you mentioned earlier about critical thinking. When you were talking about the book, your book, and how it's ultimately a self-help guide for humanity. Yeah. You mentioned the importance of critical thinking. I feel, without inserting too much of my opinion, I feel that that's an area that everyone in the world could probably do a bit better at. So I would love for you to speak into that a bit, specifically about critical thinking.
Yes. In fact, I have to confess that, I'm typical of many of us as I went through my early stages of my career. You just take information at face value and you run with it. And as a business person, I wasn't great at critical thinking. I started doing business with my Japanese licensees, and I learned a ton from them about business and about critical thinking. Now, the irony is they learned their critical thinking skills as they related to business from a guy named Edward Deming, who was an American post-World War II, who went over to Japan and taught them part of their reconstruction to build businesses. And he installed a mindset that he called plan, do, see. And it's just a very simplification of what is very much simplification of what is ultimately the scientific method, right? You go in a lab, you have a hypothesis, you do something, you mix two chemicals, and you step back and you measure the results. Well, think about business, especially in America, really good at the plan part. Hey, I got a big idea. And we're pretty good at the do part. We're action takers. What we're really bad at is the C part, which is to have the discipline to step back and measure the results. Use data, use facts, not just our gut, but use facts to then change our hypothesis because we may have been wrong. Now, if you take that from a business perspective, it's all about just making better economic decisions that will increase your return on investment because you're not afraid to use data to find out if something worked or didn't work. And it was very, very helpful tool for business. But now dial that forward and look at the impact on society when so many people now take so many sources of information just at face value. So we have a hypothesis. Maybe it's a political position. Maybe it's how we feel about an actor or actress. And we go, okay, that's my hypothesis. And then we do something about it. We like tell our friends, or we have a feeling about it, and we start talking about it. But do we really stop and say, was that hypothesis and those things that I'm saying based on fact? Or was it based on something I saw on the internet and I just took it at face value and I ran with it? I didn't take that critical third step, which is to use what is uniquely human, the ability to think and understand and comprehend and use our prefrontal cortex, not our amygdala, the caveman portion of our brain, to have reason and judgment. And that's what I'm trying to remind people, my fellow humans on this planet, that there is so little that we have to fear and so little that we have to disagree about. We have so much more in common if we can overcome our fear by using our very human critical thinking skills to understand the difference between fact and fiction and replace perceptions with what I put on the cover of my book, perspective, the ability to step back and see not borders, not races, not religions. I see this beautiful planet laid out in front of me. That's perspective, which is very different than what's driving us today.
Wow.
Wow,
That's
that's
so
a master class all on its own. Over to you, Alicia.
It really is, because I think, what you're saying with your book, Education is Freedom, is that, let's face it, we are in an information overload society, but it's what are we doing with that information? How are we peeling back and asking the right questions and using discernment to figure out what's next, to think for yourself, not just
Yes.
relying on what someone has told you. And I want to bring back the theme of the adaptability quotient that Mo brought up earlier, because Jim, you were the CEO of both 7-Eleven and Blockbuster, and you were navigating challenging times, right? And life's it's really inevitable that things will come up in life. For our audience and our community that has joined us today, what are some kind of tenets or principles that you can share about how people can embrace the fact that you can't always understand or determine what is about to happen, but you can use data to help inform your decisions, and your ability to be adaptable can help you figure out what's next, even if you're not sure what the outcome is going to be, because you've navigated really complex situations throughout your leadership career.
Yeah, I characterize it in three ways. I basically packaged this up and I've been calling it my gift, because it's not just the ability to respond to change. That's easy to say, but it's a combination of change and the ability to respond, but confidence, because that's what keeps us from responding to change, is that fear. And then it's clarity. And I was glad that you mentioned being able to take very complex problems and break them down, because even if you have confidence, sometimes as humans, we tend to overcomplicate everything. And then others will overcomplicate things. And at the end of the day, the reason we learned algebra, I call it the algebra of thought, which is in algebra, we broke very complex equations down into smaller bite-sized pieces that we could solve for. And I too I had no idea why I had to learn algebra. I thought I'll never use this in my life. And it was actually Neil deGrasse Tyson, the famous astrophysicist. I heard him speak one time and he said, you learn algebra not for the math. You learn it because it helps you solve problems in life, because it teaches you the power of simplification, to take very complex things and break them into bite-sized pieces so that now you have nothing to fear. You're not overwhelmed by the problem. You can actually come up with a solution. So it's those three things. And I'll just very quickly, change is inevitable. Nothing we can do about that. What we can control is how we respond to it. And sadly, that's what we're so bad at sometimes, because we react. And then confidence is that ability to believe in yourself. I have this saying that, the combination of knowledge and faith. I'll quote Yoda again. He's talking about the force be with you. So not any one faith, but just have a belief, a strong belief in yourself. That combination of those two things is a very powerful force. No pun intended. That can, well, maybe I did intend the pun. That can give you the ability to have confidence and build confidence. Because what is there to be afraid of if you have the ability to solve any problem with knowledge? And what you can't understand, you can believe in yourself that you'll figure it out, right? And so then the third piece is this simplicity factor and clarity, the ability to listen, inbound clarity, and then outbound clarity, communicate effectively. If you work on those, if we as individuals, if every human on this planet could see this video and say, I'm going to fix those three things. I'm not going to react next time with change. I'm going to control my reaction based on my critical thinking skills. I'm going to be confident that I can solve for this problem. And I'm going to have clarity. I'm going to listen really carefully, and I'm going to communicate effectively and break tremendously complex issues into simple terms. If each of us would do that, we would have peace on the planet Earth.
I love that. I want to call that Jim's 3 C's, right? Critical thinking, confidence, and clarity. I think that is so good in terms of helping people frame how they can address anything that they're navigating in their life. Jim, I'm so curious here. You have been traveling around the country, around the world, talking about education is freedom, and you meet with a lot of children. And so I'm curious here, what are some things that you've learned from the children that you've had the opportunity to connect with as you've been on tour speaking about education is freedom?
Yeah, it's interesting. I do meet with a lot of children, but interestingly, I meet with a lot of adults because the book has been embraced by really broad range, everything from entrepreneurs to corporate professionals to faith-based organizations to all kinds of groups all over the world. But let's start with the kids. The one thing that I'm excited about, I know there's a lot of fear about this generation. Oh my God, you can't get them off the screens. What's the matter with them? They're not, they don't want to work 80 hours a week when they start their career. What's wrong with them? I am very optimistic because what I hear from these young people today is a greater level of self-awareness, which again, if it starts with us, with each of us individually, I think in many cases, my generation, I don't know if we're going to fix them because we get locked into a perception, and man, we have a hard time getting out of that perception bubble. But young people, I think, have a much broader open mind, and I'm hearing a lot more optimism from them about the future because they see this beautiful world and they're, I think, less vulnerable to perception unless we teach them how to be influenced by it. I think there's a great hope for that next generation.
Oh, that is so good. I will say that I don't find myself talking about the younger generation like that, but I do find myself hearing a lot of my peers talking about the younger generation with our kids and all of that. Jim, I would love to know what would be a great question that you would ask or you could help provide for those that think of the younger generations like that. What's a good way to reframe that?
Well, one thing that I'm finding really interesting is, again, we talk about fear. I just came from a board meeting at Columbia University, and they're talking about AI, and they were talking about technology, and how much it can be used to help the education process. But we also talked about the fear of technology, and I've been trying to study that. And one thing that I'm worried about is that our young people have embraced technology in a way that even your generation didn't have the opportunity to do, because they're getting devices by the time they're 2 and 3 years old, and they're better at it than us, right? And there's two ways to look at this. We can say, "Oh my God, that's terrible. The screen time, it's rotting their brain." Or here's another way to look at it. I grew up with a set of borrowed encyclopedias, right? And that was that was my frame of reference for knowledge about the world. I am talking to you now on a device that I walk around in my in my pocket, and it's a portal to unlimited learning. I can access I can find out anything about anything on that device with a few keystrokes. Now think about the power of that tool on this next generation and how powerful that can be. And I'll give you an analogy to take away the fear part. As I started digging into this, I remembered how teachers were afraid of computers. I won't let that damn computer in my classroom. You might cheat with it. I couldn't even use my HP 12C calculator in business school because I should be doing this stuff in my head. It's like, what? I'm going to do a multiple regression in my head? I mean, come on. I use the calculator, and I'm terrible doing numbers in my head, but I didn't need to, it turns out. So dial all the way back. None of us remember this, but there was a day when teaching was oral. You would sit down in front of a class and you would teach them stuff. And then someone invented this thing called the printing press. And all of a sudden you could have books. And when the first books came to the classroom, I don't know this for a fact, I'm not that old, but when the first books came to the classroom, there were teachers saying, "I don't want those things in my classroom. That's dangerous to turn these kids loose with reading their own book. I have to teach them what's in that book. I can use it in class, maybe, but I don't want to turn them loose with books. Lord knows what they might read." Right? And so we've kind of come full circle. Every generation grapples with this question of the next level of technology, whether it was the original creation of books that made learning portable, or calculators that made math easier to do, or computers that now accelerated the ability to do more than just math, and now AI. The exciting part about AI that I can't wait to see, and this is why I'm so hopeful about this next generation, is AI allows individualized learning, not standardized mass production. We still today teach the way we made Model T Fords. Everything has to be on the assembly line, mass production. AI facilitates customized, individualized teaching directly to the individual based on the way they learn best, maybe with audio, maybe with video, maybe with images, maybe with repetition. But the device will figure that out. It's basically machine learning that will exponentially enhance human learning, I believe. So that was my added little bonus idea to share with everybody.
That is so effective, and I feel so easily implemented. Truly, thank you for that articulation of that. That was brilliant. Alicia, over to you.
It truly was. Jim, we have a question from the audience that I would like to bring up. And it said, "I'd love to know, did you have an audience in mind when you wrote this book, given that you mentioned that it was embraced by so many?" So would love for you to share your thoughts on that. And then I have a follow-up right after that.
Yeah, the very simple audience I had in mind was young people. I grew up with no running water in a 3-room shack. And for me, education opened up so many doors and created so much opportunity for me. Um, it truly is my story. Education is freedom. I get to do anything in the world I want to do now because of the transformative power of education. So that's why I wrote the book. But as I said, as I started getting into it and I started researching more and more, and I started looking at the applications in society, I realized there's a broader message here. And here's my mission with this book. Candidly, I'm forcing my way into the administration right now because, in fact, I've actually created a hat, and I'm calling it. I brought it to I met with the Secretary of Education last week, and I brought her a hat, and the hat says, "Make education great again." The mega idea, and I mean, here's why. First, I'll tell you the why. Our illiteracy rates today, modern times, are like 50% of our eighth graders in this country are functionally illiterate. In America, with technology, why? That makes no sense at all. And it's infinitely fixable if we recognize that it is a crisis and we put the resources against it to fix it. And then you dial forward in other issues and you look at where we score on math and science. We're down in the 50th percentile at best of developed countries, and you go, in America, why? That makes no sense at all. And yet, everybody's got an argument. So we're fighting over vouchers, and we're fighting over teachers unions, and we're fighting over books. And I just heard someone the other day say, why are we banning books when the kids can't read? They're not even in the library. And so I am my mission with this book and this message is to make a call to action for on a national scale. It doesn't have to be the government, but I'm going to make my best shot with this government to say, we need to have a JFK moment in this country. In 1962, John F. Kennedy stood up, Rice University said, we're going to put a man on the moon in this decade, not because it's easy, because it's hard. And if we would have a leader stand up in this country and say, we are going to have the best education system in this world, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. We're going to do it. We're going to do it in this decade. And we're going to use technology to be able to drive that transformation of individualized learnings to every kid in this country. And then, what we're going to do? Recognizing the power of that capability, we're going to share this model with the world so that with new technologies like Starlink, we can light up the far corners of Africa and Asia, and we can give every kid on this planet the ability to have fundamental reading skills, math skills, science skills. Imagine how transformative this could be for humanity if we're really able to use the tools that are at our fingertips today and share them with the world so that every young person has what I had, the ability to use education to drive your own ability to discern fact and fiction and your own ability to eliminate fear. That's my mission. That's my goal. I didn't intend it. It's not where I started in writing the book, but it's my ultimate mission now that I've written the book.
Wow. What a beautiful mission, Jim. As Annie Boone has said, I mean, Jim, you've been such a culture shaper. I mean, when you think about Blockbuster and what Blockbuster did, it created family moments. It created that just the excitement of being able to connect with your favorite movie or your favorite show. And then with 7-Eleven, I was in Japan recently and I walked into a 7-Eleven. I thought about you, right? Thinking about how you use data to expand in the franchise model. And then now what you're saying as an advocate for education, right? And really making it a right for all. Jim, what are some of the leadership principles that you realized over time have shifted for you? And why have they shifted? And in what ways have they shifted? Curious here for our audience.
I think the one leadership principle is that there is no leadership principle. It sounds crazy, right? But how many books have been written about leadership? Leadership by walking around, leadership, servant leadership, leadership this, leadership that, blah blah blah. Here's the brutal reality about leadership. What works today is not going to work tomorrow because the whole circumstance may have changed. I got the Blockbuster as one kind of leader. I'm going to be the transformational leader to lead this into digital, blah, blah, blah. And all of a sudden the world financial markets fell apart. Now I had to be a different kind of leader. I had to save the company and take it through a restructuring and get it sold to Dish Network. And leadership is about change. It's about embracing change. And if a friend of mine, John Maxwell, the big famous author, and he does all this stuff, and he just came out with I saw a podcast he had done. And he said, "First, lead yourself." And I was like, hey, I wonder if he got that from me, because I had been putting some stuff out there. I call it fly. I'm a pilot. I can't help it. FLY, first lead yourself. And only then can you soar, right? If you don't first lead yourself, then you can't lead others. And honestly, if you take that question, you break it down in its simple terms, what did I learn as a leader that I had to change? I I was like everybody else reading all his books on leadership, and I thought I had to be this, I had to be that, and I realized, you know what? Leadership starts with me. I have to lead myself, and if I can't
So
lead myself, can't lead anybody else.
So good. I love that you brought that up, Jim, because I think that's what it's about. I mean, we're here at LA Tribune Leadership Week 2025, where we're speaking about leadership for 8 days. And I think what you said is it's not just one principle, it's multifaceted, and you lean in on different aspects of leadership in different moments in your life. And
Yeah,
it does start within, and it is about your ability to think critically and to adapt to what's going on, but it's not rooted in one single aspect or principle. It's the ability to bring so many schools of thoughts in together in the right time at the right moment. So I love that you shared that with us today. Jim, I feel like we could continue to go on, and there's so much more left for you to share. But in our last few minutes here with you today, Jim, would love for you to share anything that is on your heart and mind that you haven't yet talked about, but you would really like to share with our audience here today.
I think that one thing, maybe just building on that idea. y- I'm not talking about education, and I've had people say, "Oh, it's a terrible name for the book. Education is Freedom. It's a book about kids." No, no, no. It's a business book. It's a humanity book. But what we just talked about is really at the essence of it. I had to learn to lead, and I mean that quite literally. Leadership is about learning. Um, the title of the book I'll share with you came from me walking across campus at Columbia University. I was going back to teach a class, and I was excited because I'm going to go teach a class at business school. Wow, I've made it. And I see a kid walking toward me with this T-shirt on. It said, "Education is freedom." Just those three simple words. And I stopped him, and it stopped me. And I said, that's me. That's my life. Those three words really summarize everything I've done and everything I can do. And so I went into that class and I told the students two things. I said, one, when I was here, I thought it was about money. This is a business school, right? It's about making money. It's about return on investment. It's about shareholder value. And then I realized after seeing that T-shirt, it's about freedom. That's why we work, that we work for our freedom and for others' freedom. And then the second thing I said is that when I got out of here, I thought I was done with my education. Well, was I wrong? My degree was basically a license to learn, and it was a good license. I had a good set of tools, but to affect.
We are live here.
We are definitely
And Jim
live.
is at the airport. So we can hear you now, Jim, if you can hear us.
I can hear you. I lost you for a second. I think I
Yes,
had.
but we're great now. So we'd love for you to continue your thought.
Oh, where did I get cut off in the middle of it?
Just a bit, but you were talking about how the education did not stop in the classroom.
The classroom, your college degree, your graduate degree, was a license to learn, and it gave a tool set, a really good, strong set of tools. But those tools have to be used every day because leadership is learning. So if you want another, instead of fly, first lead yourself, I'll give you another one. Basically, learn to lead. It's as simple as that, because you have to keep learning to be able to be an effective leader, and it's a good mantra to have.
That's so good. Jim, we've spoken about this in the past, but I got my MBA at Columbia and just walking down the quad. But I remember when I was at Columbia, I realized, and I had said it, many a time, is that I'm getting a dual degree. And people would be like, "You're getting a dual degree? What does that even mean?" I said, "Well, I realized I'm here to get my MBA, but I've also gone down this journey of getting a PhD in me." Like going
Yeah.
with it, getting really spiritual, like really understanding what that looked like, not just from a book or practical perspective,
Yes.
but what is the
Yes.
other side of that you're maybe not highlighting in the classroom, but is also important as well.
Can I take you on the road with me? Because I mean, even in DC, I'm sitting there in the Department of Education, and it's the Department of Education, and I'm hearing about how awful a post-secondary system is, and how college isn't important anymore, and much less graduate school. Just learn anything you need to learn about business on YouTube. And I'm going, oh my God, as you said so well. It's not about getting an MBA. It's about getting a PhD in me. I'm going to borrow that. I may steal it from you
Go for
because
it.
it's that growth process about being around other people and interacting and learning together and getting a set of tools that you can then continue to learn with, continue to apply in life or in business. And that's why we get a college degree. And that's why we get a graduate degree, not to go study I was a poli-sci major. I can assure you, I'm not looking for a job in politics or political science. Come on. But it taught me to think.
Yeah.
Well, Jim, I am all smiles in the background, running the background, and we took so much notes. Our chat has been on fire. I know you may not be able to see it from where you are, but our
I
audience
can't.
is just loving everything that you're saying. We've got so much people that agreeing with you. So we're so grateful for this moment and for this time. I feel like we could learn from you all day. So thank you so much for rerouting your flight and being with us today. And Parisa, let me give back the mic to you.
Oh, thank you, Ava. Yes, thank you, Jim, so much for continuing to be such a stand-up leader with, rerouting the flight. You didn't have to, finding a place where you could sit down and have even like the format of video be what we would prefer. Truly, thank you for being the example and the standard to set. And I think that the piece that you and Alicia both touched on at the very end about being a lifelong learner is not necessarily, it has not been the conversation, but we get to find, we're in that delta of finding how to allow that to be the conversation, allow that to be what we implement. And, thank you so much for being here. This has been such a great time with you.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And what you're doing, you're taking the LA Tribune and bringing it to so many people and bringing knowledge to so many people that wouldn't otherwise get it. And I hope I left everyone with just a few things to think about. And if they want more, the book is Education is Freedom. There's a lot more in there. And I hope to have the opportunity to come back and visit again in the near future.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Jim Keys, for joining us live from the DFW airport. Safe travels today and enjoy the rest of your trip. Wow. What a powerful segment. We are about to transition to the next panel, Parisa, but quickly, 30 seconds before we transition, what was the biggest insight you just got from Jim?
Oh man, I'd say his acronym for CEO, change enables opportunity, or that's how I was phrasing it, is that it's always an opportunity. So when there's change, allow the change to be there. Dive into it though.
So good. What about you, Ava Emmanuel? I've seen you join us.
Yes, I want to highlight something that Annie Boone said. My degree was a license to learn. It is not the end of learning. It was a license to learn further. So thank you for that comment. That's all I want to say. My biggest takeaway. And of course, being a PhD in me from Alicia Magna School.
Right? Thank you so much, Ava. So we are actually about to transition to our next guest, who will actually be hosting with us. Her name is Deepika Sandhu, and she is a Los Angeles Tribune critically acclaimed bestseller for her book, Hello Universe, It's Me. She is also the founder of Soul Sparks Press, which is on a mission to spark, and I'm going to say this, over 1 million souls around the world, because I know that number is going to be far greater than 1 million. But she is a woman who took life in her own hands on her own terms and is really on a mission to help people connect with their soul sparks within. And I'm excited because we're about to have a dynamic conversation with Deepika and some of the authors from Soul Sparks Press as part of Leadership Week 2025. So Deepika, I mean, you were a previous executive in Silicon Valley and you shifted, right, on this mission to spark souls through publishing books, through coaching people and advising them and reminding them that their story within matters. Welcome, Deepika, to Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week. And I would love for you to introduce our panelists that are going to be joining us for this conversation today.
Well, thank you, Alicia. We are so honored to be at LA Leadership Week, and so many of the books and the authors coming out of Soul Sparks Press are talking about how to lead ourselves through so many different aspects of life's journey, whether it's at work, at home, or somewhere in between. So yes, I am just thrilled to introduce our panel today of soul sparking authors, and I know you all are going to love them. So let me start with introducing Chet Harani. Chet is a TEDx speaker and founder of Not Your Ordinary Coach. He has been a corporate executive in the tech world, a martial arts expert, and has had numerous lived experience dealing with setbacks, whether it's been divorce, illness, redundancy, and through it all, he's built his own unique method to help high performers take control. His book, he's also the author of an upcoming book from Soul Sparks Press titled Burn the Rules, Lead from Within. So welcome, Chet.
Welcome, Chet.
Next up is Claire Bauckham. She is a wealth architect helping high-performing professionals reach new heights with their money. She is the founder and CEO of Clear Wealth Group, the Clear Art Reserve, and the author of the upcoming book from Soul Sparks Press, The Billionaire Woman, where she is going to challenge you to advance your money mindset to step into your billionaire self. Welcome, Claire.
Welcome, welcome, Claire.
And Lindsay Mazza is a lawyer turned inspirational speaker. She is an expert on inclusive leadership as well as a disability advocate. She was born with Holt-Oram syndrome, a rare genetic condition affecting her limbs and her heart. And she has spent years pushing past limitations, both real and imposed, before finally embracing her disability as a strength. She is now writing her memoir here with Soul Sparks Press, and we cannot wait for it to be out in the world. And last but definitely not least is Erica Bacchus. She is the author of A Promise Kept, which was just recently announced as an LA Tribune critically acclaimed bestseller. Yay!
Thank you.
And this is her story of her beloved husband John's decision to end his life through assisted suicide. Her book chronicles not only their love story, but also the harrowing decisions she made to say yes to John and his desires around how to live. It is truly a love story for the ages. And I am so honored to have all of these Soul Sparks Press authors here with me today.
Amazing. Well, welcome, Chet, Erica, Lindsay, and Claire. And thank you so much, Deepika, for those wonderful introductions. Deepika, I'm going to hand it over to you in just a moment to ask questions, but I would love to hear from Chet, Erica, Lindsay, and Claire. What does leadership mean to you? And let's start with Chet first.
Okay. Well, what leadership means to me. So I keep it quite simple, where leadership isn't a title. I call it almost like a trigger, because when I call it a trigger, it starts when you stop reacting to the noise around you. And when you start reacting, when you stop reacting to the noise around you, should I say, and start taking control of the energy within you. And that's how I would really would sort of sum up what leadership really means to me, and how each person can lead and what you can actually do. And the book pretty much, as Deepika mentioned, explains just that.
Thank you so much, Chet. Would love now for Claire to share.
Hello, everyone. Leadership for me is I've always lived against the grain and outside the box as much as possible. So for me, it's leading from the front, but also stepping into that grandest version of yourself and leading from being that person. So it's knowing what ideas you want to bring to the world that can help other people. What problem can you solve? And leading unapologetically with your own courage and your own convictions.
Wow, so beautiful. What about you, Lindsay?
Yeah, so leadership for me is about embodying who you want your team to be like. And that means embracing your flaws and being really unapologetic about your shortcomings, because I think a lot of leaders feel that in order to be respected, they have to present as this perfectionist and lead from an imposed respect perspective. But I think that when you are relatable and you show up with this idea that, hey, we're all flawed, I'm going to make mistakes, but I'm here for it. I'm here to apologize. I'm here to improve. And I'm here for you to be part of my team. That's when you really lead with the most impact.
Wow. And what about for you, Erica?
Well, I think leadership is, whether it's just about myself or having other people included, it's a way to find a path that fits everybody, to have them want to go the same path that you're going, or to want to find a new path. And it's a path that fits everybody, that is following your ideas, including their ideas as well. But I think the most important thing is that the path feels comfortable to each and every person. It fits their morality and their integrity and their value system, to go in a singular direction.
Thank you so much. And Deepika, what does leadership mean for you?
Leadership is who you are on the inside, right? For me, that's everything. We tell ourselves all these stories about who we are and what we are, but I think ultimately we get to share our true internal story and allow that to be the guiding light, the compass, the light that we're moving towards in our everyday leadership. And the clearer we are on our own story and who we are, the clearer and better able we are to lead truly others around us and lead ourselves through whatever situations we may find ourselves in.
So beautiful. So Deepa, I would love to hand it over to you to ask our next question.
Well, I'm just super excited to have all of you here for this conversation. And, we're going to talk about leadership at work, at money, in different settings, and leading our own health and wellness. But Chet, let's start with you, because the place where most of us learn leadership is at work and in our careers. And we have grown up in this culture of corporate America, or the corporate world, learning a certain way. And in your book, you're like, never mind, that doesn't work. Let's burn those rules. Let's start over. Why do we have to do that in leadership? What makes that so important?
It's a great question, because something that I've basically come across, and I have started sort of reminding myself and also speaking to others about, is that most leaders confuse motion with momentum. And when I say things like that, it's about it's about being, like when people say about being busy, but being busy isn't the same as being effective. Okay. And that's one of the reasons why there's almost like a confusion between what is leadership and what you're supposed to do with it, because you almost feel like sometimes too often, especially in the corporate world, is that, from my personal experiences, that always felt like you were in control of things. So not in control of things. Like there was always something or somebody trying to say something to you. And even if you kind of disagree, you're almost like, you're kind of fearful in terms of, is it going to affect my position? Is it going to affect things happening around sort of in the work environment, or all of these sort of things? But then we kind of end up forgetting about the most important thing here. And we forget about us. Okay? It's like when we sort of scale it all back and actually start thinking, well, hold on a minute. What am I actually listening to? Should I be listening to that, or should I be listening to me first? And that's when you start sort of reprogramming that sort of mentality within yourself. Oh my gosh, things start sort of changing, because it's almost like we always know, like having a scattered puzzle on a table, like a 1,000-piece puzzle, for example, and you're trying to struggle to find all these pieces. That's what corporate work can be like, right? But when you start sort of scaling back a little bit and start thinking, right, you flip this piece. Now this piece fits perfectly with this one. How good does that feel, right? You kind of do that for yourself. So that's basically the way I'm thinking around sort of the questions from there.
I love that, because, and all of us on the panel are corporate refugees, right? We've all moved past that portion in our lives, but I think we're all nodding along with you, because we were taught to be in perpetual motion. And like you said, motion doesn't equal anything. It's just doing for the sake of doing. And I love what you teach in your book about really trying to find different ways to lead from within. And you talk about that through the concept of 5 states of optimization. Maybe give us one state of optimization that you think can be most that people can take away from this call and go implement in their own lives.
So one thing I would say is, well, obviously the 5 states, just quickly going through them, they're that planning, productivity, people, prospect, and performance. But the actual one thing that I would like to share from it all is that with the people state, for example, you want to kind of think about, if you can't manage your own emotion, okay, then don't manage a team. That's basically what I'm trying to say there. Yeah, I think that's one of the most powerful things, especially in this sort of area and what we're talking about at the moment.
I love that. If you can't manage your own emotions, you cannot manage a team. And Chet, your book is filled with all of these kinds of messages that I really think get everybody challenging those old rules and teaching them that all of leadership really starts from within, and it starts with us. I love that. Thanks so much, Chet. Claire, I want to move to you to talk a bit about leadership with money. Chet, of course, just told us kind of the nuggets that we need when we think about it in the context of being in the workplace and being a leader. But when we talk about money mindset, and when we talk about your book, The Billionaire Woman, I mean, it's pretty provocative to think that all of us could step into our billionaire selves. But I think what you're teaching people is it all starts with what we believe about money and ourselves. So what is that one piece of billionaire mindset that we really want to give today to help people move into their billionaire selves?
Just one piece? There's so many. You know what? I'll use a recent example, and I know these people won't mind. I obviously won't name them, but I was in Berlin recently. My husband was speaking at a conference. We have a very business-minded household here, but we also work from home. We homeschool our child, so we're together quite a bit. So we went over to Berlin, and we were having dinner with one of my husband's business partners, and they insisted that they needed this private equity person to be on their team. I said, why do you think you need the private equity person on your team? Oh, well, they're valuing us at 100 million. I said, that's amazing. 100 million is an amazing number. I said, let me ask you a question. Why aren't you valued at $1 billion? And they stopped and they were like, I don't know. Why aren't we bigger? And I said, I don't know. You tell me. Why are you allowing the people who surround you, and this goes in any situation that you find yourself in, why are you allowing yourself? You're the leader of your own life. You're the leader of your own wealth. You're the leader of how you feel about money. I have a beautiful love affair with money. I understand it. I know money wants me. I want it too. We all do. So why are we allowing the people surrounding us, like this private equity person, to put a ceiling on where we could potentially go? So my biggest piece of advice is you're probably not thinking big enough. You can probably go bigger. And if you're not going bigger, it could be because you don't know what you don't know, or you could be scared. Because money can be a very scary thing. And we're taught that it is a scary thing. We were taught to pay off all your debt, pay off your mortgage, especially when we go through like the subprime situation in 2008 and 2009, right? But I say to people constantly, would you rather have zero debt, you're clean, and zero in your portfolio, or $500,000 or $1 million of debt, but $500,000 in your portfolio? Do you see the difference right there? But in surrounding yourself with those right people who can start to give you those ideas, you start to change the way you see things. You start to step into that billionaire version of yourself. Whether or not you actually become a billionaire is also up to you, and whether you can believe it or not.
And I think that's what's so powerful, and what's coming in your book is all about challenging these beliefs, right? Why do we let the people around us limit or dictate what we can become? And it's in every aspect of our life, like you just said, but especially in money. We are taught there are earning limits, or you can't really do multiple things at the same time. Now, in the last 5-7 years, we've really challenged that paradigm as well, right? Learning about things like side hustles and having multiple sources of income and all of that. And I think one of the things you do so beautifully is you really pack a punch and tell people that it's about, one, identifying what your money beliefs are, and two, really pushing yourself to change them. So what are some of the ways, even in your own life, you've pushed yourself to change them for you?
Well, I wasn't always a corporate refugee. Before that, I've done it all. Like I have owned a flower store. I was a professional actor. I worked. My parents had a lawn and garden equipment store. So I have done it all. And at the end of the day, what I really wanted was to make a ton of money. So once I realized that my obsession, my lifelong obsession, was human behavior and money, I thought, okay, interesting. So I started to step into becoming that version of myself, and I started to get to know money a little bit more. I became a trader. I was going to become a hedge fund operator. So that was when I started to get into, or hedge fund owner, I should say. That was when I started to get into that corporate world. And it was then that I started to see the way we're all doing things is not the way that I believe that we can all become super wealthy. So I start to question things. I question things constantly. I feel like it's part of my job in life is to, someone's going to tell me, okay, put all your money in the stock market. It'll make 8 to 10%, whatever percentage it's going to make. I don't want to say it publicly, but whatever it's going to make, and that's really great. And you need that. But I started to question, how can people who wouldn't have the opportunity to become part of the 1% become part of the 1%? Right? It's partly mindset, but it's also partly, you mentioned already when you introduced me, the Clear Art Reserve, right? So I created that so that people could start to get into something that could help them get into the 1%. So for me, it's about challenging what we've all been taught and what we are told we have to believe, because you don't. You can believe that you can make millions of dollars. You can believe you can make whatever you want to make, or you can believe that you need to get rid of your debt, or you can believe that debt is your friend, right? So I think that in starting to understand money and getting around those people that can help you to understand money and starting to look outside the box. That's my
I love
answer.
that I love it. I love because you're challenging everybody's thought process about money. Because I'm sure there's people out there who, like me, are like, do I really want to be part of the 1%? Am I allowed to think that way? And I think you're challenging people to say you can really do whatever you want in money, in life. And it's a really powerful story. And I'm so glad that you'll be sharing it with the world very, very soon. Thanks, Claire. I'm going to move on to Lindsay Mazza. Lindsay Mazza is joining us from Toronto area today, and she is our diversity and inclusion leadership expert. And Lindsay, I mean, like, there have been so many adversities that you personally have faced going through life with the condition that you have, but rising to the top of a law firm, being a partner, and now really being an advocate for people in situations similar than yours, and to help them get out from hiding in plain sight and being who they actually are. You are such an inspiration to so many people out there. But let's talk about inclusion in the workplace. It feels like a bit inclusion is also under attack in this geopolitical world that we're living in these days. But can you remind us a bit about how important it is to create these kinds of inclusive workplaces?
Yes, absolutely. So I think, looking back on my life and my career and building the law firm from the ground up, I've always, because of life circumstance, been an inclusive leader. And when I reflect back on the why and the how, and when I compare myself to colleagues, what I've come to realize is that most leaders believe, and it's by design in our society, that you're placed in this position because of credentials, because of education, because of experience. But the best leaders that I know are the ones that have the most diverse life experience. They're the ones that are constantly hungry for evolution, who are prepared to sit with themselves and view themselves from a perspective of, there's always more that I can do to be a better version of me so that I can be an ally for everyone else. And I think it's really important to understand that every single person has a form of privilege. And that privilege comes from a place of our life experience. We all have different life experiences. So my lens is always going to be of one based on disability and accessibility issues. But that life experience has placed me in a position to have empathy and problem-solving skills that other people don't have. And that's how I always led my team. I always led my team in a way that, was how I would want to be made to feel safe. So that meant, look, I'm not going to know what everybody's adversities are, but I'm certainly going to share with you all the ways that I've struggled, and I'm going to have an open line of communication. And we focus on the silos of the DEI acronym: diversity, inclusion, and equity. And most companies focus on ticking the diversity box, and that is the opposite way to create inclusion. And that's because we're not actually creating a safe space for everyone to thrive. We're simply looking to fill those spots. And then those individuals that we're bringing into our team are not actually supported. So when we focus on equity and we focus on creating a scenario where every single person has the same opportunity to be part of the employment sector, then we are by nature being inclusive, and then diversity flows.
I love that. I think that's really beautiful, because what you're saying is to create the environments you would want to be in. And I think so many of us, as we move through our corporate lives, were environments that did not resonate. That's why so many of us have left. So what is the way that a leader can work to create that kind of safe, inclusive environment that can really allow the workforce, no matter what it looks like or who they are, to really thrive? Is there a place you want those leaders to start to create those environments?
Yeah, I think that, something that always disarmed people when I was in big, meetings is I was never afraid to say, I don't know that answer, but I am here to find out the why and the how. And I really think the biggest problem is that most leaders operate from a really ego-based place. And if there's anybody out there who's immediately saying, I don't have an ego, my friend, you have a big ego, if that's your immediate response, because, it's so important to understand that, it's okay to admit that we don't know. But the minute that somebody raises an issue and your immediate reaction, like Chet was saying, manage your emotions. If your immediate reaction is to be defensive, then you're immediately shutting down the conversation. So you have to be so self-aware. You have to be able to admit that you don't know and be open about the mistakes, because then you're creating an environment where your team feels safe and they can come to you and you're working as a team. You're not just simply shouting orders down the ladder.
I love that. I love the way you just broke down diversity as a part of DEI and not just being the focus. The focus is inclusion, right? That we all get to work together. And the way you just framed that was absolutely perfect. Thank you so much, Lindsay, for sharing those insights. I had a lot of full sparks going off as you were talking, so I appreciate it. I want to move the conversation to Erica and another aspect of our lives that requires so much leadership, and that is how we lead ourselves in our homes and through our own health and journeys. And particularly with you in your beautiful upcoming book, A Promise Kept, you talk about your husband's journey with moving through the end of his life and really having to be a leader right? Not just for yourself, but for your family, about moving everybody through that decision. And tell us more, Erica. Tell us about John first.
John was my dear husband of 41 years who was diagnosed with Alzheimer's in 2020. And, you know, when something like that happens, I mean, I actually had suspicions that there was something wrong with him as far back as 2017, but was not confirmed to 2020. And when you're faced with a situation like that, I felt like I had no choice. You can't panic, but you have to sort of sit down and look at the situation and think about, okay, now what are we going to do and how are we going to handle this? And given the fact that we had been married for 41 years and we always made decisions together, this was going to be a huge change because there's only one way that Alzheimer's goes. And I knew that sooner than later, he was not going to be able to participate in the typical decisions that would be necessary. So I had to take the reins, and I had to do it I felt that I had to do it with compassion and love, and I so wanted to protect his integrity and to protect his ego and never make him feel less of a human being or less of a man. I wanted to be able to let him maintain his dignity throughout the entire process. We were able to figure out he did not want to live through the end of his disease, and it is not legal in the United States for somebody with dementia to participate in assisted suicide. And I found a place in Switzerland to take him where it is legal. So then there were so many decisions once that he and I had decided that's the road we were going to take. There were so many decisions that we had to look at and I had to administer, basically. I mean, things like, who do we tell? Who do we tell what we're going to do? And how do we tell them? And so we started looking at the family and, you know, sort of like concentric circles. You know, first it's your closest children, and then, you know, the adult children, then the grandchildren, then the extended family, and then closer friends, and then the wider circle of friends. And there's all kinds of reasons for managing a situation like this, but as we were talking about earlier about leading, it was necessary to make sure that people understood this decision. It was a radical decision and frightening and scary to everybody, as well as, you know, they were losing a father, a grandfather, an uncle who was so dearly loved. We had to do it with care so that our families and friends would understand and follow along as best they could. One thing that was really important was that I did not want John to have to defend his decision. So getting people to understand why he was doing this was really important so that they would not create a barrier for us to go forward.
I really love this part, Erica, because I think this is the part that's so relatable to so many people out there, is like, you wanted to do what he wished. You took what he wished and you were going to execute on it. And this is no easy feat for someone like you. I mean, he was your husband of 41 years. And I think when we talk about leading ourselves through this time in our life, and you talk about people out there who maybe have parents who are ailing or spouses who are ailing, what is your guidance and advice to them on following through with their wishes? How can they do that?
Well, first of all, and this is something I hope that people take away from the message in the book, is that couples, whether you're married or whether you have a partner, whether you have just close friends or close family, this discussion should be held long before you have to act on it. because if you haven't talked about what are your wishes for the end of your life before the end of your life happens, you're in a traumatic situation and makes it way more difficult. We were fortunate in that both John and I had discussed, well, what would you want to do if you ever got Alzheimer's? What would you want to do if you were in a hospital with and you couldn't breathe anymore? And we were very careful about our medical directives. We talked to each other about it. We put up, what ifs with both. He did it for me and I did it for him. So my recommendation is that you discuss it, and you have to be open to what you don't have to be, but I recommend that you're open to what the other person wants, because John, let me put it this way, John would ask me through the entire time, Erica, are you okay with this? Is this okay with you? And I would, every single time I said to him, John, this is your life. You get to choose what you want to do with your life, not me. This is your choice, and I will support you in any way possible. I will help you, because I so believe that it is each person's choice. It is each person's option to decide how they want to live their life, and how they want to live their life at the very end of their life, as well as in the middle and the beginning of your lives.
But I want to really highlight this, and I think that others can speak on this too, is the courageousness it takes to execute on a decision like this, right? You could have said, no, I'm not doing this. You could have put up a fight. And as you said, you were there to fulfill his wish. It didn't even matter, I think, fully what you desired or wanted. You were being so courageous in the execution of this.
And
I would really love to hear. Yeah, go ahead.
I do know people, we have friends who told us stories later on that, the wife said, if that ever happened to me, this is what I would want to do. And the husband responded and said, well, you better find someone else to do it for you, because I'm not going to do it. So you're right. There are people who won't do it. And they can't do it for perhaps religious reasons or moral reasons, or just because they don't want to do it. And I know people have said that, I was brave or I was strong. And what I think is I loved him. And if you love someone, you know how and when to let go.
I think that's so beautiful. That's so beautiful, Erica. And I think opening it up to the rest of the group here on courageous leadership too. I mean, Erica is showing a beautiful example of courageous leadership. But Lindsay, I mean, look at all the different ways you've had to be so courageous in the work that you've done. What is your advice to people out there when they have to step into leading people in a way that requires so much courage?
Yeah, I think courage is a loaded word, and I think that most people assume that doing courageous things are these like grandiose gestures, but I think that courage really is found in like quiet moments. It's the showing up courageously for yourself, regardless of how difficult the circumstances are, and holding your own hand. And it's those moments that nobody are witness to, which is why it's so important to be talking about these things, because it's through sharing these experiences that other people find the courage to do the same thing.
I love that. That's beautiful. And I think Chet talks about this too, about finding that answer within yourself, giving yourself the space to do that. Chet, what is your tip for everybody out there listening today on finding their courageous moments in leadership and leading with that courage?
So look, some of us, some people, many people out there are still leading by rules that you never agreed to. Things like outdated job titles, old school sort of leadership behaviors, and all these sort of things, personally and professionally, should we say. And this is what I'd call an internal script that say you're not ready yet, and you keep saying these things to yourself. But rather than thinking about those things, just say the simple things. Burn those rules, okay? Because the moment I stopped trying to lead like someone else, I started performing like me. And that's what I want everyone to sort of remember from that perspective.
I love it. And Claire, being courageous even with money choices and money decisions, because we tend to feel so limited by them. What is your guidance to people out there on how to step in, even if it's just a little bit, into a more courageous mindset around money?
I'm going to piggyback off of Chet, actually, and just stepping more into who you truly are, and not who, like, I was told that I had to be a certain way as a financial advisor. And then I had to have the courage to step out of that role and step into a role, because for me, all I ever wanted to do was help people, was to serve people, to understand money, feel really good about it, and make a lot of it. And that was just it. I loved it. I loved the tool. And it was very, very scary for me to step out of that box that they want to stuff you in, like Chet kind of said. But the more I was honest with who I truly am and who I want to be and show up as in this world, honestly, the more things started flowing easily, even though it's still hard. You still have to, like Lindsay said, you have to have courage in those quiet moments. You do, and you still, in order to change anything in the world, those are the things that need to happen.
I love that. And Erica, we've got some great comments and questions coming through in the chat. And one of them that I want to share with you is, and I think it's so related to leadership and to all the different ways that we lead in our life. But there was a question here of whether all the people in the family and the friends were more in support of John's decision, or were they more against it? And I think more broadly too, when you get in there, the question I have is, when you've got all these differing viewpoints, which I think you had a few, you're about to tell us, but when you have all those differing viewpoints, how do you move through it? What do you do?
We were very fortunate. Our family was so supportive, from the grandchildren to the nieces and the nephews and the adult children. I had an amazing amount of support coming from my family. We kept the first decision was, do we tell people that John had Alzheimer's? Well, you can't keep Alzheimer's a secret for very long. And then once people knew he had Alzheimer's, and once took 2 years before we found the idea to go to Switzerland. And once that decision was made, then we had to tell people about that decision. And again, my family was very, very supportive, and John's family, his extended family, was also extremely supportive. He did have some discussions, for example, with his brother, who didn't want him to do it because he didn't want him to die. It's totally understandable. And John was so clear about, if I don't have a brain, I am not a person. If I don't have a brain, I can't give back to the world. And so I don't want to be here. And he finally got people to understand that. And to the end, he was able to articulate that belief system. So, and in more difficult situations, where I saw that there was some antagonism towards John's decision, I did have to step in and say, look, you're talking to a man with a brain disease, and this isn't fair.
Right.
So I had to advocate for him at certain times. But for the most part, we had an amazing amount of support.
I love this, and I just think it's so beautiful. And Alicia, I think you can see how incredible our Soul Sparks Press authors are, and how each of their individual stories are going to create such beautiful soul sparking moments for readers around the world. They are among 51 authors writing with Soul Sparks Press right now, and their stories are absolutely incredible. So thank you so much, Alicia and Los Angeles Tribune, for having this panel as part of LA Leadership Week. It's such an honor.
It's been amazing to have you each on. Someone said it was Annie Boone. She said, I love this. This is the courageous panel. And I totally agree. It's about the courage to burn the rules. It's about the courage to see yourself in a different way, as Claire spoke about. It is about the courage to be selfless in decisions, honoring the wishes of another, knowing that it's not always about what you want. It's about what others around you are looking for, and they're looking to be supported. And I have to say, Erica Bacchus, your book, Promise Kept, is phenomenal. I had the opportunity to read an early version of the manuscript, and not only is it written beautifully, but I think you speak about an important conversation. And so the Los Angeles Tribune Critics Board recognizes you and recognizes the book A Promise Kept as a Los Angeles Tribune critically acclaimed bestseller. For everything that you speak about, that you spoke about today, about courage, about how people make decisions, why, but it's also such a beautifully written book. And, you know, at the Los Angeles Tribune, our bestseller experience is all about books that are culturally relevant, impactful, and of course, written well. And it's a community-based nomination experience. So it is beautiful that your book was actually nominated by someone in the community to be recognized and to be evaluated. And I have to say, we appreciate you all for joining in and participating in Leadership Week. As this segment comes to a close, I would love for each and every one of you to share some of your closing remarks in a minute or less about something that's been on your mind that you haven't had the opportunity to share yet, but you would really love to land with our audience today. We're actually going to start with you, Erica.
Well, I think what I would like to leave people to think about is one thing that I mentioned before, is that you should talk about your life and death decisions with your loved ones early on. And secondly, that there are options, and that you should learn what your options are in your state, in your community, so that you can make a decision based on information that's real. And thirdly, that life and death are connected. We coexist in life and death, and they're not something that are separate. We begin and we end, and it's all works together. That's what I'd like to say.
Thank you so much, Erica. And what about you, Lindsay? I think you've gotten us all to think about how we show up and how we connect from such a different kind of view and vantage point. So would love to hear your closing remarks here in Leadership Week.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, as Deepika explained, hiding in plain sight is this brand and concept that I've really stepped into, because I really truly was hiding in plain sight for most of my life. I wasn't openly talking about my disability because it never seemed to serve me. I was never seen in the way that I needed to be seen. And part of my messaging, especially as a leadership expert, is that all of us, regardless of whether our differences are visible or not, are hiding in some fashion. And it's when you really choose to step into all of yourself and accept all the parts of you is when you truly step into your leadership role and find your purpose. So, my mission is to help everybody turn their light on and to stop hiding. And when we do that, we're able to rally for each other, and through our shared experiences, help expand our knowledge base and, make the world a better place, especially during this social political climate.
Thank you so much, Lindsay. And what about for you, Chet, your closing remarks here?
So I learned more about leadership on a bike ride than I did in 20 years in the tech industry. So you've got to know when to change gears. You've got to know when to pause. And you've got to stop comparing your terrain to someone else's. So that's kind of a message that I want to also, that I actually want to sort of share. But if you want to lead for real, You have to sort of burn the rules that were never built for you. So you've got to get honest about your habits, your state, and your energy, because you can't lead a team if you can't lead yourself, as we've explained before. So my challenge to people who are watching, listening, is either tonight, this week, keep it simple. Check your state, plan with clarity, act with discipline, build people, focus on your efforts, and lead from within, or simply just don't lead at all. That's what I want to send out.
Lead from within or don't lead at all. Definitely a theme that we've seen here today. And even we opened up with John Demartini, and he talked about that intentionality and that clarity. Claire, what about for you? Closing remarks here.
Okay. If you think you don't want to be part of the 1%, that's like this thing we hear about, right? I don't want to be part of the 1%. Why do I need that much money? It's not about having that much money, okay? It's about proper groceries on your table for you and your family. It's about not having to worry where your mortgage or your rent payment is going to come from. It's about a quality of living. Here in Canada, we have to pay for extra naturopathic, Chinese medicine. We have to pay for all of that. I know in the States, you guys have to pay for quite a bit as well. So it's about having the freedom. So if you're sitting in your living room and you're listening to this, or your office, and you're listening to all of these beautiful people speak, not just our panel, but the whole week, and you're thinking to yourself, there's something I don't like about this. I'm TGIF, which is, there's no problem with that for a little bit of a change of routine. There's no problem with TGIF, but you're thinking to yourself, I'm drowning myself in binge watching something. What are you trying to avoid in your life? You see, money and wealth and 1%, that all starts here and in your heart. So if you're thinking to yourself, there's something I don't like about this situation, I'm here to tell you, you have the power to make your life however you want it to be. You have the power to be as wealthy as you want to be. You don't have to be in the 1% if it really doesn't. But see, people say that to me all the time. And I say, really? So you're telling me you wouldn't want $20 million in your bank account? And they're like, no, I'd love that. I'm like, okay, well, so my closing remark is dream as big as possible, and then find the people that can help you to make that dream a reality. Because trust me when I tell you, it's possible.
So beautiful. And Deepika, what a beautiful segment that you moderated here. Would love to go for you for some closing remarks on Leadership Week. And for those of you that don't know, Deepika is also one of the stars of the upcoming film, The Pillars of Power, produced by the Los Angeles Tribune.
Yeah, and I think my closing remark as a leader is everything is totally and completely possible. If you had asked me 7 years ago, when I was going through my journey of everything that I chronicle in Hello Universe, It's Me and my life, and would I be here where I am today 7 years later, I would have thought you all were nuts, that I would have written a book, received 6 awards for the book, let it be a bestseller, have it released in other languages, and be in a movie with the Los Angeles Tribune and former stars from The Secret. I would have been like, what are you people smoking? I don't know. I don't believe it. But everything is possible, because we are meant to be the grandest, greatest vision we have ever seen of ourselves. So if you've ever seen that little dot, that little speck of something that you can become, you are meant to move towards it. You are meant to lead yourself there. You are meant to get there. Everything is possible. And I am right here, proof that it can absolutely, totally, and completely happen for you.
Wow, what beautiful insights. Everything is totally and completely possible. Yes, expect miracles in your life. I want to say thank you to each and every one of you for joining us today as part of LA Tribune Leadership Week. We appreciate you all. And thank you again, Deepika, for such a beautifully moderated segment here. And congratulations again, Erica, on your critically acclaimed bestseller status. Wow, what a powerful segment. I'm going to bring Karen Hall up here, who I know was listening intently in this last segment. What were your thoughts on this last segment, Karen, as we transition and continue with day 7 of Leadership Week?
Yes. Well, Alicia, one of the things that I appreciated so much was how we were talking about leading from within. You know, I totally related to what Chet was saying as an emotional intelligence leadership coach myself. That's what I teach, is about regulating our nervous system so that we can lead, because you can't lead the team until you are regulated, and you have to lead yourself first.
Wow, so beautiful and such a great insights. Well, Karen, I would love to hand it over to you to introduce our next guest.
Well, thank you so much, Alicia. And so we are back with more women from the Los Angeles Tribune Global Women's Journal. And for those of you who are not familiar, our journal is worldwide. We have speakers from every country that are interested. And so I am so excited to bring on some of our women. We've had women yesterday, we had women on last Friday, and all have an amazing message. We are sharing our story in print, and we are also sharing our stories on stage. And so if you are interested in sharing your story, if you will have a passion within you and you want to get your message out to the world, the Los Angeles Tribune wants to hear from you, and we want to help you to share your story. So our next guest is Barbie Ray, and I'm going to add Barbie Ray. And Barbie Ray and I are actually co-hosts on a comedy podcast called Unstoppable AF. Barbie is also an empowerment coach, Empowered with Barbie, and she is a multi-talented, amazing person. She is the CEO of a company where I'll let her tell you more about that. She's the CEO of a couple companies, more than one. And one of the things about Barbie is that she infuses humor into everything that she does. And so, Barbie, welcome to the show today.
Oh, thank you, Karen. That was beautiful. Thank you for having me. And yes, it really helps to infuse humor into everything. I am the Grim Reaper's favorite chew toy. So, when you are constantly in life dealing with death on a daily basis, you have to have humor. And, this is Leadership Week. And one of the things that I teach is how to be funny, relatable, but how to treat your employees like family and still get everything out of your business that you want. So humor infused in day-to-day trauma, life, and drama is a wonderful way to succeed moving forward in business with employees and actually any relationship in your life.
Absolutely. One of the things that Barbie and I both teach as coaches is the power of humor to help with resilience. And a lot of times when we're trying to build resilience in ourselves and in our team, when we can use humor, we can reframe the whole situation to where we can laugh about it. And what does that help us do? That helps us to regulate our nervous system. How many times have you been totally stressed, but then a funny thought came into your mind, or somehow you saw something humorous about the situation and you start laughing and it calms you. And that is a very powerful tool that you can use. And then to be able to use that in relationships as well. I don't know about you, but many times when things are escalating and getting tense in a relationship, humor can diffuse that tension as well. So Barbie, you talked about treating your employees like family. Could you tell us a story about how you have treated your employees like family? Because I know you do that on a daily basis. You have a lot of stories about that. But if you could tell us a little bit more about your family relationships with your employees.
Well, I mean, just last, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, whenever Easter was, my life is one long day. But for Easter, we did Easter baskets for all our employees. Now, I own a collision repair business, so these are technicians that are not used to getting Easter baskets of any kind. But what's fun is that when you do special things like that, everybody remembers. And let me segment into something that really resonates with leaders everywhere. If you own a business, whether you're a small business or whether you have 100 employees, on a regular basis that things happen. They just do. So you have a team that suddenly has to come up with something for a marketing plan, or they're behind in their revenue. There's always something. What I've found is that for every employee you have, if you can create those moments of resilience instead of fear, if you can turn team meetings from having to fix into how do we empower ourselves to overcome these objections? How can we use this as a funny reason for what happened, but still be effective leaders and take the company out of this problem? There's more creativity in an environment of humor than there is in an environment of fear.
Amen. Okay, what a mic drop right there. I don't know about you, but that is one of the amazing powers of humor, because when you become more regulated and you become more grounded, your brain opens up and you think of options. You are more creative. When you have fear, your brain closes down and you can't think of as many options. So thank you for bringing that up, Barbie, because that is a powerful reason why humor is so beneficial.
And it even for yourself, it doesn't matter if you're a solopreneur or, again, if you have thousands of employees. If you incorporate humor as part of the culture of what you do, you will find a more creative environment, a more productive environment. And even for yourself, if you wake up and you stub your toe and you start swearing or fussing or being miserable and cranky, like this always happens, and you find yourself in a negative spiral, you have accomplished nothing. Remind yourself that if you start laughing, like, I can't believe I did that. I managed to get out of bed for all these years without breaking a toe. Trust me, you will have a much better day. Start everything off with a laugh. Every foible, every mistake, everything. And sometimes it takes time. I'm not saying that you can just magically become Kevin Hart today and everything is just so hilarious. But what I am saying is reframe the way you look at a situation. Reframe everything and give yourself the opportunity to not go to the dark side. You know, we don't need to be Darth Vader here. Go to the light, find humor, find funny, and emanate that to the people around you. You will find a more open, comfortable, creative environment in everything you do. And that's on a personal level, and that's on a professional level.
Absolutely.
I believe that true leaders truly find the resilience, the humor, the compassion, the heart in every moment so that they can lead with purpose.
Right. And I think that is so interesting. We talk about leading with the heart. Well, what does that really mean? Well, if you are leading with the heart, first of all, you are in tune with your own emotions. You are aware. And when you have that emotional awareness, then you are able to move forward. If you're not even aware that you have anxiety and you're not aware of what's triggering you, then it's very difficult to regulate your own emotions. But when you start with awareness and then you are able to implement the tools with emotional intelligence, then you can lead with heart. And so, Barbie, I want to talk a little bit more about your past experience, because I'm sure you have really piqued a lot of people's curiosity about why you are the Grim Reaper's favorite tutor. So if you could tell us about what that means in your life.
Oh, sure. Well, let's see. I found this planet by having the umbilical cord wrapped around my neck. So my life literally started in a tug of war between an obstetrician and the Grim Reaper. That was my introduction to planet Earth.
Yeah.
And since then, I've been struck by lightning, attacked by a swarm of bees where I learned I was allergic. I participated in numerous car accidents. I was told that I should have died from monoxide poisoning when there was a leak in the water heater that filled the entire house, and we all thought we had the flu. I fell down a flight of stairs. I was paralyzed and no one would operate. So the medications they put me on, I was so ill. And quite frankly, when you're in pain and they put you in charge of the medications, on the days my hands worked, because I was quadriplegic on many days, but on the days that my hands worked, I took more opioids than people have died from. And the only thing we can figure is the reason I'm still here, because I was taking giant chunks of things like, I don't know, muscle relaxers, Valium, and name a pain reliever, Vicodin. We'll just say that. I was taking those every 20 minutes thinking 6 hours had elapsed because don't put someone who's suffering as the timekeeper on an event like that. It's just not a good plan for anyone. But I didn't die because most likely I could never slip into the coma. That's all we can figure, because the pain never wavered. It didn't matter how much pills I took. So I was like that for almost a year and a half before I finally had a surgeon who operated. And then I had to enjoy the long, arduous task of drug withdrawal and opioid withdrawal and all of that fun stuff.
Okay, so I want to stop you for a second right there. Okay, so for anybody that's having a bad day out there or a bad week, just to imagine a bad year and a half, of having, an opioid addiction, that's serious. And a lot of
and the physical pain there is no pain scale. On a 1 to 10, I was in the 40s, 50s, 60s. There was never relief from that, ever.
Exactly. And so not only the pain, but to be a paraplegic on most days, to not be able to move yourself with your own volition.
Frozen from here down.
Right.
On many days.
Yeah. And so the things that you were talking about, we often have, experiences where our physical health is challenged, or someone that we love often is going through something like that. Or we might have an addiction, or someone we love is having an addiction. But for you to have all of that, to have the mental, the emotional pain, and yet when you dealt with that, Barbie, you used humor. And so tell us about how you got through those days with humor.
Well, on a good chunk of those days, I had to do everything by myself, because everyone around me worked. But when I was completely paralyzed, I would make jokes to myself. I would say, well, here you are, vegetable. And I would make things funny in my head because I wanted to believe that there was an answer, that somewhere out there was going to be a surgeon who was willing to tackle my, I had a spike that lodged in the sciatic nerve, and the sciatic nerve bent in a cup around. So the pain just was unimaginable, but the spike would move slightly, and that would determine what I could use or what I couldn't. So
and you mentioned about going down the stairs, about flying down the stairs. Could you tell us about that perspective that you had humor about, even the accident itself?
So I had a puppy, and the Chewy that the puppy had was the exact same color as the carpeting that I had. So I was wearing a pair of boots, and the boot heel caught the Chewy, and I went airborne and I went flying. And, later we would make jokes. Well, gee, you can fly, but you suck at the landings. I always wanted to fly.
Don't you love that? Boy, you can fly, but the landing, you suck at landing.
I can't land.
And another thing, when you got struck by lightning, can you tell us about how you reframed that into a humorous moment?
Well, yeah. So, I always joke that, the mighty Thor had me in his sights. Oh, hey, not because he wanted to take me to dinner or because that gorgeous blonde hair and blue eyes wanted to spend time with me. No, he just thought it'd be hilarious if he shot a bolt of lightning through the water while I was showering. And so there was no dinner date. I just was taken via ambulance to the emergency room. And I don't remember any of it, actually. I lived with my parents at the time, and my mom, she told me I went by ambulance. I remember nothing except waking up in the emergency room, and I was so white, they thought I was wearing white nylons. And when the nurse went to grab my white nylons to show me what she was saying, she kept saying, take off your white nylons. Now, when you're hit by lightning, at least me, time is a whole different ballgame. I had no clue what time was. People are talking to me, and it was like, so when she kept repeating the same thing over and over, but then she grabbed my white nylons, and when she realized it was my legs, she went running out of there so embarrassed. And I think the comedy of that moment, to this day, I guarantee you, she still tells that at Christmas. There was someone in my room that was so white, I thought they were wearing white nylons. And that comedy moment for me was the only only part of any of it I remember. And I was just lucky that the doctor stumbled in after the nurse to tell me that I was going to be okay. I probably wouldn't remember that either.
I just think it's so incredible that Barbie can keep laughing about all of this. And, I often call her Lucille Ball because she really is that funny. And when you think about taking a shower, you think you're safe, right? You think you're going to be hit by lightning when you're out, in a rainstorm or something on a bare field, but, or next to some, tall object or something. But no, Barbie gets struck by lightning in her shower, in her house. It comes down through the water pipe. You just don't, you can't make that stuff up. And yet Barbie leads with humor. And so, Barbie, this is amazing. I'm going to bring up our next guest because we have all got to join the fun. And so we've got Dr. Anna Thomas. She is another one of our authors with the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal, and she is the CEO of Life Care Leadership. And she just recently gave a TEDx talk. And so I can't wait to have her share that with us too. We also have Alex Terry, and Alex is the CEO of Conscious Leadership. And she just recently published another book, and she is the founder of Limitless Mind Foundation. Alex has amazing conscious leadership. That is one of her expertise, is conscious leadership. And when you hear Alex speak, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. And so, Alex, we're going to start with you. And I wanted to welcome you with us today.
Thank you so much for having me, and I love the conversations. I'm so amazed by so many amazing people and leaders here. So thank you so much for bringing all people.
Well, thank you. Alex also has a podcast called Conscious Leadership, and doing amazing. And she's in Australia. And so, Alex, I would like to talk to you about conscious leadership. What does that even mean? For those of us out there who are so excited to learn about leadership, what is conscious leadership?
Thank you so much, Karen. I don't think actually people ask. I think they just come to my podcast and they never really talk about conscious leadership. So I'm so grateful for that. So look, for me, simple way, it is awareness of ourselves, how we impact people with our behavior, with our energy, with our emotions. So it's almost like, hey, check in with yourself every day, who you are right now at this moment.
Absolutely. That being conscious instead of reacting or acting without awareness. That conscious part is being aware. And that is a huge element in emotional intelligence. And you have incredible emotional intelligence. I love that about you.
And I think that's the hardest part, right? To start with awareness. When we already know there is something that we need to focus or change, I think that's already a big step that we made in our life. So it's a big start.
Right, absolutely. And Dr. Anna Thomas, could you tell us about Life Care Leadership?
Absolutely. And thank you so much for having me here today. And Alex, I really love what you were just talking about, conscious leadership. So I'm the founder of Life Care Leadership. And through Life Care Leadership, I help working women who are working and they're also caring for a loved one at home, someone who's living with dementia or another type of chronic illness. So I'm helping them find that balance between work and life and care.
Okay. How many of us put a 1 in the chat if you are trying to balance work and life and care? One of the things that is so common is being part of the sandwich generation, whereas most caregivers are women. And so we may be caring for a loved one who is older, maybe a parent, and we may also be caring for children in the home or even adult children. And so this is a role that many, many women play. And so we're going to come back to you on that, Dr. Anna, because you have a lot to offer. Now, interestingly enough, when Barbie and I first started talking, she was doing leadership in the role of a caregiver because she had been dealing with family members that needed care. And then she was the patient who needed care. So she had insights from both sides. So Barbie, could you weigh in on that as well?
Oh, absolutely. So I have been on both sides of the caregiving spectrum. I have my son has a lot of chronic illness. He's actually allergic to water. He's one of the few people that is. And I didn't even think that was possible. And it took us a long time to figure out that's what the heck was going on. And it was part of an underlying autoimmune disorder. I also have a brother that I took through over 20 surgeries and took care of him. I've also taken care, my mother is visually impaired, and I also have several friends that I have been the caregiver during some pretty brutal surgeries. And then, of course, myself, and I was crippled for a year and a half. So it truly is both sides of the caregiving spectrum. The one thing that I've noticed most of all, especially working with clients who are caregivers, is that they don't usually get the kind of help that they need. They usually suffer in silence, because what happens is the patient gets all the attention, which of course they need to get the attention, but the caregiver kind of falls into this wayside where all the stress and the work and everything that they're doing is wearing them down, but they don't feel the accolades. And often the patient isn't nice. The patient is sick or lashing out, and there's really nobody caring for the caregiver. And so it becomes a very vicious cycle. And so if you're trying to juggle a career and be a leader, or even just get a paycheck, it can become a very damaging experience of sadness, because you feel isolated, picked on, and often ignored when you're doing the bulk of the work.
Oh, amen. I don't know about how many of you have been caregivers, but statistically, the caregiver often dies before the patient.
That is correct. Yes.
Because they are so drained and so exhausted, and they are not getting the care that they need for themselves. They are giving, and oftentimes their health is neglected. So I'm going to come back to you, Dr. Anna, because we've talked a little bit with Barbie about what brought her to where she is today. Mm-hmm. What brought you to be interested in life care leadership?
Absolutely. So like everyone here who's ever been a caregiver, it's that one incident. And for me, it was in 2020, beginning of the COVID pandemic. I'm at work one day, dealing with the pandemic, dealing with work, and all of a sudden I get all these phone calls. Just my phone is blowing up. My dad's calling, my brother's calling, and it's my mom. She's in the hospital. She's sick. We didn't know what was going on. And it was during a time when no one could get into the hospital to see her. And she wasn't able to let us know what was happening because of what her condition was at that time. And the next few weeks and months, just trying to juggle everything. It was one of the most overwhelming periods of time in my life. As a physician, I've sat on the other side. Like, I've been the one to give out advice. And one of the things I've realized is that if the caregiver, and this connects to what you said, Barbie, if the caregiver isn't supported, if they don't have the information, the resources, the tools that they need, it doesn't matter what I prescribe. Yeah. Without supporting the caregiver, especially when you're caring for someone who's living with some sort of cognitive illness, dementia, or a complicated medical illness, if you don't involve the caregiver in the process, if they're not getting the right support, nothing is going to happen. They're not going to get the care that they need. And to your point, caregivers feel like they are givers of care. They give and they give and they give, and they're so depleted. But what I'm hoping that everyone who's listening, if you are a caregiver, the message I hope that you take away is that you are not just a caregiver, you are a leader. You're a leader of care. So please remember that.
Okay, isn't that amazing? You're not just a caregiver, you are a leader of care. And so many times, being in the medical profession myself as a dietitian, so many times when people are going through the trauma, they just found out they have heart disease and they're supposed to follow this, heart-friendly diet, or kidney disease, and they're like, oh my gosh, I can't think of anything to eat anymore. And they can't think with that trauma that they're going through. And they go to the doctor and they can't hear. The doctor tells them what to do and they can't remember anything. And that's why they always say, bring a loved one with you, because the person who is regulated can actually hear what is happening. And that's why it's so important that the caregiver is there with the patient in those kind of settings. So, and I'm sure you saw that, Dr. Anna, as a physician. So thank you for bringing that up. All right, Alex, tell us, What has brought you to the point where you have the focus on conscious leadership in your business?
Thank you so much. And I love your stories, ladies. I just see the power within you. And I think that's what I was missing 8 years ago when I was struggling with ectopic pregnancy and miscarriages and IVFs, and realized after a few years that I can't have kids ever. So I guess different type of trauma, but we all deal with traumas different way. And I realized that I was looking at my husband and I didn't actually notice him for probably 3 years, how he's changing. And one day I woke up and I realized that he's depressed, he's not happy, he's overweight. And when I compare, when we started be together, he was a professional athlete, so totally different, right? Like there are two different men standing in front of me. And I'm thinking, what am I doing here? I'm just telling him, you need to more laugh, you need to be more fun. Because I was missing humor, and you need to do something. And I was pushing him to, let's do more, let's try to figure it out. But I didn't realize it was me. And that was just one moment when I saw it. I was like, wow, I want him to change. But who am I? And in that moment, I just had such a massive reflection. It was like someone put a big mirror in front of me. And I feel like crying because it's always like, wow, I was that person. I was depressed. I was sad. I was exhausted. I didn't deal with trauma. I just hated everything and everyone. And before I loved people. And I love people now, so I'm back. But I was this person that really hated everything. And I was really bitter and angry. So I think that was the mirror when I realized that is everything about us. Everything what we see around us in environment, in external world, is actually coming from within. And I said, if I don't change, he's never going to change. And yeah, I took us on a journey of 4 months of clean diet. And I was like, I'm going to change. I'm going to do something. And I didn't tell him to come along, but he did. And he lost 16 kilos and he went back to gym. He was really happy. And I was like, wow, okay, so we have power. We all have power. And it's inside of us. And you all powerful women, you know that because you already went through a lot as well. So I always said that understanding that there is awareness, who we are, what is our energy, what is our emotion, what we bring every day to the world, how we interact, how we communicate. And that is what is changing the world. So
that is so good. And you brought up such an important element that many times when we are a leader, we want other people to change. We're like, we know what they need to do, right? If they would only do this and the other thing. And you felt that way even about your husband. He used to be an athlete and now look at him, Mr. Couch Potato or whatever, And so, but what did you do? You said, what can I control? I can go to the gym. And if he wants to come along, he can. And he did. You led by example, Alex. And that is one of the most powerful forms of leadership, is when we take control of ourselves and lead ourselves. And then we influence others. And a lot of times people get confused with leadership. They think, oh, well, you need to have the title. You need to have the authority. You need to have the loudest voice. You need to have the biggest, visibility. But it's really about having the greatest influence. And you showed that in that story. That was a perfect example.
Yeah.
So I want to ask, and I'm going to go back to you, Alex. I want to ask if you could tell us a story about how you led, besides this one that you just gave us. If you could tell us another story about you leading and how you were able to lead others.
That's a big question. To find a small story will be probably a little fun. But I think when I'm going back to my first business, I didn't actually have any idea about leadership. And it was very natural how I was leading my business. And because I was a different person, I was open, I was, I loved and I was having fun and I was curious. And I think when we are young, it's so much easier, right? Because we are not operating from fear and doubts. We just there and we want to, get everything and fulfill our dreams. And I realized how easy that was when I was operating from right brain, from my heart and with passion, because everyone was following basically was working with me. Everybody was there. It was my family, my cousins, my mom. I was working with everybody in my family, and there was no problem. There was no issue. That was just such a beautiful time of my life when we co-created, and it was beautiful business. And then after trauma, I realized that, there was this leading from self-doubt, because I felt like imposter, because I can't, have child, like that's the major thing that I should do as a woman. So the small things, creep in, and there was a lot of different things, like there was burglaries, and it was like the year or two of bad things happening, right? And I was like, wow. So I developed all the fears and doubts and probably all different sorts of ugly energy and emotions, like jealousy, like all these things that came, and I was like, wow, that's not me. But leading from that space was so hard. Like nobody was listening to me. Nobody wanted to work with me. Everyone who I hired it was wrong. It was bad decision. It was almost like everything that I was doing was really impacted from my internal world, who I am, right? So the communication was different probably. So that was when I started to change, and I realized how amazing it is now to be with people. It's not even lead, but meet people every day. They're so aligned with your values, with your vision. I have people joining me and saying, I want to work with you for free. I don't want money. I will just give you my time. I said, no. I don't want you to work for free. But it's just that passion. I think when it comes and you're a true leader of something, because you're going somewhere, so you have the clarity around vision, and you know what your values are, and you actually are truly aligned, and you express them in day to day, you really demonstrate them. That's when everything shifts. And it's so beautiful, because every meeting, every person I meet, we just cry from love we feel at the meetings, and that never happened before. So I feel like, there is a little bit of leadership journey in everyone. So when we are okay, when we are passionate and happy, it's easier, right? People want to join us, so we attract the energy. When we are going through hard time, it's really hard, because that's when the magic happens, and we need to put this good side of us, but it's almost not possible. So we need to first help ourselves and then help others. So I feel like that's probably wrap up of the leadership journey.
And that's so true. We forget that first we have to work on ourselves, and then we can help others. And I wanted to, for those of you, who might just be listening, Gail Larson just said, when it comes to leadership, are there really any small stories? And so, Alex, your story was not a small story. And she said, small stories have huge impact. And for you to recognize that and to change yourself first, then you were able to influence others again. So perfect example. All right, Dr. Anna, tell us a story about you as a leader.
Thank you. And my story is going to relate a lot to what Alex, you were sharing, and also what Karen, what you said earlier, that leadership starts with leading yourself first. So I shared about what happened to my family in 2020, with the COVID, the pandemic, my daughter, her daycare closed, my mom got sick, all of those things happening at the same time, and, being so overwhelmed with everything. And one of the things that I learned was that I can't lead any situation, whether it's my family, my work, I can't lead any of those things until I learn how to lead myself well. That means, taking care of yourself, getting enough sleep, getting enough rest and hydration. And that's really one of the things that I teach. So I'm an author. I have a book, Dementia Care Confidence. And also in my article in the Women's Journal, I talk about this as step one. If you're a caregiver, if you're a care leader, you start with leading yourself first. Only then can you lead anyone else or anything else. And that's a message that I hope everyone is here and listening to.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And thank you for your story that you share in the Women's Journal. I encourage all of you to go and read that, because each of them have a story in the Women's Journal, and you're going to love hearing their stories. How about you, Barbie? Can you tell us a story about leadership besides the ones you've already shared?
Sure. Well, first, I want to say that I agree with Alex and Anna, because, if you're on a plane, they tell you put your mask on first before you put an air mask on a child. And that is because as a leader, you really do have to have that in yourself. You have to take care of yourself. You have to know that you have that power within yourself, and that will calm those around you. That will control a situation, even if it's a plane not flying the way you want it to. everything about you can control the situation of what's happening. You may not be able to control the plane, going off kilter, but you sure can control how you react to that. Leaders calm those around them. And it truly does, Alex and Anna. It starts by calming yourself and taking care of yourself first.
Right. And that's a very powerful concept, because when we calm ourselves, we actually activate the mirror neurons in those around us. And so I don't know how many of you have gone into a room where somebody is tense and you start to feel tense because they're tense. That's because of the way that our mirror neurons are being activated. And I love neuroscience because it helped me to understand why it was so powerful to be able to calm myself first, because then I activated their mirror neurons to calm themselves. That's called co-regulation. And so as a leader, when you can calm yourself first, you have much more power to lead and to calm your team so that they have greater resilience, so everyone can access their prefrontal cortex and grounded and have that conscious leadership within themselves and as a team. Just like Alex was saying, we can't be conscious when we are in a trauma response. So first we have to calm ourselves, and then we are able to calm those around us. So as a leader, we do have to work on ourselves first, and that starts with awareness. Well, ladies, this has been an amazing conversation. I have loved having each of you on today. Everybody, make sure that you check out the Los Angeles Tribune Women's Journal and read our upcoming issue, where you will hear Barbie Ray's story and Alex Terry and Dr. Anna Thomas's story. So thank you for being with us. It was a joy to be with you ladies today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This was wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you.
Thank
my
you so
goodness,
much, Karen. That was absolutely incredible. And thank you to all the leaders that have joined us up until this point. And Karen, I'm so excited to spend a little bit of time with you here as well, and congratulate you on the incredible work that you've done with the Women's Journal. Many people attended our sold out event in Los Angeles in partnership with Barnes & Nobles recently regarding the Women's Journal and the impact that you're making. And I want to take a second to highlight the work that you're doing as we roll in. We're going to be joined in a few minutes here by one of the biggest names in the field of leadership in the world today. And if you're just tuning in now, I want to thank all of the speakers that have joined us on our mission to redefine journalism and redefine education. Gene Simmons was with us a couple days ago, and he shared some incredible insights earlier today. The former CEO of Blockbuster was with us, Jim Keyes, and what a great friend he is, and what a great partner he is in our mission to make the world a better place through the power of education. And Karen, before Michael Silvers joins us here to help lead the way, I'm curious, what are some takeaways that you've had so far as we're in the tail end of our LA Leadership Week?
Well, first of all, Mo, I have to thank you, because you have the vision to provide uplifting media and to flip the script so that we have, and traditionally we have a lot of negative media, when it bleeds, it leads, but you flip that on its head. And so you give us permission to have events like this where we talk about uplifting and conscious leadership. And because of your empathy and your emotional intelligence, you also are in tune with others. And I just appreciate that so much. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to lead at the Los Angeles Tribune. And I appreciate Michael Silvers and Mary Glorfield for their leadership with the Women's Journal. It's an amazing opportunity, and to bring so many leaders together for 8 days last year and this year is a phenomenal feat. And I just want to commend Alicia and Ava, Parisa, Jeff, all of the people, Donna and Jason, who are hosting and leading at the Los Angeles Tribune. It's a fabulous leadership team that you have.
Absolutely. And you're clearly one of the major forces here in the work that we do to make the world a better place through the power of media. And we can't do it without you, and can't do it without all the incredible individuals behind the scenes, literally from around the world. Literally, we have a team that's an international team. But going back, Karen, to really the point of why we do what we do, that's to make the world a better place through the power of media. And I know Michael Silvers is going to join us in a couple of years, and then we'll be joined by Dean Graziosi, who's literally one of the biggest voices in the world today when it comes to self-empowerment leadership and helping people with education in terms of business leadership and leadership for life, leadership for business. And he'll be joining us in a couple of minutes. And it's really an honor and a privilege, the fact that we actually have him with us. He's really one of the biggest forces in the world. And so he'll be joining us momentarily live. I want to bring up Michael Silvers here as well. Michael, we're going to have Dean join us in just a few minutes here. But before we do that, I want to check in with you and see what are some things that you have taken away. I know you've been wearing a couple different hats, both helping host, produce, and also as a attendee. What's a key takeaway you've had so far as we're 7 days into our leadership week?
You know, and by the way, I wanted to just say too, Karen, since meeting you and working with you, you've been, for the Los Angeles Tribune and the mission here, not only a partner on it all, but just a leader. You've brought laughter to us, which I just love. And you're just there to always be of service. You're always like, how can I help? What can I do? And those are the kind of people we should always surround ourselves with. So Karen, you rock. You're awesome. You know, for me, it was part of what Gene Simmons was talking about, diversification. When he talked about diversification and even looking at what he did from a school teacher to meeting Paul Stanley to KISS, but he looks at everything as a spider. It's like everything spiders out. And I think for me, it's always that reminder of how are you diversified? How are you really looking at, it's your life, it's your children, it's everything around you. That was a huge takeaway, because then he dropped the nugget, which he said, KISS has 5,000 patents. So not only did they diversify, but they have this whole other side, which I knew they had some. I didn't know they had that many. That was a huge learning for me, just huge.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, in about 3 or 4 minutes, we're going to be joined by Dean Graziosi. And Dean is such a huge, huge name internationally. I mean, this man is so busy. And one thing that I want to take a minute or so to point out is whether it's Mark Zuckerberg's father, Dr. Edward Zuckerberg, who joined us, that's a busy man. But he knows the value of programs such as this to help inspire and uplift the world. So we want to take a second to thank Dr. Edward Zuckerberg, who's been a partner with regard to being one of the voices here that we've had at LA Leadership Week. I want to thank Jim Quick, who's also joined us through his busy schedule to be a contributor here at the LA Leadership Week. I want to thank Gene Simmons, who literally was on tour, but found the time to make sure that he's contributing to this conversation, because whether you're Dr. Edward Zuckerberg, Jim Quick, Gene Simmons, Jim Keyes, former CEO of Blockbuster, or one of the hundreds of other incredible contributors we've had to this week-long conversation, you understand the value of education and understand the value of leadership education, a subject matter that does not get the attention and time that it deserves. There's so many programs out there for so many different things with regard to education, but not enough on leadership. And I think that the world today needs integrity-driven leadership. And we here at the Los Angeles Tribune are not only changing the way that media companies and newspaper brands are perceived by society, but we're actively making a difference. And so I'm going to welcome Dean Graziosi here again in about a minute. Dean, just give us a thumbs up in the green room when you're ready to roll. And again, Michael, I am just amazed that we have such a giant, such a force here with us. And with that, we're not going to waste any more time. I'm going to thank you, Karen. We're going to bring you back later again. Karen Hall, one of the leaders here. And Michael, how excited are you to spend some time with Dean Graziosi? This man I've admired for years, by the way.
Yeah, you know, and being a little bit older than everybody with some gray hairs, I remember this man on TV in the evenings when I couldn't
got to tell
sleep,
you, I was going to say, Michael, I mean, this man has done a great job reinventing himself, and just upward mobility is the thing I think about with Dean Graziosi and his career. But I've never had an interest in real estate. I've never cared to get into real estate. Dean Graziosi made me fall in love with the real estate book. I mean, you would watch almost 20 years ago. Let's actually welcome Dean. Dean, welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership.
Hey guys.
Thanks for the kind words. And Michael, yeah, we're dating ourselves. You know, it was pre-internet. It was pre-internet.
Well, I mean, we're going to get into a real powerful, serious conversation. But just to finish my thought, Dean, I mean, I would watch you maybe 20 years ago and I would think, I don't know why, but I need that book. I mean, I don't know why, but
thanks,
that book is, yeah. So you're certainly a very, I mean, you were an influencer before people even knew what influencer was, right? The term
thank you for that. And it's pretty addicting, you know. I have to say, watching you guys and what you've decided to do as an organization. I mean it. It's why this is the busiest week of my year is this week, because we're doing a big old event next week, me and Tony Robbins. But I said yes because the world needs more of this. I'm not going to get into politics, but I believe more of us, all of us, have more in common than we don't. And give people the opportunity to come together and see that we all want to be better leaders in our lives, with our business, with our family, with our friends. We want to be the best version of ourselves. We want our kids to live a better life than us. We want to live into the man or woman we're meant to be, not settling to be. I think most of us, wouldn't you agree if you're watching right now, say yes if we have all those things in common. You're here because you know you're meant for more and you want to gain some skills and capabilities to live into that. I just think the more people do what you guys are doing, to bring everybody together, how can we not shift this world? Maybe I'm just overly optimistic, but I think the world has led to being so pessimistic that I think we can all be. I think we can be brave enough to be optimistic. I think we can help shift the world. So I just want to give kudos to you guys for doing this.
Thank you, Dean. And what you just shared is exactly the motivation for why we do what we do at the LA Tribune as an independent media company with multiple different verticals. Everything we do is about empowerment and making the world a better place, not just following if it bleeds, it leads, not feeding into the division and the negativity, but to highlight leaders such as yourself that have dedicated their lives to leadership education, making the world a better place and empowering people. And so we want to kick it off by just starting with the fundamental question, Dean, and take it whatever direction you'd like, obviously. What does leadership mean to you? How do you define true, authentic leadership? Dean Graziosi.
Well, I'll start with this. There's a lot of answers. You know, I've been blessed. I didn't go to college. Right out of school, I just didn't think that I was meant for college, and I started a firewood cutting business. And then I went into an auto sales and collision shop and started buying apartments. I've never worked for anybody in my life. I've been partners with amazing people, but I've never actually worked for anyone. But when I look back, leadership is easy to describe as being a leader and people follow you and you're being good at project management and all those types of things. But at this phase of my life, at 56 years old, and I'm responsible for hundreds of employees, but I want to be a great leader to my family. I want to be a great leader to my friends. I want to help lead our family into another world. And being a leader doesn't mean you're overpowering someone. Here's what I believe. I think being a leader has a couple ingredients. One, it's the ability to shine so bright in such a good way that you inspire people to follow, right? Rather than a boss is different than a leader. You've seen those memes forever, right? A boss tells you follow me. A leader you want to follow. And usually, who do you want to follow? Don't you usually want to follow the person that inspires you, the person that leads by example? You know, I think true leadership comes down to the human condition. I would bet to say in my 30s, if you asked me, I'd want a leader that gets things done, that's good at project management. At this phase of my life with multiple companies and been blessed to do way more than I ever thought possible, my best leaders understand humans. They understand the human condition, right? It's like being a teacher. You might have multiple different students. You inspire different people in different ways, right? And I think that's how leadership truly grows. And I haven't shared this before, and not a lot. But I think leadership really boils down to, and I hope this comes out right because I haven't practiced this, and I don't have fancy slides here for you today. I'm just speaking from my heart. When people say, what are your values? And that can lead to what is the culture of your life or your company, but what are your values? At this phase, here's what I'm going to give you my simple analogy. And maybe this is maybe it's too simple for you, but for me, our values, I believe, are who we are when no one is watching. Think about that. Jeffrey, thank you. I see Debbie and Dora and Karen and Sarah and Tap Fitness. I see everybody here today. But think about that. Values really are when you know when no one's watching. You could pretend to be somebody at work, pretend to be somebody as the leader, pretend to be somebody at church, pretend to be somebody if they ask you about politics, pretend, or just be different versions. But really who we are is when there's no camera on us, nobody's watching, and the decisions we make. Maybe it took me a long time to realize that. But at this phase of my life, I would love, and I can't always say this to be true, and I'm going to get past the leadership, and I got some fun things I want to share with you today. I came with some things that took me decades of being self-employed that I learned, or decades of trying to be self-employed and being a good dad and a good husband and good friend and good leader. I got 10 things that I think 10 things I know have shifted my life in a huge way, and I wish I would have known them sooner. And that's what I want to share with you all today. I think the little things are the big things, and these are the little things that have compounded my life. And I hope you leave here today and go, that was worth it. So that's my goal today. But we got on this leadership thing, went down the road of values. Values are really who we are when no one's watching. And I don't know, in my 20s, 30s, and 40s, I might have pretended that I understood my values, but I didn't. But I'll tell you the one that got me. I feel blessed to say that I'm madly in love with my wife. Not an Instagram marriage, but she's my best friend. I love her dearly. I get to be partners with my dear friend, Tony Robbins. I have an amazing team. I love being a dad of 4. And what I thought about, and there was a phase, and I don't know when this exact was. Maybe sometimes you got to go through something to see something. But I remember thinking, this is not the man I used to be, but the man I want to become is that if my wife hired a private investigator to film me for a week, and went through every text and every direct message and everything on my phone, and that private detective reported to my wife after she watched the video and got the report, she'd love me more. And I started thinking, what if my kids had the ability to watch it? How would they feel? How would my partner, Tony Robbins, and my team members feel if they did the same? And I have to tell you, it keeps me in this straight place of this is the man I want to be. I want to be congruent. So one of the byproducts that you might not hear anybody else, this is just me personally, I'm just giving you my experience. I want to be a congruent man. Catch me on video, catch me on the weekend, catch me at the mall, catch me on film. I want somebody to just say, that's who he is. And I believe that's where true culture comes from. That's where true values come. Not talking out of the side of your mouth. We all know the politicians that say one thing and do something else. We know we know all the crap. But isn't it there's few people that you go, that's who they are? And wouldn't you respect somebody even if you didn't agree with them, but they were just the same person all the time? Anyway, I digressed a little. That's my personal experience, my personal belief in that area.
Yeah. Dean, I'm going to jump in. Michael Silvers. I'm vice president of the Tribune. And first of all, Mary Glorfield says hello. She's been like a partner, business partner. It's been 14 years now. She's changed my life. And you know her. She has changed my life. But what you just said meant so much to me before you just jump into what you're going to, because I have grandkids too, and I have children. And I think it's what we're leaving them. I'm also different than I was 30 years ago. And I think it's that piece of leadership of what we're creating to create a better planet. It's part of why I'm here at the Tribune with the life I've had, is because it's making a difference, but what are we going to leave them? And so I love my wife dearly. I love my children. I love my grandchildren. And we get through those days. I appreciate so much what you just said and how you live your life. That is amazing. So over to you. Please take us through what you brought us. I know the audience is excited to hear it, and I am too.
Oh, awesome. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate that. Now, here's what I decided to do today. This is not I'm not going to give definitely not a PowerPoint presentation, but definitely not even like a keynote. I just thought I want to just leave you some stuff that you can use in your life to grow, to find more time, to be a leader, things to look out for, things that can empower you. And that's what I put together today. So I'm going to go over, this might not seem like a traditional presentation. I just want to go over some cool things that have shifted my life more than any other thing. If that's cool with you, could you say yes in the chat? I want to know you're here. Tap Fitness, thank you. I'm glad I got to be a little part of your life. I didn't change your life. I just gave you a path, Tap Fitness family, and you took it. That's what I hope today. Here's a great thing for today. Take what serves you today and throw the rest away. How about that? All right. So one of the big things in life, when you want to shift, when you want to be another level of leader, you want to grow your company, grow your life, grow your family. What do we usually need? We need more time. So I'm going to give you a little secret. Don't just look for time. Find the time and then decide what's going to replace the time. You know, so many times people find more time and then they don't fill it with anything that leads them into the man or the woman they're meant to be. You see, here's the cool part. I know one thing. If you're watching today, we might come from different backgrounds, different economics, maybe different politically, maybe different when it comes to our religious or spiritual beliefs. But if you're here, I know one thing is true, that you know you're meant for more. Whether that's more joy, more income, more impact, more service, more contribution. You're here because you're looking for a competitive edge. True? I think that's true. Thank you for, by the way, I love the chat because I wish we're all in a room right now, but the chat makes me feel like we're communicating. So thank you, Alex, Debbie, Jeffrey, your words have been beautiful. Karen Olson, what is going on? All right, so I'm going to go over this little exercise I've been doing for a while. We're going to go through it quick, and then we're going to get to these 10 things that I think could be real needle movers. So this is a little simple approach to finding more time in your life. And I'm going to emphasize this again. If you find the time, then you should decide, what should I put in that place? What should I read? What course should I go to? What coach should I have? What visibility do I have? Who do I need to interview? Whatever it takes to gain the skills to lead you into the man or woman you're meant to be is what this time should be filled with, okay? So this is this little cheat sheet I've had. First off, in your life, if you think about what you do on a regular basis, there are some things that are non-negotiable. All right, Jeffrey, I'm going to bring it. There are some things that are non-negotiable, right? For me, date night on Thursdays with my wife, non-negotiable, right? For me, making breakfast for my 4 kids in the morning, just so I have that time to bond over the counter while I'm cooking. My wife's always like, let me do it. I'm like, no, this is my time. My oldest is 18. She's graduating high school this week, or in 2 weeks, right? My youngest is 2, so I got to stretch, right? 18, 16, 5, and 2. But some of the things that are non-negotiable is making him breakfast in the morning, being at games, tennis practice, jujitsu, all these things. It's just a 10 out of 10 for me. I know at the end of my life, I'm not going to wish I would have worked or missed it. It's a 10 for me, right? So no one's ever going to take that away. Date night, no one's going to take it away. I exercise every morning of my life. I get up about 4:15. Used to be 5. The older I get, it's going back. It's about 4:15. I get up. I exercise every morning because it gives me clarity. It makes me feel grateful. It makes me, I want to stay young for my wife. I want to stay young for my kids. I want the clarity. I listen to a book. So I'm just sharing, and maybe you could put things in the chat. What are some non-negotiables for you? There's no way you're cutting them. There's no way. You're not taking them out of your life. They are the essence of your values. They are the essence of who you are, right? But once the non-negotiables are written down, now it's time for us to do the cuts, the real cuts. And here's what I want you to think about. No gray area. Okay, I'm gonna emphasize that a little deeper in a minute. But let's start here. What are some things in your life that, if you thought about it, that you do on a regular basis that you could delegate? Could you delegate some things to your kids? Could you delegate some cleaning? Could you delegate somebody doing some work that's really, $15 an hour work? Could you delegate some of it to AI to allow you to go faster? I don't know. Put it in the chat. What could you delegate? Or even, this is a hire, but what could you hire someone to do? Somebody always tells me, as my business is growing, what is the first hire? I always say the best first hire always is the most incredible assistant in the world that takes all the crap off your plate so you could work more into your unique ability or your core competency, where you might work in your unique ability and you might be able to make $1,000 an hour, $100 an hour, whatever it is, $10,000 an hour. I'm just saying. And someone else who would love the job at a lower rate would love to do your bookkeeping, answer your emails, handle the design, right? Take out your garbage, do your emails, laundry, right? So think about it. If you had to delegate, and keep putting it in the chat, and whether you watch the replay or you're watching live, think about what you could delegate to someone else, right? Delegate getting your house clean. You could work that time, make the money, do an ROI, right? Whatever that is, think about delegation. And then if you had to guess, put it in the chat. If you truly delegated the things you could, put it in the chat. How many hours a week do you think that could help you with? You know, put it in the chat. I'm going to go on to the next one, but I'd love to say, if I've truly delegated stuff I shouldn't be doing, right? Michael says 15 hours. M. Rose says 30 hours, right? I've done this for years, and the average is about 10. We got Jeffrey Ross saying 20, right? Website work, cleaning. Yes, exactly, Alex. Could you be doing something else? Pay somebody $100 to clean. Could you make $300 doing someplace else? I guarantee, and that's a pretty good ROI, right? 20 hours plus, 20 hours. Let's just say it's 10. No one's even said 10. It's 20, 20, 20, 20, 20, 30, 40, right? I'm going to go quick because I want to get to my 10 things as well. But then what could you automate in your life? Now, a simple approach. That's this one up here. A simple approach would be obviously automate bill pay, automate payroll if you're a leader and have teams, automate videos that go out on time, automate email sequences that could reply to someone that you know is going to be the same reply. Could you use AI to help automate some pieces? Could you use AI in your company that buys you back time, right? Could you automate somebody picking up your dry cleaning every Tuesday at your house rather than dropping it off and then going to pick it up? Could you automate having your groceries delivered Monday when you get home so you're not even thinking about it? What are some things you could automate? Chris, you could automate content, right? You could use AI to buy back time. You could automate messages, right? Think about that. You can automate groceries. So I'm going through this a little quick, but just hit me up right now. If you truly thought about it, you spent a week auditing your time and you found things you could automate, how many hours a week do you think, if you really obsessed on it, you could find if you automated a bunch of stuff, from your groceries to your cleaning, to your dry cleaning, to picking things up, to messages, to paying bills? Put it in the chat how much time you think you could get back on a weekly basis if you automated everything, right? 8 to 12, I love that, Michael Silvers. 30, right? 20 hours, right? 8 to 12, 30, 20, more 20s coming in. I'm going to say, what if it's just 10? Right? What if it's just 10? Nobody's even said 10, 15 to 20. This is the next one. This is the part where there's no gray. You ready for this? I'm going to hold you a little accountable. You guys ready for a little Wednesday afternoon accountability? No gray area means this. What if you had to make a decision that's either a yes or a no? No gray. Meaning, this action that I take, this thing that I do, either serves the woman or the man I want to become, or it doesn't. No maybes. What if you just spent the next six months of your life having no gray in your life? It's just, yeah, this brings me towards the man I want to become, the dad I want to become, the husband, the leader I want to become, the entrepreneur I want to become, or this doesn't. Ooh, that can get a little crazy, can it? When you pick up your phone and you decide you're just going to look for a minute, but you look and it's been an hour. Does that serve the man or woman you want to be, or no? When you think you've barely been on your phone, go look and see how many hours you spent on it last week. When you binge out on Netflix, you know you're supposed to be doing something, but you just get lost in Netflix. Maybe there's a certain person you hang out with that you love them dearly, but every time you hang out with them, you feel like shit about yourself. You feel like you're maybe too big of a dreamer. Maybe you're too deep of a Democrat, or too deep of a Republican, or maybe you don't care enough at all. Or maybe you're not spiritual enough. Maybe you're too damn religious. I don't know. But there are people and things that you do that don't serve the man or woman you want to become. But sometimes it becomes a hypnotic rhythm because it used to serve you in your last decade. It doesn't serve the man or woman you're becoming. So if it doesn't serve the man or woman we're becoming, it can't be gray. It's got to be a no. So what's gray in your life? Put in the chat. I want to see, what must you say no to in a brave way? What's got to be just a no? I can't do it anymore. Maybe you want to do it in a year from now, but you want to take the next year. Let me ask you something. Well, first put it in the chat, right? What do you have to say no to? And if you said no to certain things that maybe you like, no drama, I like that one, right? No social media, no to certain people, no more mindless scrolling on social media. There you go, Karen. No more negativity, no more time wasters. How about saying no to the things that don't serve anything? The commute. So, like, think about all the things you could say no to. And here's the thing. Even if you say no to a couple pleasures, even some sinful pleasures, right? What if you said no? Would you be willing to say no to certain things for 6 months or a year? To live a little bit of the harder way for the next year so you can live the easy way for the rest of your life? Would that be worth saying no to? Certain things? I believe so. So no more gray. So here's what I want you to think about. If you eliminated all the gray and all the things you know you got to say no to, how much time would this one give you? Come on, light it up in the chat, and then I'll get to my next piece I want to share with you. Right? What would be, how much time do you think you could get back if you said no? Right? I've been doing this for quite some time, and this is the one where people say a lot of hours, right? And it's coming in now, at least 8 hours a week, at least 10 hours a week, at least 20 hours a week, right? 10 hours for me. So let's just say it's 10. And let's say this one was 8, this is 12, this is 7. I've done this for so long, and when I average down, it still averages about 30 hours a week. What if it was half that? What if it was just 15 hours a week? What could you do with 15 hours a week? It's more like 30. But if it was 15, that was totally focused on gaining skills, on gaining capabilities, on reading that book, on meditating, on making sure the food you eat empowers you to get back in the gym, to get clarity, to read leadership books, to take that entrepreneur feeling you have to a whole nother level. What could 15 hours a week of focused energy do for your life? So is it worth it? Is it worth it saying no? I think the answer is a big ol' yes. All right. Thanks for letting me share that. I thought that was a great place to start. You guys enjoying so far?
Absolutely. We're taking so many notes. The folks in our community are so appreciative of you, Dean, for breaking down these principles to help them lead their life, lead their business. We know we have limited time with you. I want to see if my colleague Michael Silvers has a concise question. You have an opportunity here to pick the mind of one of the biggest names in the field of leadership, Michael. So pick a good question.
No pressure, Michael. No pressure.
A lot of pressure on you. You know, don't just come on and tell us how much you also love your wife and then throw it back to Dean. You know, ask a strong question, Mr. Michael Silvers, please, sir.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
There we go. It's the famous mute button. But I know you have a lot that you still want to cover, and I want to hear that because I know what's coming up. But it's also, there was that Gene Simmons talked about diversification, and you've done so much of that in your life. Can you just talk about how important that is to business? Just cover that a little bit, and then you can jump into that.
Yeah.
Those 10 things. Great.
Here's how I feel about diversification. Diversification is smart if you've already mastered the thing you're trying to master. Diversification is called scattered brain. If you're like, oh, like if you're halfway in this one, it doesn't work. And then you go, well, that's not working. And you put your energy over here, and then you put your energy over here, and you get like a lot of things half done.
Right.
Then that's not good diversification. I've done multiple things in my life, but I felt like I mastered this, and I could take those skills, that confidence, that competence, and then I could translate it into the next thing that I could go all in on. Right. And there's always a foundational thing that you need to go deep on. And once that becomes successful, and sometimes you need 10,000 hours to get there. In today's world with AI and all the help, maybe you could do it in 5,000 hours, but you need to master the thing. When people say, I want to be passionate about something, sometimes passion doesn't come until you go deep on something, roll up your sleeves, get kicked in the mouth a few times, fall, get dirty, dust off. And as you're in it, you're like, I freaking love this. And it becomes a passion. You become you have the ability to master it. And then those skills can translate to multiple other things. So my thing is diversification is great, but if you do it too soon, you'll be the, what is that? The master of none. You dabble in a bunch, master of none. I hope that helped.
Yeah, love it. That helped. So you said you had some concepts that you want to bring to the audience. Is that correct?
I do, and I'm gonna do these in lightning speed. So we got about a half hour. I'm gonna knock them out.
Back to you. Here you go.
All right. So like I said earlier, these are in no particular order. And I was just thinking, if there were some things I wish someone would have told me sooner in life, these are it. And I'm going to try to do all 10 in the next 30 minutes. So it's less than 3 minutes each. Okay. Number one, and here's what I want to share with you. These aren't breakthrough concepts. These aren't things that you've never heard before. You've heard all of them. Today, I want to be a reminder service and just say someone has been blessed to achieve more success than I could have ever thought imaginable, to partner with Tony Robbins, who I love dearly, who impacted my life 27 years ago, to be married to the love of my life and have hundreds of employees and all this cool stuff. This is the stuff I wish someone would have shared with me. Not the marketing secret or the hack on how to be a leader, but really the small things that are actually the big things. I heard somebody say once, small hinges swing a big door. So I want you to think of today, these are reminders of the small hinges that actually swing big doors. Now, last thing I'll say, if you've heard it before, and you go, I've heard this one, I'll ask, are you actually utilizing it? You might say, hey, I know I have a gym membership. I know if you go to the gym 5 days a week, you can get in better shape, but are you actually going to the gym 5 days a week? So this is a good reminder service to say, I've heard it. Damn, I'm not utilizing it. Okay, so you guys ready? Number one, you've heard this one a lot, but it's a good time to reapproach it, is audit your inner circle. It's time. It's time to audit your inner circle. You've been hearing forever. I think the first time I heard it was from Jim Rohn, old school personal development guy. And he said, you are the sum total of the 5 people you hang around the most. So if you got a couple positive and you got a couple negative, you're somewhere in the middle. You're the one lifting up everybody around you because they're kind of down and out. It's affecting you. There's nothing you can do. In fact, sometimes when you have the wrong people around you, you ready for this one? You dim your glow to match them. You turn down your light. You make excuses for your goals because they seem crazy to them. So I might as well hold back a little. Here's what I'm going to say. Turn your light up so bright. It's okay if it blinds a few people. They'll get glasses. They'll come back. But don't dim your glow. Remember, I have a dear friend named Trent Shelton. And he said one time on one of my stages, he said, he realized that God, that's his belief, God gave him this vision, this prescription to see his bigger future. It's designed for him. You can believe in God, the universe, karma, whatever your beliefs are. But you have a vision. These are your prescription. I see a bigger future. I see next level leadership. I see next level entrepreneurship. I see next impact income. But if you give your glasses sometimes even to your spouse or somebody, if one of your friends, they put it on, they go, it's not my prescription. You must be crazy. No, they just can't see through your lens. So why would you dare dim your glow to match them? So number one, audit your inner circle. Okay, I'm going to go through these pretty quick. Number two, solve bigger problems. So many times people say to me, man, I can't wait to get successful. Problems just go away, right? For all of you, you've all had incredible success. If the success go away, the more success you have? No, here's what I'll tell you. Don't quote me on this one. Don't wish for problems to go away. Wish to get better at solving bigger problems. If I'm in a room with super successful people, I've been blessed to be in incredible rooms. I know the most successful person in that room solves bigger problems than anybody else. Simple as that. Solve bigger problems, have more success. You know, I can remember when I first started and just being scrappy and selling firewood and fixing cars and buying rundown apartments. I can remember stressing over deals. You know, I don't remember. It's just 40 years ago, 35 years ago. Maybe I made $1,000 or $2,000. I remember the stress, the energy, and the hustle to make it work. And now that I'm blessed to be in bigger companies, I realize it's sometimes about the same amount of energy to do a $10 million deal. I'm like, wow. Most people spend all their time on the small things. And that same effort applied to bigger things can move the needle faster than anything in the world. I joke with my wife, and some people might not agree with this, but my wife all the time, she goes, you need to stand up for yourself. I'm like, no, I just want to solve bigger problems. And now she's the same as me, so we laugh about it. But I always joke, I'm like, if I order medium rare steak and by mistake they bring me the fish of the day, I just eat the fish. I don't have time to deal with little problems, right? Somebody flips me off in traffic because maybe I swerved, like, you bastard. I'm like, man, I just send a good thought. I'm like, I hope you get bigger problems than me swerving an inch over the line, right? Just a way of thinking. Doesn't make me perfect. I have plenty of faults. I promise you that. As many, if not more than most. But I definitely want to solve bigger problems. And I definitely don't want the little things to slow down my life because we only got a certain amount of energy to deal with it, right? Number 3, it's on me. I like this one a lot, especially in this crazy political environment that we are living in. It's on me. Ready for this one? No one is coming to save you. Isn't that uplifting for a Wednesday? No one's coming to save us. No one's going to wave a magic wand. You got to take total ownership. It goes well, good for you. Goes bad, it's on you. Who in here kind of knows someone that when things go good, it's on them? When things go bad, it's someone else's fault. It's Trump's fault. It's Biden's fault. It's my old partner's fault. It's Congress's fault. It's the old Congress' fault. They got an excuse when it goes wrong. Man, total ownership is just so cool. It's so liberating. If it goes well, good for you. It goes bad, take responsibility. It's how you learn from stuff. You blame it off on someone else, you're not learning crap. I mean, let's just face it. Everybody's screaming over all the stuff that's going on. But no matter if you like the last president, the current, neither, both, whatever, or the next one, are any of them coming in to fix your business, your life, your future, your income, your career? No. Win, lose, or draw. When it's on you, game changes forever. So number 3, it's on me. Okay? Number 4. This one might sound a little silly, but who is steering your ship? Who's steering your ship? These are the silly analogies that go on in this crazy brain of mine. So if it doesn't align, sorry, but I love to think about who's steering my ship because I want to be in control of my navigation. I want to be in control of my future. Let me ask you before I go on, what is the most costly advice in the world? You guys know what the most costly advice in the world is? Bad advice, usually free bad advice, right? And I think of the opposite of that. If I get the wrong advice, isn't that somebody kind of co-steering my ship, the ship of my life? I mean, think about this. And I'm so glad to be here with the Los Angeles Tribune and what they're doing and having an event like this. Who would have ever thought? Amazing. I love it. Right? But can we be honest? Most of the media is for clickbait. Can we just say it like it is? It's not to inform you. It's to scare the shit out of you. So you click on it. So you open it up. So you read their stuff. So they have the most links. When is the last time you saw something good in the news? So let me ask you something. If you watch the news and your confidence level goes down, are you letting the media put the hands on the wheel of your life? Think about that. If you're having lunch or you hang out with the friends that always make you feel bad that you're a dreamer, aren't you letting them put the hands on your wheel? If you believe that old story that has already cost you too much, but you let that story come back in and play on repeat, and that story's telling you you're not good enough, you're not enough, you don't know enough, you should be happy with what you got. Aren't you letting an old system, an old belief system, an old story dictate who you are in this world? So I love to think about who is steering my ship. Am I letting the influence of the wrong news, coworker, fear, self-doubt, imposter syndrome? If that's the case, get your hands off my wheel. And on the opposite side, can't we find things that empower who we are so we can grip the wheel stronger? So you can get news that's inspiring and uplifting. You can be around people if you involve yourself with the right circle where you go, I'm not only in control of this, I'm holding on tight. This is my path. Number 5, care more. Care more. That's number 5. Anybody wants to put it in the chat? I know you guys have been doing that. I appreciate it. In times like these, I don't know I know a lot of people here, leadership, entrepreneurship, career, next level, business, but can I tell you who's going to win in uncertain times? Companies and people who care more. Simple as that. People who fall in love with their product, fall in love with their client, fall in love with their client's results, fall in love with the service you provide, fall in love with the thing that you do every day. Those that thrive in a shifting world are the ones that over-deliver. They under-promise and over-deliver. They truly care through the whole journey of the client with you. Again, I don't know if you're self-employed or you're working, it doesn't matter. This handles more than anybody. You're going to see, especially with AI coming, AI is going to help everybody market a little better. This is my belief. Hear me on this one. AI is going to help everybody market better. Okay? If AI helps you market better, then what's going to be the differentiator? Listen, I believe one of the greatest gifts I have in the world is I love what I do so much that I've gotten amazing at marketing, because I know if I can get you to come, Tony and I are doing a big event next week. Hope you all show up. If we market people to come, we can change their life. So I fell in love with marketing, and we've done some of the biggest events that have ever existed on the planet. We've done events up to 2.5 million people, right? Online. Amazing, right? I love marketing, but I think that the playing field is going to start to get more and more level as AI gets smarter and smarter. AI is learning from me right now, right? We have AI that thinks like Tony and I. It's crazy. So if AI and technology is going to make things a little more equal, how can you win? Not to oversimplify it. Care more. And the cool part, when you care more, sales seem to come easier. And you kind of go home each week with a bigger smile on your face because you actually care. And remember, one thing is how you do one thing, in my opinion, is how you do everything. So if you're in a temporary place until you know this next level's coming for you, care more here, because the tax auditor, the universe see how you're treating the small thing. And if you treat it the right way, it gives you access to the big thing. Number 6. This one's pretty simple. Be bold. Be bold. In times of uncertainty, it is easy to let the outside world control you. It is easy to become the thermometer of life rather than being bold and being the thermostat. The thermometer goes up and down with all the weather, and we talk about it in life with the crazy news and all the stuff. It goes up and down, and you're right. I'm in a good mood. Oh shit, the tariffs, the this, the that. You're just riding that wave. If you could be bold and courageous and work on the inner game, you could be the thermostat. Say, I'm setting this baby at 72, and I'm staying there to work on me with no gray areas, focusing on leadership, focusing on next level. It's time to be courageous. It's time to stop hesitating. It's time to take uncomfortable action. It's time to finally say, no, enough. It's over. I'm done. Or yes, let's begin. It's our time. Think about hesitation. What has it already cost you? What's hesitation already cost you? Don't let it cost you another dollar. Sometimes you got to jump out of the plane and grow wings on the way down. So there was ever a time to be bold, to be brave, to be courageous. I believe that's right now. Number 7, focus on the fix. Focus on the fix. You know, I call it focus on the fix because it's what I said to my son for a long time. When things would go wrong, my 16-year-old son, a lot of times he'd look at whose fault it was and why it happened. He'd obsess on it forever. And I used to tell him, there's only a certain amount of energy we have in our life, kiddo. If we only have a certain amount of energy and it gets used up, I'd rather focus on the solution. You know what I told him for years? I said, if you spill a glass of milk, you could say, whose fault is it? Why would someone put that there? Is the floor off? Why'd you set it on the carpet? Who did this? Why'd they do it? Is it going to stink? Is it going to, or you can just go get a towel and a new glass of milk. I've been telling that lesson forever, but I guess it's a lesson I taught myself throughout time. Is what if all your energy was divided in 10% and 90%? 10%, then when something goes wrong, what can you look at and learn? Oh, I didn't do it this way. Take full responsibility. It's all on me. But she did it. Yeah, but you hired her, right? Take full responsibility. Learn from it. Diagnose it. That's what happened. Great. 10% of your time. Now, 90% of your time needs to be focusing on the solution. Who in here knows someone that had been screwed over by someone in a relationship? Not made up. Legit screwed over. 2 years ago, a year ago, 5 years ago. And they still won't engage in a new relationship. Anybody know that person? Because they're reliving it. Why did that happen to me? It shouldn't have, but it did. Whose fault is it? How could they be unfaithful to me? I get it. I'm not trying to make light of it. But if you focus on what happened, you don't take that energy and focus on how do I pick a better person? How do I become a better version of me? How do I become this amazing woman that just attracts an amazing man, or vice versa? Focus on the solution. Focus on the fix. Let the past that went wrong burn down. Get the lessons from it and then light it on fire. All your energy needs to go towards the answer, which in turn leads to growth. Number 8. This was something I lived by, but it's something I really loved in a book called The World's Greatest Salesman with Og Mandino. It's a short little book. I recommend everybody read it. But he talks about the 10 scrolls. It's a really great story. And scroll number 2, maybe scroll number 3 is, I will persist until I succeed. I'll persist until I succeed. I think the only word in the English language that can guarantee success is persist. I always share when people say, what's the definition of success? How do I become more successful? There's a lot of answers, the little things and the big things. I'm sharing 10 of them with you today. But if I had to break it down, make sure you're in an industry that's growing, not dying. Number 2, you need to model proven practices. Find somebody that's already done what you're doing and model what they've done. Start off where they left off. Don't try to learn on your own. And 3rd, you got to keep going. You're going to fail miserably on the way. You got to persist until you succeed. This is one of the big 3 right here. This is big 3. Some of you in your past, some people that you might know, not to use a sports metaphor, but you gave up on the 5-yard line. You went all the way down the field, you worked your tail off, and then you're like, it's not working. And you gave up. You gave up one more step away from success. I love in the book, it says, when did anybody tell us that the prize is at the beginning of the journey? It's at the end of the journey. And the fact of the matter is, we don't know how long this journey is. And does the journey really ever end? Really? It's always a journey. And the way I look at it, he talked about in the book of like you're going around corners. And that corner to me is like the obstacles. You get around the corner and you're like, is this? No, that's not it. Fight. Get around the corner. No, that's not it either. Right? I don't know. Some of you might have to go around 3 corners. Some of you might have to go around 30. I don't know. But I know one thing. If you keep persisting, you keep learning, you dust off and keep going, around one of those corners, you go, one more, and that's you 2.0. That's your next level of life. I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but damn, can we overcomplicate it, can't we? Number 9, commitment over convenience. I said this earlier, but it's worth repeating. Would you choose, I asked you earlier, would you choose to live the hard way for a short period of time so you could live the easy way for a long time? Of course you would, right? David Keckage was a man I met many years ago. He was hit while jogging by a car and was paralyzed. And one of the most positive guys I've ever met. And when I met him, he had this business card, but it kind of unfolded. It was like this long, and it had something he called this Keckage credos on it. And one of them said, living the hard way is easy and living the easy way is hard. I immediately got it. It's easy not to work out and to eat good food or exercise and eat good food right now. It's easy to skip it. Totally easy. But it's hard to be 77 years old and not in good shape and you can't run around the lawn with your grandchildren. That's hard. Ooh, that's really hard. And regret weight is thousands of pounds. It's easy to say, hey, I got my degree in this thing and my people around me think I'm blessed to be in the position I'm in. I know I'm not happy. I don't feel fulfilled, but it's what everybody says is the best thing. Just be honest with you. That's easy to stay where you're at. Really hard to get to the end of your life and know you missed it. I think the worst thing that could ever happen to us, could you imagine? I don't think God or whatever your beliefs are would be this cruel, but could you imagine getting to the end of your life and God or your maker played you a video of the woman or the man you could have been? Ooh, when I say that, does that feel like a punch in the gut to you or is that just me? Imagine seeing in the video of the man you could have been, the woman you could have been if you just didn't let those beliefs, if you chose commitment over convenience, if you showed commitment for a short time so you can live a convenient life. Is it worth it? Yes. Is it hard? Absolutely. But don't all things have their pros and cons? If you know you're meant for more and you coast, you take the easy way, I promise you, there will be a time in your life where you think, what the hell did I do? So why not give yourself that gift today? Why don't you choose to commit to do that thing? Stop lying to yourself. Stop just saying it. Stop setting a yearly goal that you don't hit. I'm just being honest. The worst person you can lie to is you. I tell my kids that all the time. My kids say, I'm gonna get straight A's. I'm gonna make my bed every day. I'm like, hey, I don't care if you make your bed every day. I don't. But don't say it and then not do it. Because then your body starts, your soul starts to say, we lie to ourselves. And if you lie to yourself for the little things, you'll lie to yourself to the big things. Say, I'm gonna start working out every day. If you're not, your body goes, hey, we can say shit. But we don't really do it. So when you say you want more out of life, it's okay. We'll give you an excuse. It's the wrong time. It's the wrong president, the wrong economy. No. Remember, there's no one coming to save us. It's on us. Commit today. Be a little inconvenienced today so you could set the tone for a convenient life. Cool? You guys feeling this? Number 10, last one. Who versus how. If you want to write that in, who versus how. You see, I love doing this gap analysis of if you know where you are and you know where you want to go and you know why, then the only thing left is what is the capabilities you need to close the gap? What are the capabilities you need to close the gap? How? How am I going to become a better leader? How am I going to double my company? How am I going to take my relationship and intimacy to the next level? How am I going to hire more people? How am I finally going to launch my own thing? Wherever you are in your life, how is a big word. True? I wish you were here. You'd raise your hand, right? Raise your hand wherever you're sitting right now. It'll just look funny no matter where you are. Raise your hand. How is how you get there, right? The capabilities. But what if there was an easier way? What if instead of thinking, how do I get there? How do I close the gap? You think, who has already done what I want to achieve? Who is already living the life I want, leading the company the way I want to lead it? Innovating, creating, managing people from at home and virtual. Who's allowed themselves to grow their business and their family and everything's united? Who is the word that can replace how? And it's the industry I'm in, right? So how could I not be in? My partner, Tony Robbins, we've been in the how and who business our whole lives, delivering capabilities. But Tony was a big who in my life before he became my best friend and partner. When I thought of who has already done what I want to do, I just follow Tony Robbins, or I follow somebody here. When I want to learn social media, I hire the who. I cut checks for speed. Who can you learn from? Whose book can you read? Whose mentor program can you be in? Whose podcast should you be listening to? Who should you be surrounding with? Who has already done the things that you want to do? And once you adapt that philosophy, you'll realize that it's not about capital. It's not about resources. It's about resourcefulness. Find the person that's already done what you want to do and learn everything you can from them.
Dean Graziosi, thank you. And our community is so blown away and grateful and thankful to you for taking time out of your busy schedule. Want to point out to our community, this is what over-delivering looks like. This is what it looks like when you're truly a professional. You show up, you over-deliver. Like Dean said, how you do anything is how you do everything. And so our community feels that, understands that, appreciates that. Earlier today, we had one of my very good friends, the former CEO of Blockbuster and 7-Eleven, Jim Keyes, who wrote a book, Education is Freedom. We've had some of the top thought leaders from around the world from a multitude of different industries. Mark Zuckerberg's father was part of this program, Dr. Edward Zuckerberg, and Gene Simmons, to go on. And one thing that all of them have in common, along with you, Dean, is the power of education. And joining us in this week-long public service program where we assembled some of the top thought leaders from around the world to educate the public. And if you heard Dean speak earlier, Dean doesn't come from a Berkeley MBA. Dean is somebody that has practiced autodidactic education, just like Leonardo da Vinci, just like Steve Jobs, just like Bill Gates. These are individuals that didn't leverage institutionalized education, but leveraged autodidactic education. Self-education. And Dean has been educating people for decades and helping people on their path of education for decades. And Dean, we don't have a lot of time. We have another amazing speaker who's just going to be joining us in a couple of minutes. But we here at the Los Angeles Tribune, every year when we do these leadership summits, we acknowledge two people that deserve a Lifetime Achievement Award for the work that they have done in the field of education and public service. And we want to honor you, Dean, because you have truly lived a life that embodies supporting autodidactic education for individuals with the Los Angeles Tribune Lifetime Achievement Award. And before we go to our next speaker in about a minute, we just want to give you the floor, Dean, to share some words on what this means for you, to our community, to the world. And how important is it for people to continue on their path of self-education, which is the reason we're giving you this award and the reason that we do what we do here at the Tribune with these programs. Dean Graziosi, please.
Well, first off, thank you. That was beautiful. It touched my heart. And, you know, we all come from different backgrounds. And I believe self-education can become the new normal in our lives. And I'm not saying that it's going to replace traditional education. In fact, I think if self-education gets so good, it will force universities to grow. And I think they need to. I think a lot of university has grown in a linear fashion, and our world is growing exponentially. I'm not poo-pooing it because I didn't go to college. I want people to have options. And my way of learning was modeling other people, seeing somebody who's already done what I want to do and do everything I can to absorb kind of specialized knowledge rather than kind of general knowledge. And I truly believe it will shift our world in such an amazing way. And it's been such a great honor for me to serve others at this phase of my life. I think service is the #1 goal that I have. My partner, Tony Robbins, is in the same phase of his life. And I just want to say thank you for that beautiful award. It means the world to me, and it's been great. Your tribe has been so beautiful in their messaging, and I want to say thank you. Take what serves you, go put it in play, and I hope our paths cross at some time in the future.
Absolutely. We look forward to reinviting you, and we know how busy you are, but hopefully we can get it back on your busy schedule to join us again. Dean Graziosi, ladies and gentlemen, Los Angeles Tribune Lifetime Achievement Award winner, Dean Graziosi. And we're going to welcome up Donna Campbell, because Donna, we know that the next speaker is joining us, and he's an international traveler. Right now, I think it's 1 a.m. where he's at. I am so excited. I had a chance to meet this gentleman in person. His energy is incredible. This man has been blowing up all over the world lately. Every time I go on Instagram, I see one of his viral clips. I mean, he's truly an incredible person, and it's a pleasure and privilege to be able to have him join us. He's another giant, and it's perfect to have Dean Graziosi and Jerry in the same time period, because these are two giants, just specifically in the realm of the sheer number of people that they impact and influence on a daily basis. And so, Donna, I'm going to give you the full floor, and we're going to welcome up Jerry on the stage. Jerry, it's fantastic to see you again, sir. Nice to see you here virtually. Donna Campbell, back to you.
Yes, thank you so much. And Jerry Sargent, he's alongside of me. He is actually coming in, I believe, from Romania. So it's about 1 a.m. for him. So thank you, Jerry, so much for joining us. You are the founder of Star Magic Healing, which is a revolutionary modality combining light frequencies, sacred geometry. And you are a transformational author, speaker, energy visionary, and you really guide a lot of people to their superhuman potential. And so through all of that, transcending traditional leadership to radical responsibility, which I absolutely love that word, you are also one of our headliners in The Pillars of Power, the hidden secret behind achieving greatness. So welcome, Jerry.
Hey, Donna, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. I'm going to kick it off here with a quick question to talk and set the tone here for leadership. And then I'm going to invite up one of my co-hosts, because I know they also have a few questions for you. So true leadership, Jerry, means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. But when it's really rooted in energy and consciousness rather than status and control, what does that really mean?
So I think you embody true leadership. And if you're a leader, you have to do what it says on the tin, and that is lead from the front. And you have to be a good listener. You have to lead from an open heart. You've got to be focused on the dreams and the goals, and you've got to help everyone else on the mission, understand and buy into that vision. But you can't do that, like you were saying a second ago, through control. This has to be something that you embody, that you envision, and you carry the frequency of the mission in every cell in your body. And if you embody that frequency and you carry that mission, that goal in every cell in your body, the people in your team are going to feel that. And if they feel that, they're going to become that. And then when they become that, you then have a solid, unbeatable, unbreakable, unstoppable team, because they're not visualizing the mission. They're not buying into the mission. They actually are it, because it vibrates in every cell of their bodies as well as it does in every cell of your body. So the team is like an organism. I could be the heart or the kidney. It doesn't matter. Someone else is the liver. Someone else is the lungs. And all of these components work together. So if the heart breaks down and one of the kidneys break down or the liver breaks down, it's going to put stress on the rest of the body. So everybody becomes this one organism, and then you've got a recipe for success. Everybody's moving, thinking, feeling, breathing, self-aware together, highly conscious together. That's the key.
So if we were to embody the frequency of leadership to become it rather than it's something that you do, what would you say that frequency is?
I think that frequency is trust. That frequency is love. That frequency is unity. It's not, and all of these frequencies blend together. You know, that frequency is joy, that frequency is passion, it's enthusiasm. You've got to roll all of these frequencies into one embodied code, one piece of geometry, one mathematical equation. That is the frequency. But ultimately, underpinning all of that is love. You know, love is our greatest weapon. Love is our greatest defense. Love is our greatest everything. It's the key, the question, the answer. So if you can embody that frequency of love, all of these other frequencies ripple out from that.
So true. So very, very true here. I'm going to be bringing up one of my co-hosts here, Misty Kerrigan. She has been following your work since the two of you have met. And I know she also has a few questions for you. So Misty.
Jerry, I'm so excited to see you again. I've been stalking you on Instagram, and your lives or your quick 2 minutes, 3 minutes, just giving us quick information or things to do is really helpful, especially I think for those that are really starting to get into vibration and frequency. But what I would love to know what your take is on what do you think our biggest leadership illusion is that we might need to break through where we are right now in humanity? As leaders or upcoming leaders, do you think there's an illusion that kind of holds some of us back from being that vibration of the mission and vision and passion?
Well, if you look at this from a really deep perspective, you got to look at the mathematics that control our world. So the Fibonacci sequence, which is 1 + 2 = 3, 2 + 3 = 5, 3 + 5 = 8, and so on. 8 has to consume 5 and 3 to create itself, and there's no direct access point back to source. So this is the frequency that our human bodies run off. It's the frequency that the banking system, communications, everything runs off of this Fibonacci sequence. And we have been living in a dog-eat-dog world. I need to crush this human being to jump up the ladder to achieve what I need to achieve. But there is a different set of mathematics, the crystalline code, which is 0 + 1 + 1 + 1 = 2, 0 + 1 + 1 + 2 = 4, 0 + 1 + 1 + 2 + 4 = 8, and so on. So 8 is a combination of all the preceding numbers back to the 0 point. 16 is a combination of all the preceding numbers back to the 0 point. So this is the kind of mathematical equation that says, hey, Misty, why don't you and I do a deal together? Let's all get exactly the same out of it. Let's climb this ladder together and bring as many people with us. So leadership for me is more life to all and less to none. And I think in a lot of industries, people are trying to cut corners, get one over on this human being, keep a little bit more for themselves. But it has to be that equation, more life to all and less to none. And then the whole universe grows, the whole world grows, the whole galaxy grows. Everything just elevates together. So leaders have to embody the frequency of oneness, unity, and let's all climb the ladder together. And it isn't really climbing the ladder together, it's going deeper together. It's just expansion. You know, expansion as one unified field. That's how the world's going to change. It's not going to change if we keep trying to beat each other. Competition is kind of healthy because it pushes each other, but trying to beat each other down to get one over on a business deal, that's different.
That is so true. Self-competition, I think, is incredibly healthy because you're pushing yourself to that next limit, and you have the ability to bring others along with you, or others can choose to come along. But when we're competing to break down, we're just really, in a sense, just breaking down our energy fields and staying where we started from instead of building each other up. Would you agree to that type of analogy with competition?
Absolutely. I mean, for me, competition is healthy, especially the competition that you have, because you are your only real competition. If you're coming from a very balanced perspective and you see another human being doing well, then you can want to match that or try and outdo them because you know that you're going to grow from it. And if you grow from it, it's probably going to push them to grow to the next level too, because you both want to climb, you both want to expand. So having that kind of mindset, adopting that kind of heart set of expansion, that's the key. Like, you can't do anything that is going to put a pin in someone's balloon and deflate them. You know, you can put some more air in someone's balloon and inflate them, and let's expand and inflate and or just grow in a harmonious fashion.
Beautiful, beautiful there. One of the things I wanted to ask you about is that we often say, or you often say, energy first, matter second. So first, what do you mean by that? And how does this understanding change how we might lead others?
Well, I'll give you an example. Like, we as a team in Star Magic, we meet regularly. And what we do in these team meetings, I mean, we have multiple different types of team meetings, but one very specific type of team meeting where we do energetic grid work. So we go into the quantum field as a team, and we go to a very specific sacred space, this geometrical temple, and we create this grid. And the grid is the Star Magic grid. Within that grid, you've got clients, you've got marketing, you've got all the different elements and components. And so we build the infrastructure in the quantum field. And then that filters through to the physical. It's the same if I'm healing someone. If someone has some kind of physical injury, illness, disease, I'm not going to go and combat that injury, illness, or disease, because I'm going to give it energy and create more of it. So I'm going to go into the quantum field, make the changes there. And then the body, the biological computer, the body and brain is going to receive the codes that have changed in the back end of their biological computer in the quantum field, and the physical symptoms are going to disappear. So in business, in healing, whatever it is that you're doing, if you want to manifest anything or change something, you know, that's manifesting in a different way. If something is there and you don't like it, like a disease, like a tumor, and you want to shift it, you go and change it in the field first, and then the tumor disappears in the physical body. If I want to amplify the Star Magic team, we go and create in the field together, and then boom, it filters out to our clients, it filters through our marketing, it filters through our online programs, our in-person programs, everything that we're doing. So you've got to build it in the quantum first, because the quantum field is the underlying foundational standpoint of the physical world. Nothing happens in the physical until it's first been created in the quantum. So everybody has to go there first. But a lot of people are trying to just create stuff in the physical, and they make it really difficult for themselves. If you create it in the field first, then you've got the building blocks. They're already there. Then it just happens in the physical. Like, really, it should be kind of effortless in the physical. The real work is done behind the scenes. But most people do it the other way around, and it takes them a long time.
I'm absolutely fascinated by this, and I'm in my 40s, and I barely started to learn about frequency and vibration and the quantum and sacred geometry. And I love working with kids, and I stumbled upon on your website some really amazing kid books. Will you talk a little bit about helping bring this? Sorry, I wish I would have known this decades ago, but I'm barely learning it now. So how do we teach this to children? How do we get this information to the younger generation so they could start off way before we did?
Yeah, I had this idea years ago. I downloaded this kind of book idea. There was this character called Reggie Courage. He was like a magnet. and he had arms and legs, and he was from Scotland. He was an old sailor, and he got washed up on this island called San Magneto, and he became a yoga instructor and educated all the children, taught them how to bilocate, levitate, and he used to take them on missions all the way around the universe. And anyway, I tried to write these books, and they just weren't working. And so I asked my daughter one day, Alea, I said, why don't you try writing these books? So she gave it a go, and she's written several of them there and published them. And they're called Reggie Courage. And there's Reggie Courage, and they go to Area 51, rescue these extraterrestrials. There's another one where they go to the cosmic games and compete against beings from all over the universe. And in these books, they've got all these great values, you know, as well as teaching children how to do certain specific spiritual, energetic activities, yoga, meditation, just basic things, as well as more advanced things too. But it's all weaved into this awesome story. And yeah, it's just the mums and dads love it just as much as the children. For us, I mean, we're building our first healing center in Transylvania in Romania. And we're building it because we want to train people to heal. We want people to come there to have their healing, you know, so we can facilitate the healing for them. But the real main underlying reason for us building these centers is because we want to help the children. So there are a lot of children on the planet that have really incredible abilities. And even though we're writing these books and we're saying like teach the children, it's not really the right way to go about it, because actually the children know more than us anyway. They're coming down onto this planet fully activated, tapped in. Their whole light body systems, their whole energetic templates are different from ours. They got a whole different energy system. And so we're creating these healing centers because we want a safe place for these children to go and showcase their multidimensional abilities. And there's schools and government institutions in the UK that will take these children away from their parents if they're showing signs of, you know, higher frequency multidimensional abilities, and they'll take them away and turn them into different beings and send them back addicted to drugs, pornography, all different things. And so we want a safe place for these children to just come and be free and sovereign, practice their biolocation, their telekinesis, their telepathy, play in nature, use crystals, whatever it is, just to really, really, you know, bring all of this magic out of them. And what I see in the next years is the children, they're the ones that are going to be teaching us. They're the ones with the knowledge. We've just got to give them the safe space to expand and embody this stuff in human form, because these kids are coming from the stars. And so they have to embody this in these little bodies, grow up into teenagers and adults. And then, you know, I feel that they're going to be the ones that are leading this new world. Yeah, we're just going to be, you know, holding on. They're going to be kind of just full throttle.
Well, the new generation is labeled the alpha generation, so that might already be in the fruition of it, to be able to take that alpha leadership role to help humanity.
Yeah.
Yes. One of the things that I know leaders do is take responsibility for a lot of things. And you have a phrase called radical responsibility. And I see you take that time and time again, just even in the story about creating these healing centers, having children there to create that safe space. That is huge radical responsibility. How would you define that radical responsibility, and why is that important with leadership?
You know, it's not something that I've always been good at. You know, I mean, as you know, Dawn, I came from a very different life before this one. And so I wasn't very balanced at all. And it's something that I've had to grow into. But it's something now that I embody, you know, being responsible for every single decision. You know, if someone does something in the company, in the business, in the mission that you don't like, you can't really go and blame them. You have to take responsibility that you allowed them to be in this position to make the decision that they made, or the choice that they made that ended in some particular result. So for me, I would take responsibility for that and then go and say, listen, okay, this isn't the best thing to be doing. I take full responsibility that I didn't share this with you in the first place, but from this point forward, we need to move and act and make choices like this. So, and it's the same with your children, your partner. You've got to always take responsibility. It doesn't matter if you're walking down the road and someone runs into your car, or runs you over on your push bike. You could say, oh my God, they were driving fast. Well, that means you're going to hand over your power then to the external source. And that person that was driving fast has crashed into your car. You're in blame, you're in judgment, anger, all of these kind of things. That's not going to do you any good whatsoever. So you have to take responsibility that you were driving down that road. You know, you made the choice to go out that day and drive down that road, and they just happened to be driving along and bumped into your car. Like, it doesn't matter what kind of situation it is. If you take full responsibility for it, then you're going to own the moment. You're going to stand in your power. And then from that standpoint, you can make a decision that can change it. But if you're handing your power over and not being responsible, then you're never going to be able to make that choice to move on from it very quickly, because you're in blame mode and judgment mode. When you take full responsibility, you anchor the present moment. And from that state of presence, you can make better choices. When you're in that state of presence, you can lead. When you're in that state of presence, you've got all of your energy. When you're thinking and blaming and in judgment and not taking responsibility, and you're in reaction mode, then your energy is being siphoned. Most of us are bouncing around in our head. And when you're in your head, there's a 0.25 second window between stimulus and response. So if something happens in your external world, most people just react. When you're breathing deeply and you're self-aware and you're breathing into your belly, which activates your calm receptors, you take yourself out of this dangerous space. And then from there, you can respond instead of react. So it's about choosing to respond and not being in that reactive state. But to do that, you've got to be self-aware, conscious, and breathing deeply and keeping yourself in that balanced, harmonized state of equilibrium. And naturally, you're just going to respond.
Oh my gosh, I absolutely love that. I always believe as a leader, if you're not part of the problem, you can't be part of the solution. So really having that accountability or responsibility to, if someone messes up, well, I'm the one that hired them, like really kind of taking a look at that to be able to have that ownership over it. What I would love to have, especially because I'm a newbie in this field, is there some things that I could be doing and practicing to really help myself on the vibrational level I'm at and the vibrational level I want to get to?
You know what? Like, for me, it's a jigsaw puzzle, and all of the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle are important. So to keep your frequency high, there's a number of basic things. And the thing is, with all of these basic things, they don't cost you any money. All of the things that you need to do to keep your frequency high are free. Go to bed a little bit earlier, get up a little bit earlier. Okay. Intermittent fasting, eat in a 6-hour window every single day and fast for 18 hours. You're going to spike growth hormone levels, cellular regeneration, stem cell growth, much more clarity of consciousness. Your protein markers shift. Your mind's going to be clear. So many benefits. Eat clean, eat simple, exercise, meditation. For me, meditation isn't something that you do for 10 minutes a day or an hour a day. It's something that you do 24/7, 365. And that brings us back to the point that we were talking about a few minutes ago, of us being in response mode over reaction mode. When you're in response mode, you're in meditation. You're breathing deeply and there's no thoughts. When there's no thoughts, when there's no images in your head, you're in meditation. So even now, when I'm talking to you guys, I'm in meditation because I'm not even thinking about what I'm saying. There's just words coming out of my mouth. And if you're talking, I'm going to be listening and not thinking about what I'm going to do for dinner later or what I'm going to say in response. I'm just being present. So meditation, 24/7, 365, most people are draining so much energy because they're thinking so much. As soon as you stop thinking and you move into that space of presence, then your energy level goes right up, your frequency elevates. Breath work is another one. Doing breath work as soon as you wake up in the morning. Do it a few times during the day. Most people, when they get tired, they go and get a coffee. You do 3 minutes of fire breathing, boom, you're supercharged. So for me, it's about bringing all of these elements together and spending some time working on you every single day. When you wake up in the morning, Don't switch your phone on. Don't even talk to anybody. Just give all of that time in the early morning to yourself. You can do your breath work, meditation, go to the gym. Like, there's so many things that you can get done. You know, you work on yourself for 2 or 3 hours in the morning. By the time it gets to 9 a.m., you're like, you've done 2 or 3 days worth of stuff just in 3 or 4 hours. So for me, it's the jigsaw puzzle of putting it all together. It's not one thing. It's like a combination, and all of them matter massively.
That is so, so incredibly true. And as I have been learning and following your work and implementing some of the different advices, tips, all of these things that you're saying, it's really about loving and growing your own, nurturing your own energy to keep up the stamina and the endurance that a lifestyle of leadership really demands from us in that. So thank you. And thank you, Jerry, for being here and sharing with us all of this wisdom. And I'll just say firsthand, it's true. So thank you.
It's an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for having me. You know, Misty, Donna, it's been awesome. And just, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Phenomenal.
Okay.
Phenomenal. Thank you.
We have another speaker with us here, and it continues. We're going to be shifting from that masculine leadership vibe over to the feminine leadership, which I'm really excited for. And so we're going to bring up here to the stage Marcy Hopkins. Now, Marcy is an amazing person. She's an award-winning TV host, an author, a recovery advocate, and she is the host of Wake Up with Marcy. And she is also the author of Chaos to Clarity, where she shares her powerful journey through addiction and healing, inspiring others to break cycles and step into purpose. So welcome to the stage, Marcy.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. It's wonderful to be here.
Yes, thank you for being here. And this is kind of a fun little segment. As I said, we're transitioning from a masculine style leadership to a feminine style here. And what I want to ask you first here, Marcy, is Wake Up with Marcy is all about empowerment, especially for women. So what does personal leadership mean to you in everyday life?
Well, first of all, I lead with my heart. I leave the ego in the back because you can't get anything done with ego. And I am very self-aware of my role and others' role. I want to create a space that's trusting, where people can grow, speak up, be authentic, and be seen. And I want to listen. I want to allow them to, when they're speaking their truth, that they know someone is listening. And I have empathy, and I offer clarity, and allow them to have boundaries, and also set my own boundaries. Because being vulnerable is so strong. That's where we really show strength. And I believe that leadership is not about having power, but it's about sharing the power with the team, because we all rise together, and that's how we can really make an impact.
Oh my God, you just connected so much. So I never would have thought that the recovery journey and a leadership journey would be so parallel. But the older I get and the more people I work with, the more I understand the true power of authenticity and the true power of integrity and self-honesty. And I think if working with those in their recovery journey, those are some of the things that shape the whole road is authenticity, self-trust, and honesty. Do you think that there's a parallel between the two, between the road to recovery and the road to leadership, if you will?
Well, I became a better leader because of my road in recovery. I connected with myself. I healed. I was able to embrace and find self-love and heal from my past and the abuse from my past. And while I was healing, I was growing. I was becoming curious. I was finding my purpose, and I was trusting myself, finding my boundaries, and finding my voice. I didn't have to be small anymore. So there's absolutely a parallel between the two, because even though I was in some leadership roles when I was drinking, I was not near the leader that I am today in sobriety.
Wow. Well, that right there speaks volumes, Marcy, that the leader you are today in sobriety was not the leader who you were with addiction. What
No.
I'm curious here, because a lot of people say you were born that leader or it's on the inside, you just have to find it, let it out. What would you say to someone who doesn't see themselves as a leader because of something in their past?
Well, first of all, I think we're all capable of being leaders. We're all leaders. We just have to find that confidence within ourselves and find and trust that spark inside of us. So for instance, for me, when I was really young, I would dream about the things that I wanted to do in my life. But after the abuse, it was more about survival. And maybe that survival made me strong in certain areas, but it didn't make me a good person in areas where I could have thrived a lot more, because I didn't know how. I was very reactive. So one of the things that I have learned, well, there's multiple things, but there's something that I like to share with others, and I've shortened it to the CARE method. And the first part of that is communicating effectively. And I didn't know how to communicate. And I think a lot of us don't know how to communicate. It's not something we were taught to do. We weren't sat down and said, this is a good way to get your ideas across. Maybe you weren't allowed to. Maybe there was a lot of screaming, like in the home where I lived, and then you just brushed it off and acted like it didn't happen. And then you just pushed down that pain. So I have learned to communicate. And with that communication, you build trust of yourself, the confidence that I talk about, and then also the trust from others. So there's a few key things that you can do when you approach a conversation. It's saying, I feel, instead of you do this and it hurts me. I feel this way when X, Y, and Z happens, or you do this. And this can happen in any relationship. It can happen in work, and it can happen in your personal relationships. You also choose the right time to have these conversations. If there's something that's going to be a little difficult to talk about, you don't want to start this conversation when someone is in stress or dealing with multiple other things. You want to find a time that you're really at an even playing field and you can talk about it so you can get a great result. And it's really good to ask that person, say, hey, I want to talk to you about something. When's a good time and we can talk about this? And also your tone matters significantly. I used to have a terrible tone. And I realize now, later on, 10 years, I'm about to celebrate 10 years of sobriety. So I've recognized how my tone used to be. And I would just start off the conversation in kind of a negative approach with my tone. And your tone is going to, that's how you're going to get the reaction from that other person, because their walls are going to go straight up. And it's so important that you speak your needs, you communicate effectively to get anything done. And that's within anything in your life, in building strong relationships. And that's something that I've been able to learn through this healing journey that I have embarked on.
That is amazing advice for any leader, right? It's like, get in the space, build your communication skills, and then have those crucial conversations at a time where both of you are able to sit down and not really talk through the emotionals of them, but of what really needs to get addressed. It's so funny where I was just talking about that today with a colleague. But what I would love to ask you, because as a leader, and sometimes I don't always want to get up and lead, or I don't always want to wake up and have crucial conversations, but you for a living wake up and talk to people. So I would love to know, is there something you do that helps you just prepare for conversations? Because sometimes you got to bring energy up. Sometimes you got to bring energy down and slow people down. But is there anything that you do to get ready for these great conversations?
Well, I basically start my day the same way every day. And I think it's vital that you do this, and then you can approach the day and anything that you need to address, right? So if you have these conversations or something comes up, you're ready for them and you are at peace. So it's starting your day, not picking up the phone, not turning on the TV, but it's about connecting with yourself. It's about connecting with your higher power, meditating. What does your day look like? Envision that day. And if you do have a hard conversation that you need to have, envision that conversation. What is it that you want the outcome to be? And you play it out. And that's one of the things that we learn, right, from law of attraction. It's so important that we envision what that is going to look like. What is our day going to look like? And so when I connect every day with my higher power, I connect within, I talk to myself and envision what the day is going to look like, and I bring peace to my day. I am ready to embark and approach anything that I need to, whether it's going to be an easy day or something that is difficult to approach, or even if something just arises, because things are going to happen. You don't know how the day is going to unfold.
Very, very true. Very true there. And I love that even from this perspective, the advice is the same, and it's having this harmonic flow, maybe setting that sacred space in the morning time to really regroup and reground before we start the day with all of the stuff that we do as leaders on our to-do list there. As we come here to a close, Marcy, I'm just going to ask you one last question here. The floor will be yours. At the end of it all, what is one truth about leadership that every person can live by, regardless of status or title?
Well, I want to say that you cannot lead others well until you understand how you are showing up. You need to really get deep and figure out how you are showing up for others, whether that's in failure, what that looks like, recognizing that that is not the end, that is a stepping stone. It allows you to come together with others and figure out the solution. Be aware of how you are showing up for those that are looking to you for that leadership. And also, another very vital thing in leadership is self-care, because you cannot pour from an empty cup. And if you are showing up burnt out, overwhelmed, stressed, that's all going to trickle down to your team. And they're looking to you for how things are going to move forward. So if you are showing them that self-care, mental health, resilience through failure, and self-awareness are key things to yourself, then they're going to trust you as the leader, and they are going to do those things for themselves that allows them to be better in the team, because it's all about a team. The leader is not the one that is the best at everything. The leader recognizes what others are the best at, and that you are utilizing that to create the outcome that you're looking for.
Wow. Totally priceless there. And I'm going to 100% agree on self-care. So thank you, Marcy, for being with us here today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yes,
thank
yes.
Thank you for letting us wake up with you.
Thank you, Misty. It's been fun. Wake up conscious.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Here. Thank you. All right, Misty, we're going to keep on going and we're going to bring up here to the stage one of our other co-hosts, Parisa Rose. So Parisa, welcome. What did you think of our last two segments here really quickly? We had a divine masculine point of view, a divine feminine point of view, and I'm going to have to say they were kind of one in wholeness.
Right. I remember it was many months back last year. I got to interview Marcy on the red carpet at a book awards event, and I completely just connected with the sincerity of her message and her truly like the felt need that like this needs to come out. We need to have these conversations. There's nothing taboo about this. This is just real people every day talking about things that impact so many of us. And I'm here to talk about it. And I just loved her spirit about all of it. So I thought she brought such just immense value to that last segment.
Oh
so hey, Marcy, good to see you again. I'm glad you're here.
Perfect.
And one of the things I could absolutely say about you, Parisa, is you're authentic. So getting into that leadership of the authenticity, I love that you embody it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yes, I think we all do it to some extent in our different ways. And we get to continue to always connect with what we see in others and really find where it's within ourselves. So back at you, Misty.
I love that. I love that. All right, Parisa, I know we have another amazing speaker in the waiting room. I've had the opportunity to speak with him in the past. So let's have you just go ahead and introduce him.
Awesome. Would love that. Well, our next speaker, his name is Dr. Noah St. John. Now, Dr. Noah St. John is the author of The 7-Figure Expert. He's known worldwide as the father of affirmations and the creator of the 12-week breakthrough, working with Hollywood celebrities, professional athletes, and 8-figure company CEOs. Noah is famous for helping people make more in just 12 weeks than they made in the last 12 months. Wow. While also winning their lives back. He's the author of 25 books, including his new book, The 7-Figure Expert, Your Ultimate Guide to a Life of More Impact, Influence, and Financial Freedom. And you can grab a copy, free copy, mind you, at 7figureexpertbook.com. And I would love to bring up Dr. Noah St. John. Welcome, Noah. It's good to have you with us.
Thanks, Parisa. Great to be here with you today.
Oh, so good. You know, I've heard nothing but the most amazing things about you, by the way, from Mary Glorfield. She is like, I continue to say she's like the real MVP here. Just heart, soul, and action all the way through. So I would love to know, to help create context for those that are listening, this first initial dive in, that would be, what is your definition of leadership or your definition of leader? And then I'd like to build from there.
Absolutely. And yes, I do want to give a shout out to my dear friend, Mary Glorfield. We've known each other for probably about over 20 years now. I've spoken on many of her stages all around the globe, and she is the best in the business. So great to be here. And thanks, Mary, for making this connection. So yeah, I mean, this is all about leadership. And what's great is this is exactly my wheelhouse. As you mentioned, I've written 25 books, pretty much on this subject right here about leadership. So really, what is it? Well, of course, we have so many definitions of it, but the way that I like to look at leadership is I like to look at it from an inside out perspective. Many people are trying to come at leadership from an outside in perspective. That means like, we've got to hit our KPIs. We've got to make sure that everything is in place. And that is very important. All those things are very important. But what I like to talk about with leadership is coming from what I like to call your inner game. Because when we look at success, this phenomenon called success, which I've written all these books about and do coaching and keynote speaking on, it really comes from those two places. If you think about a Venn diagram, which has two circles that meet in the middle, the first circle is inner game. That means everything that happens between your ears that you can't see directly, but it affects everything that you do. And then you have the outer game, and that's everything you can see directly. That also affects everything. what's so fascinating is that so many people, particularly entrepreneurs, people starting their business or wanting to grow their business, they're completely focused on their outer game, the funnels, traffic, offers, things like that. That's all very important. But what they're missing many times is that inner game component. And once they install that inner game, using my power habit system, that's what we call it, the power habit system, they're able to really, really scale up to an incredible degree, in many cases, doubling, tripling, or more. And as you mentioned, I'm known for helping people make more in just 12 weeks than they did in the previous 12 months, while also winning their lives back at the same time. So this isn't about the hustle and the grind. There's plenty of other people that say that and that teach that. But no, I'd rather have a life and have your business serve your life rather than the other way around.
Okay. So inner and outer game. Ooh, that's solid. Yes. And I love that you brought up how it is very traditional and to be expected for many people, even a lot of speakers, to talk about the outer game of leadership and the KPIs and the marketing and the funnels and all the things. And that serves a purpose and a time, and there's necessity there. And something that I feel like has been such a very clear thread today in particular, with starting out with, as Jim Keys was talking about earlier today, as we started the day, he mentioned that if you can't, you're only going to discover leadership when you lead yourself, when you actually learn the nuances of yourself, how you lead. And it's going to continue to look different in each circumstance, each situation, due to variables, human beings, and our complexities, all of the things, right? So I love that you brought up, I love the way, although it's a similar thread, which only proves the alignment of those that are here on the broadcast, which is key. And for those that are listening, I want to make sure when I'm saying alignment, I'm not saying people copying whatever anyone is saying or parroting what others are saying. They're speaking to a similar context, a similar message and concept, but their own articulation through their own understanding, their knowledge, their learnings. So it's so important that we do have so many different speakers speaking on this singular topic of leadership as a whole, because we each learn from a different person, right? And I know that you know that, Dr. No St. John. I know that you know that. And I think that it's also helpful for us to be reminded of that, myself included, because it's a great reminder to always be in that learning mindset. And although one speaker can talk about the inner journey of the leader, the necessity of that, the way you broke it down, the inner and the outer game. I love that you said game. I'm a former athlete, so I definitely identify with a very strategic way of going about thinking and about applying the tools that I have or the tools that I don't have that I need to learn. So I would love if you could dive a bit into the inner game and shed some light on that in a way that and then we'll dive into outer game next. Yeah, just inner game first.
Absolutely. Sure. So I want people to know that, my teaching comes from a very organic place. And what I mean by that is I grew up poor in a rich neighborhood. And I know that's a total cliche, but it's true. I grew up in this little town called Kennebunkport, Maine, which is one of the wealthiest communities in New England. But my family was dirt poor. And I mean that literally, because we lived at the bottom of a dirt road in a drafty, unfinished house that my parents ended up losing to foreclosure when I was just 15 years old. So from a very young age, I was painfully exposed to the gap, the chasm between the haves and the have-nots. The haves was everyone else in the community, and the have-nots was my family. And I just hated being poor. You hear speakers all the time, they'll get on stage and they'll say things like, well, we were poor, but we were happy. We knew, we didn't know we were poor. Well, my family, we freaking knew we were poor because my mother, bless her heart, reminded us every day that we were poor and miserable. So no, it wasn't happy. It sucked. So the point is, I hated being poor. So I said, how the heck do I get from here to there? And of course, this was long before the internet or all the tools we have today. So I did the only thing I could think of, which is I went to the library and I read every book in the self-help section. I ended up reading over 300 self-help books over the years. And they all basically say the same thing. For those of you who've read a lot of books like I have, they all basically say the same, set your goals and think positive and work hard and use them. They all say the same basic thing. So I just immersed myself. I spent an insane amount of time studying these things. But you know what? As hard as I tried, I couldn't get it to work as hard as I tried. And so at the age of 25, I actually made a decision, which was to take my own life. I decided to commit suicide at age 25. Now, at the very last moment, my life was spared. but I didn't know why. And so I said, I've got to find, what am I doing here on this planet? What is my purpose on the earth? And I didn't know how to answer that question. So I went back to the library. And this time I read every book in the spiritual section. What is my purpose? How to find, why am I here? What's my mission on the earth? These are questions that humans have been asking for centuries, right? And so I just immersed myself in that literature. Then fast forward 5 years later, in 1997, I had these epiphanies when I finally realized what was missing in all of those books that I'd spent so much time and effort reading. And I realized, aha, this is my mission. And that's when I created something that I call the Power Habits System. And the full name of it is the Power Habits of Unconsciously Successful People. Now, that sounds like a mouthful, but it's actually very simple. I'll break it down for you. So what I realized is that highly successful people, the people we look up to, the gurus and so forth, they are doing things unconsciously that they don't even know they're doing, number one. And therefore, number two, they can never teach it to us. And that's why I'd spent so many years reading all these books, and they were talking on the conscious level. Now, those of you who've done any studying in human nature know that we humans are like an iceberg. About 5% is visible above the surface. The vast 95% is below the surface. It's just like that with human beings. You have the 5% that's the conscious mind. It's up here, it's only 5%, but the vast 95% is in the subconscious mind. That means up to 95% of our thoughts, behaviors, and actions every day are subconscious. That means you do it by habit. You don't even think about it. And so think about this. What all the other habit training is about the 5%. That means change your conscious thoughts, change your conscious habits. Nothing wrong with that. But here's my question. Imagine if you're going into battle and you got 5 guys fighting 95 guys. Who do you think is going to win? Exactly, the 95, but only every time, right? So that's why with the Power Habit System, what I realize is if we can get from the subconscious, bring it to the conscious level, and then we can make conscious choices about what we're doing, our thoughts, our behaviors, our actions, then we can truly become the successful people that we want to be. And that's what I've proven in thousands of cases. If you go to my website, you can see just literally hundreds and hundreds of case studies of, celebrities and athletes and CEOs and entrepreneurs, chiropractors, health professionals, network marketers, real estate professionals. I mean, just across the board. And why is that? Because we're dealing with this. We're dealing with the human mind, which really hasn't changed much over the centuries. So that's what's so exciting about it, because people realize, oh my gosh, like I had one woman who was a self-proclaimed seminar junkie. She'd been going to all these seminars for many, many years. Maybe some people can relate to that. And she was doing well. She was doing 6 figures, but she couldn't break through that income ceiling. Then I was able to coach her. And in 2 weeks, she tripled her investment with me. 2 weeks, she tripled her investment. We hadn't even gotten to the money part yet. So that's how powerful these power habits really, really are. And once you understand them and master them, boom, you can really change your life very, very quickly.
Right. Oh my goodness. Yes and yes. Okay. So I'm going to go in a direction that I just feel like we need to go into. Okay. So there's as you were talking about when you were 25 and your experience then, and how that moment itself was a pivotal moment, because that really allowed you to become, I would say, probably ask different questions than you maybe have asked before, or be receptive to answers that you hadn't heard yet to the same questions. So I actually just more recently had posted something because I just felt like it was on my heart, and it's connected so much with this whole week for leadership, which I'm like, well, no wonder it was on my heart to post this, because it's all connected, of course. And it was this, ultimately what I was communicating is that there was a time in my life when I had a deep level of despair, and I didn't know why. Like why I was here. And it's a very simple, very, existential kind of question, but I wanted to understand why in a very tangible way. And I think that we all do. But I know that the place that I was at when I asked that question was at a place where I wanted something that was very tangible for me to understand how to move forward with. I didn't need all the answers. I just needed something to move forward with, some kind of something to put into my process. And I remember hearing this one statement, and it was, find the authority of your voice. Of course, I went into the deep dive and the etymology and the definitions of all the study of authority. And then it led me to the word author. And now having this conversation with you right here, right now, as I'm hearing you speak, you have this very sincere authority of your own voice. And it's not necessarily vocal tone. I would love if you could dive a bit into that, into specifically, when I say authority of your own voice, what would you say? How would you describe that? What would you say regarding that authority of your own voice?
Well, I love that you brought up etymology, because that's actually one of my hobbies. So I love that word. And, being an author of 25 books, I really connect with that as well. So, as I'm sure you know, Parisa, and maybe some other folks do, but if you weren't aware, the word author actually comes from the Latin word augere, which means to create. It is to be the creator of your own life. And so that means a lot to me, And so when I had those epiphanies back in 1997, so keep in mind, I've been doing this for 30 years now, literally helping people to make a lot of money. I mean, adding 6 figures, 7 figures, even 8 figures and more, to their business, to their lives, while winning their lives back, but also, helping people overcome addiction, helping people to save their marriages, helping people to find love, maybe for the first time or after being out of the game for a long time, whatever it might be. And so think about this. We're talking about the human being, right? So these habits affect everything that you do. Like I was saying a moment ago about your inner game, it affects everything that you do, but it's invisible, right? So you can't see a belief. You can only see the effects of a belief. That's why you may be doing well in one area of your life, but maybe in another area you're stuck or struggling. For example, maybe, your business is going great, but maybe your health is suffering. Maybe you're working 14, 18 hours a day. That's not so great, not necessarily sustainable really over the long term. Also, conversely, maybe you're feeling great, you're healthy, your relationships are good, but you're not making the money you want, right? So it's not cookie cutter, one size fits all. It's all very customized and personalized, the work that we do with people. So talking about the authority of your own voice, for me, it's very simple. It comes down to one word, and that word is pain, right? So I share my story, with my audience members, because I want them to know, number one, I was not born with a silver spoon in my mouth. Number two, I don't think we had spoons. And number three, all we ate was macaroni and cheese. So, I mean, believe me, it sucked. Okay. We had no money. It was truly awful. And what's interesting about that, and I share that story on purpose so that people realize that, oh yeah, it's easy for you to say, sure, you were handed everything. Really? Okay. Not so much. In fact, not at all. Nobody handed me anything. And it's been incredible pain, right? That has gotten me this far. And it's funny is I was actually on stage one time and somebody asked me a question in the audience, and I had actually never shared my suicide story before. I had never shared it in public before because I didn't want people to take it the wrong way. Like I was trying to get sympathy or pour me or something like that, and I didn't want it to come across wrong. And I just kind of blurted it out, I said, well, when I was 25, I decided to take my own life. And people were like, what? They were just shocked. And I was like, oh, and I realized that, wait a minute, I need to share that. And the reason is, or a reason is, I think, because when people realize that that's about as low as you can get in terms of self-esteem, believing in yourself, thinking good about yourself or anything like that. I mean, I was at a 0, so I guess maybe the lesson is for people watching and listening, if I can get from that as low as you can get to, where I am today, which is pretty nice. I think anybody can do it. But you still have to take action though. This isn't, there's a lot of people that teach, well, just think positive, you can do it and psych yourself up. And I'm like, okay, but that's kind of like putting a Band-Aid on someone who's having a heart attack. It's not really going to get the job done. We got to get to the root cause of why we're in that situation in the first place. Thomas Jefferson had a great quote that I love. He said, for every 99 that's hacking away at the leaves of truth, there's one striking at the root. And that's what I strive to be. I strive to be the one that is saying, okay, look, here's the root cause of why you may be holding yourself back from the success you're capable of. Boom, let's remove those root causes. And that's when we get what I like to call hockey stick growth. And I've got tons of examples of that.
Hockey stick growth. I've never had that analogy or that illustration connected to it. I really appreciate that. I have a whole new picture in my head now. That's awesome. People say like quantum growth or all these things, but I'm like, I need a physical thing. And that is exactly the thing. Thank you. That was so good. Oh my gosh, there was so much that you shared. And so thank you for answering my very like off the cuff question. I tend to come with off the cuff questions for everybody.
I'm an open book, Parisa. Ask me anything you want.
I genuinely, I appreciate the fact that you are just 100% down to, take my lead on this. And I'm saying this because not all speakers are, and that's okay. But I personally enjoy being able to just be so present and connect with what's being said and shared in the moment and pick up on where you're at and do my best to navigate it there, because I feel that the best value is offered then. So thank you. I appreciate this.
My pleasure.
Okay. So going from the authority, and yes, you have the word author that's connected to it, which the root of that word, yes, is to create. And when I discovered that, I was like, my mind is blown. It's still blown. And it just really does connect with the power of our words. Our words matter. We hold such power in these words. And so thank you for shedding light on that in your perspective, your words. So we dove into a bit of the inner game. I would love to dive into the outer game, and because it's necessary, in particular, because I feel like the outer game is talked about so much, but I want to talk about, if you could shed light on how to orient or how to relate your mind regarding the outer game.
Yep.
Okay.
So you mentioned a moment ago, my book, The 7-Figure Expert. And again, you can get a free copy at 7figureexpertbook.com. And that's exactly what I walk people through. It's my 5-phase 7-figure expert formula. Everything that I do is a formula, a framework, a system, because it really annoyed me when I was reading all those books and the guy would tell a bunch of story. And I'm like, dude, that's not helping. You're not helping me. I don't care that you made $10 million. I mean, but I want to know how you did it and how I can do it. Right. So anyway, everything I do is a framework, because, I can't stand people that just get up and tell story. Anyway, so in the book, what I talk about is the 5 phases. Now, the first 2 are inner games. So that's your habits and your beliefs. So your beliefs and habits, it really comes from your inner game. Then the second phase, which is 3 phases, is your offers, funnels, and traffic. So that's your outer game. So if you think about your inner game as beliefs and habits, right? So those are things you can't necessarily see directly, but you see the effects of them everywhere. And then in the outer game, you have your offers, funnels, and traffic. All right. So when you put those together, boom, you got a 7-figure expert business. Okay. Now, what I want people to realize is that when you're building your business, for those of you that either are already in business or maybe want to start a business, maybe thinking about doing it, it's really like building a house. All right. So building your business is a lot like building a house. Number one, there's a lot of parts to it. There's a lot of moving parts. Number two, did you know that most entrepreneurs, whether you've been doing this for a while or maybe you're just getting started, what they do is they say, man, I really want a house. And then they wake up in the morning and go, geez, it's awfully cold in here. I guess I need a house. And so what they do is they start slapping boards together, right? Like, oh man, we got to slap boards together over here and slap them over here. Well, what are you missing? You're missing a plan, right? So imagine if you try to build a house without a blueprint. How's that going to go? Not so great, right? And that's what millions of entrepreneurs are unknowingly and unwittingly doing. They don't want to do it. They don't mean to do it, but they've never been taught. I mean, for example, remember that class on entrepreneurship that you took in school? Of course you don't, because you didn't, right? Because they don't offer this. At least not when I went to school, they didn't, so mostly you don't, and you're just making it up. You're trying to figure it out. That's certainly what I did for the first 10, 12 years of my business. I'm like, what the heck is going on around here? And what do I do? Right. So that's why I needed a framework. And now I teach it to others. All right. So going back to the house analogy, right? It's your inner game is the foundation. Right. So you've got to have a strong foundation for your house. Right. I mean, if you don't, your house is going to blow over in the first wind. Right. I mean, we all know that. Right. So it's the stuff you can't see that actually makes a house a house. And that's your inner game. That's why we have to start there. What's funny is that so many people have spent years and years and maybe thousands of dollars on the outer game, right? All the offer, because that's what all the marketing gurus talk about. Nothing wrong with that, but it's exactly like trying to build a house from the outside in. You can't do it. You cannot do it. I'll give you a quick example. I was speaking at a seminar in Los Angeles for 1,000 entrepreneurs, right? These are high level people, 7 and 8 company, CEOs, entrepreneurs, and, high level people. I spoke for 30 minutes. I was walking off the stage. A man came up to me and he said, Noah, I want to hire you as my coach. You are the coach I've been looking for. Now, I didn't know this man from Adam. Ironically, his name was Adam. True story. And so I said, you could go on my website and see. But anyway, so he said, okay. I said to him, well, what's going on? He goes, no, I'm the owner of this company, and we got to 7 figures really fast, but we have been plateaued for the past 4 years. We've been stuck at the same level. And he said, I spent all this money on all these marketing guys and named all these big gurus. I spent so much money and we can't break through that income ceiling. And he said, as soon as I heard you speak about inner game and outer game and head trash and everything you just said, he said, I knew you were the coach I've been looking for. So he literally decided to hire me on the spot. That's why I love working with high achievers, right? Because they make decisions quickly and friendly. They don't dilly-dally, don't mess around. Oh, I got to think about it. No, let's do it. So I coached him and his leadership team for 18 months. And in that time, we were able to get his company that had been stuck, plateaued at 7 figures for the previous 4 years to over 20 million in revenues, a 600% increase. And you can see his video and many others on my website. So that's why we like to call it hockey stick. So you go along like this and then whoop, you put the power habits in and whoop, you go right up like that. So what's the point of the story? The point of the story is for everyone listening, whether you're making 5 figures, 6 figures, 7 figures, or whatever you're at, there's always an inner component that you're probably missing. Why? Well, because no one taught it to you, right? Just like no one taught it to me. Even after reading over 300 books in this industry, they still didn't tell it, right? So I had to write my books for me, right? I wrote them for me because I'm like, gosh, I need this. And nobody wrote it, so I guess I'll do it myself. So yes, you need to find your voice, like you were saying earlier, Parisa, but definitely make sure you master your inner game and then boom, the outer game will follow.
Oh, so good. Oh my gosh, you came and delivered. You understood the assignment, as the people say. Oh, so good. I would love to give you 1 minute close. You have the floor. Share whatever you'd like to share, what's on your heart, mind, and all you. It has been such an honor to have you here today. I mean, we could go for hours. This is so easy.
Yeah.
And you've been such an honor. It's an honor, and you've been such a joy to you. So thank you. And
absolutely. Well, yeah, I'll just reiterate that, make sure you can go to my website, noahstjohn.com. We got lots of different programs. The book is free, sevenfigureexpertbook.com. And, we've just got tons of resources. You can go to my YouTube channel. But, really, it's an honor to do the work that I get to do, to see people like Adam and all the rest of the amazing, amazing clients that I have from literally around the world. And so it's such an honor to be here. And, hope we can do it again real soon.
You can count on that. Done. Easy. Absolutely. It's so good. So good to have you here with us. Dr. Noah St. John, everyone. And that is a wrap for that segment. I will be bringing up, let's see who our next co-host will be. We have Alicia, Miss Alicia Magnus Lewis, our CSO. I feel like we are often here on screen together in the latter hours of the broadcast. So I'm here to bring it home strong with you. Let's go.
Yes, I have to say, what a thought-provoking segment is what I'm going to call it, that you just had with Dr. Noah St. John, and that whole concept of what is the inner game. The beliefs and habits are your foundation. Everything else is the outer game, the offers and funnels. But a lot of this stuff you're not taught in school. You're not taught this in entrepreneur school, because what is an entrepreneur school, right? You can learn, but you learn so much in the school of life. And I think you learn so much when you look internally. So I love that segment, Parisa. We are about to transition to our next guest. But before we do, can you kind of share some of your reflections as someone that was sitting in that session with Dr. Noah and asking questions that I could also see your wheels spinning? I can tell you were thinking a lot, and there's probably more thoughts than questions asked. So I'm kind of curious to hear from you here, Parisa.
Yeah. So the one thing about these leadership conversations that's key is that, like I've said, I think the last 2 days consistently, and I'm going to reiterate it, okay? It's that we need to have conversations like this with many different types of people from different industries, different levels of experience, different cultures, different, socioeconomic journeys of life. Like, we need the diversity of conversation, even though it's the same concept, the same topic. We need the diversity of it because each person is able to receive a certain message from a certain person, right? Like it can even be like the tonality of voice. It can be the cadence in which someone's speaking. It could be some people really like the high energy, the very verbose kind of speakers. And some people really enjoy those that are much more slower in how they deliver their style of speaking. And it's so key. So having, Dr. Noah St. John here is exactly that, because he offers something that no one else has brought. He's talked about it and framed it as this inner game and outer game. It's similar things, yet having that framework. Some people genuinely thrive with framework. We all thrive with framework in certain way, shape, and form, right? But to have the framework shaped in that way, articulated in that way, is so key, especially for those that are more analytical in our thinking style and our processing style, and those that dive into etymology. It's like, it's a process, it's an understanding, it's a follow through, it's a method. So I really, really appreciate the way he broke it down. I can tell you, I wrote my notes. I keep looking this way because that's where my notes are. I will absolutely be adopting that framework into how I process these leadership principles.
I love that. And I'm a big fan of your notes, Parisa here. So I will definitely be asking for us to share notes. I think this is I actually loved how we're about to go from hearing from Dr. Noah to our next guest. Our next guest is Cute Blackson, and he's a beloved inspirational speaker and transformational teacher. He's the author of the national best-selling book, You Are the One and the Magic of Surrender. And he's widely considered as the next generation leader in the field of personal development. He's been featured on Larry King Now, Fox and Friends, Dr. Drew, and Inc. magazines calls him the mindfulness guru billionaires go to for advice. What I love about Q is that he offers a really fresh and bold look at spiritual awareness for the next generation. And his background is there's so much depth here. He was born in Ghana, West Africa, but he's had multicultural upbringing as a child of a Japanese mother and a Ghanaian father. His life where he has lived has spanned 4 continents. His unique lineage laid the foundation for his approach to breaking down barriers and then unlocking an individual's true gifts and greatness. And he's been inspiring people for over 20 years. I'm going to go ahead and bring him up here to join us today. And we appreciate you joining us today. I know that you are traveling this week, so it's great to have you on. And there's so much that we can learn from you. And I have so many questions about the magic of surrender, but I know that you were kind of tuning in here, and I know that you focus a lot on the inner game, but also helping people come to the reality of who they are, cutting through their own stuff. And so I would love for you, if you could, to help frame for our audience what it means to kind of get out of your own way by asking yourself the real questions so that you can get away from the things that you may be afraid to peel back the layers about, but also have the understanding that everything you're looking for is on the other side of you, not denying who you are, but embracing all of you to really evolve into the next place and phase in your life.
Yeah, I think many of us from childhood, well, firstly, thank you for having me. It's a joy.
Thank you
it's
for
an
being
honor.
here.
It's exciting to be here. I think the work you're doing is amazing, and the world is in need of more awakened and enlightened leadership. What I would say is, I think from the moment we're born, we are conditioned. We meet our parents, and our parents, they're just doing the best that they know how to do based on their conditioning and their parents and their ancestors. And so we're all born into a preset pattern of conditioning. The challenge is, as we get older, we don't know that we're conditioned. We think that who we are is who we are. And so as children, maybe dad was crazy, maybe mom is an alcoholic. And so we've learned all sorts of strategies to shut down, disconnect, not feel, and survive our environment. We've also learned all sorts of strategies to get love, validation, and approval. So we've become who we think we need to be in order to fit in and be loved and be approved by mom, by dad, by the world. And as a result, we end up becoming a version of ourselves, a person, a set pattern, a persona that we end up thinking, oh, this is who I am. This is just me. I'm just this way. I'm just shy. I'm just independent. But we don't realize that often who we've become is a conditioned version of ourselves, and who we've become is not who we truly are. And so until we truly learn to ask the questions, until we truly learn to seek truth, until we truly heal, until we truly awaken, until we truly break free, we're not really free, right? And so many of us, we think we have free will and free choice, but we're just operating on the programs and conditioning from childhood. And so when we're doing that, we are just slaves to the past. And I think from this place, it's hard to truly lead because we're in reaction. It's hard to truly lead because we're not seeing clearly. We're seeing through the lens of our fear, the lens of our pain versus clarity. And so I think part of transformation begins, part of leadership begins, but part of truly transforming your life begins. Excuse me. Swallowed.
Because you're getting to the good stuff here.
I'm getting all excited.
Listen.
Part of true transformation begins when we are willing to ask ourselves the truth. There is no transformation, there is no leadership without truth. And I think many of us, because of our conditioning, we're staying in relationships that we know are not aligned. We are working jobs that we know are not truly in alignment with our highest purpose. We betray ourselves in order to get love, validation, and approval, and wonder why we're not truly happy. And so I think we have to start by asking ourselves the real hard questions. The truth, number one, what lies am I telling myself? It's a tough question. What lies am I telling myself? Many of us, we don't even know that we're lying. We're just doing what we're doing and living what we're living, thinking this is just me. And so if we can start with, what lies am I telling myself? What am I pretending to not know? And what is it costing me? Then I think we stand a chance of connecting with ourselves more clearly, connecting with what we feel more clearly, connecting with our truth more clearly. And from that place, then I think we can lead and be of service to the world.
That's so good. And, those questions that you just asked, what lies am I telling myself? What am I pretending to know? What is the payoff for being stuck? And what is the lie costing me? It comes up in your book, The Magic of Surrender, in a chapter that really stood up to me, which was the Level Up chapter. And you said something really fascinating in that chapter. You said, surrender is not denial. Surrender is facing reality. Surrender isn't being powerless. It's being empowered. And, it's really, that chapter is a call for people to acknowledge, their feelings, right? Acknowledge their truth in a world where it's easy to kind of skip past your feelings. You're telling people, acknowledge your feelings and understand that they're there, but there are pathways that you can take to move forward as you come to reality with them. And so curious, because you travel around the world and, you speak about the magic of surrender.
Yeah.
What are some maybe friction points that you've experienced that people have said, well, but, right?
I don't want to surrender. Well, what do you mean by surrender? Well, first, I think there's...
So how can people work through the buts in, as they come up to that, to really facing the truth of who they are?
When I say surrender, a lot of people think we have this misconception that surrender is weak, that surrender is giving up, that surrender is waving the white flag, that if I surrender, I'm going to be a doormat. If I surrender, I'm going to get left behind. If I surrender, I won't manifest my goals, dreams, and desires. If I surrender, I'm going to get less in life. And I think that there's this myth or misconception we have about surrender, that if we can understand the true essence and meaning of surrender, it reframes everything, right? What I'm really saying is, what if surrender, if you really understood surrender, what if it was actually the most powerful thing that you could do? What if you really practiced and understood surrender, you didn't get less in life, but you actually got more than you could have planned, more than you could have imagined, more than you could have even visualized with the limitation of your own persona and mind, right? What if it was different? What if it was better? And so when I look at the truly great ones in the world, a Jesus, a Buddha, a Mother Teresa, a Gandhi, a Bruce Lee, a Mandela, these are some really radically powerful, iconic leaders in the world. At some point, they all got to the point where they surrendered. To me, this was the real secret and superpower to their leadership and success. Each and every one of them got to the point where they surrendered. They had to surrender themselves to the deeper purpose that was seeking to express through them. Maybe there was a life that they thought they were living, but there was a life that was actually seeking to live through them that was beyond what they could have imagined for themselves. Gandhi was a lawyer, had his life planned out, but life had another plan for him. So he had to surrender to the bigger calling of his life. And that's what I think enabled him to transcend himself. I think that part of leadership is the ability to go beyond yourself, to transcend yourself, to tap into a calling and a purpose that is bigger than yourself and bigger than your conditioning and bigger than your fears and bigger than your mind. And so I think anyone that's done anything great has gotten to the point, whether they're conscious of it or not, where they had to surrender to something bigger than themselves. And in that surrender, they transcended themselves. And in that transcendence, they tapped into a bigger calling, a bigger purpose, a bigger destiny. And that's when life, the universe, God, whatever you believe, that's when life is able to use you. That's when life is able to manifest through you and express through you in ways that you cannot even plan and imagine. You look at Mandela. The life that Mandela lived was bigger than what he could have even planned for himself. You can't plan that kind of life. I'm going to imagine him sitting down with a vision board. Yeah, I'm going to spend 27 years in prison. You can't plan that. It's bigger than his mind, and I think that's when what I want people to realize is that surrender is the password, is the secret to the next level of your life. Surrender is the password to freedom. And I think that the next level of your life, whatever it is for you, a bigger calling, writing a book, impacting more people, the next level of your life requires the next level of you. And the next level of you requires that you let go of everything and anyone that is no longer in alignment, that is no longer a vibrational match. Yet many of us, out of fear, out of self-preservation, out of comfort, we hold on to who we were and what we know and the life that we have, the comfort zone, because of fear, and we don't realize that holding on to what is no longer aligned simply keeps us stuck, simply blocks our blessings, simply reinforces the old version of ourselves in life. And so part of surrender is the willingness to let go of what no longer works, what's no longer aligned, what's no longer in our own integrity, so that we can elevate our consciousness, so that we can become the highest version of who we're truly meant to be, of what life is seeking to express. And I think that's a key. That's a key element.
And it's it sounds simplistic, and it is in certain regards, but it can be complex in others. I'm curious for you, right? As you speak about the magic of surrender, because you're right, there are so many great leaders that they surrendered to a bigger calling. What is a question that you maybe surprisingly have found that people ask you often? And how would you like to address that here with our audience today?
A question that people ask me often. Wow. There's so many. One is, obviously, it's like, how do I find my purpose? How do I find my purpose? People say, how do I find my purpose? I don't know how to find my purpose. And I tell people, stop seeking your purpose. Kind of count it. Stop seeking your purpose. Sometimes the constant seeking of your purpose is actually taking you away from the purpose that is here right now. The purpose that is this moment. And in constantly seeking your purpose, many of us don't realize that we're actually postponing what is actually in front of you to do and give and express and share and contribute right now, because we're seeking this huge, massive purpose and we're not clear about it. So we're not really living what is in front of us to live in this very, very, very moment. And so if you're seeking your purpose, I would say stop seeking your purpose. And instead of seeking your purpose, ask yourself a couple of questions. How can I respond to the need that's in front of me that's in front of me right now? To me, part of leadership is not a title. Part of leadership is not what you say. Part of leadership is not just what you do or what you tell people. Part of leadership is a state of consciousness. Part of leadership is a beingness. Part of leadership is how you live your life moment to 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 moment, whether anyone is around or not. Many of us, we want to lead other people, but we can't even lead ourselves. We can't get ourselves out of bed in the morning to go exercise. We can't stop ourselves from eating the 7th, tub of Haagen-Dazs. And so part of leadership has to start with our own selves and developing the inner self-mastery to lead ourselves, right? And so I think when we can start there, then we are living it. We are being it, and that transmits. The next thing I would say in terms of purpose is if you're seeking your purpose and you're wondering, what am I here to do? Ask yourself these 4 questions. Number 1, what brings me alive? And what do I love? What do I love? What brings me alive? Where do I feel true sense of aliveness? A lot of people get caught up in see, how do I make money? And how am I going to make money from this vision? Where do I feel alive? Where does my soul come alive? And you don't have to have the entire path of your purpose and your life mapped out and understood and planned. And many times you are not shown the entire pathway of your life, because if you knew the entire path, many of us, we wouldn't even take the step. If I knew everything about my life, right?
I don't know if I want to do all that. I'm going to just take a step back.
I'm not taking a step. If I knew everything that I would have to go through, the trials and the tribulations, I'd be like, hell no, let me just sit this one out. I'm good. I'm good right here. So life and God doesn't show you the entire pathway, but life does give you the next step. And so if you really want to find your purpose and what is yours to truly do in this human incarnation, feel what brings you alive, or where your soul comes alive, where your soul feels a fire, an energy, and just take a step. When you take a step, life reveals the next step. When you take another step, life reveals the next step. When you take another step, the next step is revealed. And your purpose is often revealed in the process of living life itself. Your purpose is a revelation in the process of living life. And as you take a step, then you develop more skills. You expand your consciousness. You develop the capacity to handle the next level. Second question is, invite people to really sit with, what are my unique gifts? What are my unique gifts? And when I look at my life, what is the experience that I have that actually qualifies me? What is the actual experience I have? Like I love Formula One, but I have no experience being a Formula One driver. And probably in this lifetime, unless there's a divine intervention, I'm not going to be Lewis Hamilton and a Formula One driver. And so we have to look at what is the experience I have? Because the experience that many times people are looking for their purpose and they're like, I don't know what my purpose is. But we don't realize that life has actually been preparing you. Every single thing you've been through, every heartbreak, every difficulty, every challenge, working that job you hated as an accountant that you were, wanted to pull your hair. Every single thing you have ever done is actually part of the divine preparation that is preparing you to become the person to live your purpose. So there's no mistakes. So often when we don't take the step because we're too busy, I've got to figure out my purpose, rather than taking the step. When you take the step and maybe you're working that job in an apprenticeship to someone, that is actually the way the universe is preparing you to develop the skill that you will need when it's time to lead and live your purpose. So look at the experience that you have, because the experience you have will often show you part of what you're here to do. The third question is, don't simply look at how can I make more money. Ask yourself, actually, see, money follows being of service. When you are of service, money is a byproduct of being of service. And you are of service when you're able to solve a pain, problem, or challenge. A true leader is focused not on just making money. A true leader is focused on how can I solve a pain, problem, or challenge in someone's life, in my community, on a global level, in my state, in my country. When you can truly solve a pain, problem, or challenge, you are actually adding value. And when you add value by doing that, money is simply the energetic transference and byproduct of doing that. And so when you really look at, okay, what are the unique problems that I can truly solve? That's part of leadership. Lastly, I would say, look at what group of people do I feel a connection to, an affinity to? The children, the elderly, the blind, the dolphins, whatever it might be. Because often, if you can feel where you feel the pull in your heart, in your soul, this might be a signal for who and where you're meant to serve. True leadership, a true leader, is someone who is living or willing to live his or her life in service to a purpose that is beyond just oneself. A true leader really is a true servant. And last thing I'll just share is I remember many years ago, before I really started doing my work, I went to India and I was in search of how do I lead? How do I serve? How do I impact people around the world? And I came home and had no money, Alicia. And I was sitting there on the park bench. I forget the park, but it's just the park next to Air One in LA, right? And I was sitting by this park, just universe, how am I supposed to lead? How am I supposed to serve? How am I supposed to make an impact? Every day I was sitting there for 3 months, just questioning and questioning. And one day in my meditation, asking God how we're supposed to be of service to the world, I had this big vision. I heard this voice that said, you're full of it, basically. What do you mean? And I looked over across the street and I saw this elderly woman struggling with her groceries from Air One. Every day I realized, oh my God, I see her every day, just literally, she must have been 80 years old, struggling to carry her groceries. And I heard the voice of God tell me, Kud, here you are sitting here wondering how you can have a big impact on the world and how you can be of service and this great big leader. And every day you see this elderly woman across the street, barely able to walk and carry her bags. And you sit here asking me how I can be of service when life is giving you an opportunity to serve. If you really want to serve and you really want to lead, go help that woman. Because if you can't serve one, how will you serve two? If you can't serve two, how will you serve four? You can't serve four, how will you serve 40? And many of us, I think we want to lead 1 million, but we won't serve one. And I think true leadership starts with being of service. So I got my ass off the couch, off the bench in the park. And I just went and just started carrying her bags. And in that moment, I realized we all have something to contribute. We all have something to give. And I think that's how it starts. And if I do my part and you do your part and we all do our part and take our responsibility, we are being a contribution to making the world a better place.
Yeah, wow. I mean, so practical and so real, because even in that example you're saying, you just open your eyes to what was in front of you and you just showed up for one person. It wasn't about, people think about the impact number, and your impact number can be very large, but what is going around right in front of you, and how can you show up not just for yourself, but how do you show up for the person in front of you? One person, one, then the next person, then the next person, and in walking in that, then you're really serving and you're making an impact in the community. And I think, when I was hearing you speak, it's like all of it is in the surrender. You surrendered in that moment to stop asking the questions, but really surrender to what the moment was presenting to you.
What the moment requires. Yeah.
And
meeting the need in the moment.
Yeah. And so that's so key. It has been so great having you on today. As we come to closing remarks, I would love for you to share something that's been on your mind that you haven't addressed yet, but you really like to connect with our audience today. Thank you so much.
Something I want the audience to sit with, maybe leave people to think about. You are going to die. You are going to die. Please meditate on that. None of us know when that moment will come. I hope we all live a long life. But me, you, Bruce Lee, Muhammad Ali, Bob Marley, we all have our expiration date. And when that moment comes, will you be ready? When that moment comes, will you have regrets? What's ungiven? What's unexpressed? What's unlived? What's uncommunicated? If there's someone you need to forgive, go forgive them. If there's something you need to do, go do it. So that when your moment comes, you can die with no regrets. I would say then you've lived a life that is well lived, because there's no refunds in this game of life. So how would you need to live your life in such a way where you have zero regrets? Be the change. Be the change that you wish to see in the world.
Be the change that you wish to see in the world, one action at a time, one question at a time. It's been such a pleasure to have you join us here today. We're definitely going to have to ask you to come back and share more with our community. Like Annie said, what an inspiration. Annie's been on here all day long. We appreciate you. And we thank you for your time today, especially because I know that you're traveling this week. Thank you so much.
Big hugs.
Big hugs. Thank you. Wow. What a powerful segment. You all are tuning into Leadership Week presented by the Los Angeles Tribune, and it is day 7. There are so many leaders for so many different industries that are really sharing insights. Something that landed for me with what he just shared here was that surrender to the moment and look and open your eyes to what is in front of you. Oftentimes we seek and we seek for things outside of ourselves, but it's in every moment and every action that we can just be in the moment, you know? And so it is my pleasure and my honor to introduce our next guest. His name is AJ Giacano, and he is a writer and he's owner of Bibliotech, which is a bookstore, cafe, and wine bar in Soho, New York. And it is so great to have you on with us today. You know, I have to say that as someone that has stepped foot into Bibliotech, I think what your dad are doing with Bibliotech is really creative and it's innovative. And we welcome you here, AJ, to the Los Angeles Tribune. I would love for you to share more about what your journey has been as a writer and how you've created and cultivated a space in New York City where people can come together with books, with wine, and with coffee to just kind of have a good time, but in a very kind of, I want to call it creative and innovative way, but I have to say different, particularly for what the book scene has looked like in New York. So welcome here with us today.
Thank you so much for having me. This is an absolute pleasure. I'm really honored. Yeah, it's been a very long, interesting journey. As far as my writing goes, I mean, I've been reading since I was, a very small child. I think my mom said that I, started reading probably at the age of like 3 or 4. We would always do it every night. It was like one of my favorite things to do, and it still is, obviously. And as time went on, I had this, I guess, this need to kind of communicate things that I couldn't necessarily do with speaking, and I found it a lot easier to do with writing and with putting pen to paper, fingers to keyboard, whatever it may be, and kind of tell stories that I wouldn't necessarily see in the world around me, even if it were, many books have many different stories, but I was kind of telling stories that I didn't see in those books. And as time went on and I kind of kept honing the craft and finding different places to publish and work, I'd worked on for a long time. I became interested in sort of the culture of books in New York in particular. And I've been a New Yorker, like in New York itself for a couple of years now, but I grew up on Long Island. And there aren't very many bookstores on Long Island. And when I moved to New York, there were just everywhere you would go, there's just a bookstore. I mean, it's every corner, it seems. Everybody's always checking them out, looking for the next best, bestseller or even an underground memoir that you might not want to necessarily pick up, but you figure why not? And it ends up being one of the best things you've ever read in your life. I have a very deep love of bookstores in the city. And what I found, interestingly, is that it's tough to be a bookstore in the city, even though there are so many. It's tough to stay cash positive. It's tough to kind of branch out and do different things when it seems like the formula is so sort of done and wrote. It's like, what else can you do with a bookstore, right? Some people have cafes nowadays. I know McNally Jackson used to have a cafe a few years ago, and I think it shuttered its doors, at least the cafe did, around the time that COVID happened, for obvious reasons. And in 2020, while COVID was happening, I actually ended up scoring a job at this literary agency, and I worked there, and it wasn't exactly my scene. And then my dad and I were walking around, town one day in New York City, and we were like, why isn't there a place really that combines books, coffee, and I don't know, wine? He and I are big wine drinkers. He's got a collection. We have a long, storied history of enjoying great wine together. And there are a few places that kind of do it. But my dad and I were wondering, why don't we take it to the next level? And so what we decided to do is, marry these 3 different ideas in a really elegant, kind of elevated space that is pretty much nothing like I think at least that New York has had so far. And it's been a whirlwind, definitely. We've been open a little over a year and a half now, and it's going as well as it ever could. And every day I'm both shocked and so grateful that like it has been so popular and so giving to the community, and that it's really like shown the rewards, for the people who come to it, but also for me as, personally, it's been one of the most gratifying experiences of my whole life. And I don't think that I'll forget it anytime soon. I can't say where the future goes, if it's going to be, continue, we're going to open more locations yet, but I'm very happy with where it is currently.
Thank you so much for sharing, because I think it's really interesting how you and your dad kind of landed in the place to open this bookstore. And I know that bookstore, cafe, wine bar, I know that you were here tuning in as Coot was on, and he was talking about the magic of surrender. And so I'm kind of curious for you, as you've evolved along your journey as a writer, but even opening up this space in New York City with your dad, where are points along your leadership experiences where you leaned into the surrender, and what came out of that?
Right. Oh, I feel like every point I've been surrendering in some way. It's a very humbling experience to open a business like this in a place as grueling and sort of unforgiving business wise as New York is. I mean, at the beginning, I didn't have a ton of experience. I just loved books. I knew what I wanted the place to be like, but I didn't quite know how to get there. And when it finally opened, it was sort of like, I mean, like I said, it was a whirlwind, and it was kind of difficult to figure out where I fit into it all, right? Am I the kind of boss who's going to be more big picture? Am I kind of the boss who's going to be, on the floor? And it kind of transitioned into being a bit of both, but that didn't happen without me completely surrendering to the process. And it was difficult, definitely. I mean, at every step of the way, it felt like it was going to be, a be all or end all. I was like, can I really do this? I'm so tired. I'm here pulling, 12-hour shifts some days. Is this what I want to do? And I think I realized at some point that there's nothing else I really can do that I would be as good at or as passionate about. And I think surrender and passion sort of go hand in hand in that way. And I talk about passion a lot. I always say that I'm passionate about writing, about books, about my business. But I think in order to be passionate about something, you have to completely surrender to it. You cannot be prideful about how it may look. You have to just allow yourself to ease into whatever the experience will be giving you and do your best to accommodate it. And it's not easy. There are still days where I'm there 12 hours a day. Today I just cleaned the ice machine and it took like an hour and a half, 2 hours. And it's little things, it sounds, but in a way, it's really it contributes to a greater whole that, I see kind of within the community, and the way that the community gives back to me, and to the business. It's people come in all the time just excited to be in a space that allows them to kind of sit, hang out, have a glass of wine, and socialize and be with other people. And it's not really something that I can see elsewhere. And I really don't think it would have been the way it is currently, or I don't think it would have turned out the way it is currently if I didn't surrender myself to the process of kind of letting it guide me and seeing, where it has led to today. And I'm really grateful for that.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, you said something, sometimes it's the little things, and Coot was just talking earlier. He's like, people are asking, like, what is my mission? Why am I here? What is my purpose? And then he landed with, help the woman in front of you. Right. And so when you think about, sometimes it's like, I like to say it's like the little big things, like it's the little things. So for you, what are some of the things that you found are like seemingly the little things, but they actually make a big impact that you've kind of leaned into, and you realize that it is a big part of leadership and how you just show up?
Excuse me. Yeah. I feel like every day there are little things that I enjoy doing and that kind of contribute to this whole. And I mean, for a lot of days, it's just me making a coffee for somebody. I've learned I've gotten pretty good at making latte art at this point. I draw hearts, I draw like, a couple of different hearts and then connect them with the through line. And just being able to serve a smile to people. People have bad days, and you can tell sometimes when people come in, but just being able to like nod at them, smile, and have like a little bit of banter, just a back and forth conversation with them while they're online is a really impactful thing. And I think it carries, to everybody in the space. When you walk in, we try to welcome you with completely open arms in a very non-judgmental space. And I think that everybody feels that. And another thing I love to do is just stock the books on the shelves. I get up on the ladders that we have. I go up into the overstock section on the very top of the space, and I just stock books, and I just act like any other employee. And I love that. I don't think that I'm the kind of, leader or boss who wants to kind of, put myself on a high horse or anything. I just prefer to do the things that, make me connect with other people, and that I don't know, just make me feel that sense of kinship, with people who I employ, but also people who are just there to enjoy the hospitality.
Yeah, for sure. And I think I told you this in the past. The speaking of someone in New York, and they
Mm.
and mentioned bibliotech, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, I go to their monthly book clubs," and you
Right.
all pair a book with a
hmm
wine, and you look
We
at
do.
like the characteristics of the wine and the book, and you pair them together. What would you like to share the audience about creativity? Because I think you
hmm
all have taken concepts that people are very aware about: books, people love wine, people love coffee, but you found a way to bring it together in a way that
mm
is really community based. It helps people have something to look forward to. And it can seem so simple, but it actually makes such a difference. And I think sometimes we're
hmm
looking for these big breakthroughs, but there's
hmm
so much that can be experienced through the simplicity of just looking at what is and
hmm
bringing it together in a unique way.
Yeah, definitely. And I think a lot of it too is consistency, and being consistent in sort of your rituals that you have found help foster that creativity. For me, in terms of writing, it's just doing it every day, as much as I possibly can, until I essentially am tired and just want to go to bed. When you kind of get into a habit of doing things over and over again, and with like true authenticity, it just becomes a lot easier to be creative about really anything. I mean, at the time that we opened this place, I was writing another book, and I feel like my head was always swimming with different ideas. Just it never stops, and it hasn't stopped even since. I'm still able to write and be consistent about it, and I think that really it's just about having that drive and that perseverance and that passion for what you do, and that will feed you just like the creativity will.
I love that consistency. It's so key. AJ, it's been so great having you on today. I would love for you to share, as we start to move into closing remarks, something that's been on your mind that you haven't had an opportunity to share yet with our audience, but you would really
Mhm.
like them to understand and know.
Yeah. Wow. Well, again, I think having passion for what you do is the top priority for really anything. If you're not passionate about what you do, it's going to be really difficult to do the things that you are doing. If I didn't love what I do, I would not be doing it. And that's just the honest truth. It can be difficult, of course. It could be grueling. It could be exhausting. But at the end of the day, I know deep down in my heart and deep in my soul that this is what I want to be doing, and I wouldn't want to do anything else other than that and writing. These are the two consistent through lines, and I think that having that, or if you don't have it, at least looking for it, and kind of looking inward, and accessing the things that you want to see in yourself and in the world is really the key to being successful, or just being a more honest and wonderful version of yourself. So, yeah.
So good, so good. I'm actually going to bring one of our co-hosts up, Parisa. I can see you nodding your head here, and I have to say, Parisa is always talking about consistency as an
Mm.
NCAA athlete. It is so key to the core. Parisa, as we come to a close here with AJ, and as we start bringing our audience to our close here of LA Leadership Week, Day 7, I would love for your reflections on this segment with AJ before we go to our headliner closing guest of the afternoon.
Yeah, thanks so much, Alicia. And hello, AJ. It's good to meet you here. And so as I was listening in on the segment, one thing that I think that is so important to presence is this simple fact that you brought these elements that were already here, bookstores, you have wine, you have coffee, like all these different elements, they already exist, yet it existing in one location in the way that only you could bring forward. I think that we don't presence that enough. The fact that what we can bring forward uniquely ourselves is absolutely enough, but it's more so absolutely necessary. And I love that you brought that forward. I love it. I can't wait to check it out when I'm in New York next. Like truly, I'm super excited.
I'll look forward to seeing you. It'll be great.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
That was a great
Wow.
segment.
Well,
Yeah.
it really
Thank you
was.
for
And
having me.
thank you so much, AJ, for joining us here. We'll have to have you back on soon. I think that is so, I love that you brought that up, Parisa, because it really is. It's sometimes we think, how can I create something big? But it's looking at what's in front of you and piecing it together in such a different way. And, you know, when you have great coaches and you have great advisors with you, they can help you kind of hone in and foster that creativity and help you figure out what presence you're actually going to have in this world and how you're going to take up space as a business owner. And I know that our next guest does that so well. He has worked with entrepreneurs literally from around the world. So Parisa, I would love for you to go ahead and introduce our next guest.
Yes, I would love to. It's always an honor to have this particular guest here with us at the Los Angeles Tribune Leadership Week stage. Now, only Mr. Bill Walsh. Bill Walsh is a globally recognized business strategist, venture capitalist, and motivational speaker, which you will definitely experience today. He is celebrated for his dynamic presence and transformative insights. As the CEO and founder of Power Team International, he has dedicated his career to empowering entrepreneurs and business owners to achieve extraordinary success. And his best-selling book, The Obvious, which I love the title of, has inspired countless professionals with his influence, and his influence extends into media as a respected radio personality and featured movie celebrity. And in recognition of his outstanding contributions to the world of business and entrepreneurship, Bill was actually inducted into the Speakers Hall of Fame at the Los Angeles Tribune Gala, our awards gala in December of 2023. So Bill, it is my honor, it is my pleasure to meet you here again. Hello,
Hey,
Bill.
listen, it's always great to be here with you. How are you today?
I am so well. You know, this is the close of day 7.
Wow.
Day 7 of 8. Wild that we've been here all day, 7 days straight.
Kaya's in the house. He said to say hello. We have a full house here with us as well, so they wanted to all say hello. I might bring some of these guys up here towards the end, but how are you doing, first of all?
Oh, honestly, I'm energized, and it's wild to say that. And I'm just being real, because these broadcasts are very demanding, as they get to be. Anything you do with excellence and anything that's involving a good amount of people is going to be demanding, and we get to rise to the occasion. So knowing it was going to be demanding and knowing the willingness that I had to show up to the level of demand, well, I'm showing up, and I'm energized because the quality of speakers.
Well, yeah, anytime you run events for 8 days, I mean, I think running events for 2 days is a lot, but 8 days is crazy. Yeah, so,
it is.
First of all, I love the LA Tribune, love Mo Rock, love all the work that all of you guys do. You know, we're always excited when the LA Tribune will come and sponsor our events and set up their photo walls, and people love it because, you know, guys always bring passion, inspiration, and purpose to whatever we got going on. And so, what are we going to talk about today?
Well, today, the overarching concept is leadership, but per the usual suspect, which would be me, I'm always going to bring something that's a little different to the table. And I love that you're here with me and you're going to bring it with me too. So the little bit of different.
So what questions you have? Let's answer whatever question you got. Let's have some fun today.
Absolutely. So I'm going to go a bit in reverse that I would typically go. And the question for you is, what is the piece of advice that you're so glad that you never took?
You know, if I would look back and think of the advice that I never took, the advice was simple: you should quit. I mean, I think I was about 15 years old, and you know, my dad's like, "You need to go get a job at McDonald's and earn some money there." And I thought to myself, that'd be the dumbest idea ever. And I love my dad. I remember my first paper route when I was 9 years old. My dad also gave me some of the best advice that I did take. At 9 years old, I took on this idea of delivering newspapers every Sunday morning, like to 300 houses on a Sunday morning. And fortunately, my dad would drive me around and deliver the papers. But after I did this, I realized 3 weeks in that this was a horrible mistake, that I never want to wake up at 4 in the morning or 5 in the morning on a Sunday morning as a kid, 9 years old, to go deliver newspapers. But 3 weeks in, I said, I'm done. I quit. And this is a terrible idea. And my dad said something so profound that it stuck with me for my whole life. He said, if you start something, you finish it.
Mm.
And sure enough, I never quit the newspaper. You know, I had it for almost 3 or 4 years until had some other kid take it over. But what I did do, which was smart, is I wound up, because my brothers always threw good parties, I would have people spend the night at our house, and they would then help delivering the newspapers. So it would normally take 2 or 3 or 4 hours. We can get done in less than an hour. And, at 9 or 10 years old, I was starting to make some pretty good money that I always had the money going to the restaurant or going to the store to buy chocolate, because at 9 or 10, you don't have a lot of bills, right? Everything's pretty much paid for. But that was probably the best advice that I did take. And the other advice was that to not take was to go get a job, because I knew for a fact always much better off to be an entrepreneur. And, that was probably the thing. So if anybody that like, and trust ever tells you to quit, just tell them that, tell them you're not ready to quit yet. It's funny that people want you to quit because they want you to stay where they're at. And when you do have success, you don't have to say anything. Your success will always speak louder than your words. So there you go.
Your success will always speak louder than your words. I think that we need to hear that again. Your success will always speak louder than your words. Absolutely. And I really appreciate the way you approach that gently when someone says like you should quit or, move on, whatever the case, whatever the language is around it that someone is saying. And you said, I'm just not ready yet. Like, that's the most honest way to address it.
Yeah.
And
a lot of people, believe it or not, misery loves company. They love your company.
Yes, they do. Yes.
So sad.
Yes. Oh my gosh. So in order to remain away from misery, we're going to go more into grit. Okay. So however you define grit and however you orient your mind around the word grit and the concept of grit, I would love to know, what does grit look like for you? But more so when things are gritty, as I'd like to say, when things are gritty, what does that look like?
Well, I would move that conversation to something called the glacier effect, right?
Okay.
So the glacier effect is that when it comes to success, people only see 10%. They just see what's above the water. The real success in life and business is in the grit. It's in the 90% that's below the water. I don't care if it's events where I got to move chairs or I got to travel with bags or do things, right? People don't know what real success is like until you have to make payroll, until you have to let people go, until you take companies public. See, the problem with most people in the coaching industry today, they've never done any of those three. They've never had to make payroll. They've never had to let people go, hundreds of people go. They've never even taken a company public. So do they really know the grit that's involved in building 7, 8, or 9-figure companies? Most of them don't. So I would tell you today that real grit is wake up early, go to bed late, pick the half day you want to work as an entrepreneur, which 12 hours you want to work. And the thing is that it's not over till you win. Les Brown said this 20 years ago, it's not over till you win. So make one more phone call, knock on one more door, do one more email, send out one more text, do one more presentation. It's not that people want to hear this stuff, but they need to hear it, because the real truth for entrepreneurs, success is always in the grit. Success is always in the battlefield, right? That so often people can talk about success, but you don't know it till you live it. And that's what it's the same thing. If you want to hire a health coach, hire someone that's probably healthy, that they live what they're talking about. And the same thing in business, that be willing to make those extra phone calls, be willing to send one more email, be willing to send one more thank you, be willing to call one more referral. So often people just see the jets and the cars and the houses and the boats and the parties, and they don't see the extra phone call you make. They don't see the 4 a.m. webinars you're doing in Dubai or something like that. So, and you don't have to, it doesn't matter. What you're going to find is that the people that seem to look, or that seem to be the luckiest, they tend to work the hardest. And that's what I think Gary Player said back in 1974. The people that get the luckiest tend to work the hardest. So don't be afraid to put the work into it. Be afraid not to put the work into it. Be afraid that someone's going to pass you up because you didn't do your work. And all your work has to be is be consistent. If you guys could write this down, be persistently consistent. Persistently consistent. And you're going to find that when you do that, you make it look easy. You're not making it look easy. You've already paid for success. And when it comes to success, you always pay full price and you always pay in advance. The reason people go to our Rainmaker program 20 years later is because they want to build better days. They want to build better sales funnels. They want better partnerships. They want to get positioned with the right people. They want to learn how to speak, write their books, write their grants. Because without all the pieces of the puzzle, it's not complete. And so we built this program designed to help entrepreneurs that are serious about running a 7, 8, or 9-figure company. The reason we have it live in Dallas and Chicago and Vegas and Orlando and now Athens, Greece, is because people around the world as entrepreneurs, they're hungry, but they're not hungry for more bullshit. They're hungry for more reality, the grit that it takes to win. And you may not like the grit, but you'll love it. You'll literally love the game. And if you don't fall in love with the game, you're not going to win. But once you fall in love with the game of helping others and serving well and building a successful business and brand, I'll tell you what, everyone says, oh, they make it look easy. They don't make it look easy. They put the work in. They put the grit in. So, that's a great question about what does the grit look like? Start with the grit. Start with the early mornings, the late nights. And then all of a sudden, when you start to have better weeks than you had months, and you start to have better days than you've had weeks, and you start to have better hours than you've had days, months, or quarters, you start to realize that all the grit that you put in, it was worth it.
My gosh, so good. So good. Okay. Oh, I always love the fire and the conviction you speak from, Bill. It is always, I always appreciate it, and it's refreshing to experience it. I mean, I could hear this every day, and
well, I love you. Thank you. I live this stuff every day, and I really do think that people need to hear more of the truth, not the skip all the hype, guys. Skip the whole fake it till you make it. It's all bullshit. How about earn while you learn?
Yes.
There's nothing wrong with, I've been broke and I've been wealthy. I promise you, broke sucks, but you'll always find out you're real friends when you're broke. So go put the work into it when nobody's watching. That's where true success comes from.
So good. Absolutely. So I have so many questions now that I want to go into, but I'm going to go this question. So I'd love for you to share something that, with the success you've had, with the longevity of career that you've had, with the hundreds of events you've held, with the, thousands of people you've worked with. Now you've got, the data is there, the numbers are there, the receipts are here, right? With these receipts, so to speak, what is something that you still experience today that you felt like perhaps 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago that you would have seemingly overcome, or it wouldn't have been so present, or an issue? An issue is subjective. But what's something that it still pops up today that you still experience that you thought it would have been gone by now?
You know what? I don't know that. I don't focus on things that are not here, right? I don't focus on things that have passed. I believe that every day is a new day, and every day I wake up with gratitude. I wake up and I thank God for the blessings in my life. I don't like to live in what didn't happen, right? I'm really focused on whatever happened, and this is important. You guys all write this down. It's called "This Too Shall Prepare Me." This too shall prepare me. So all the things that didn't work, and I have failures every day. I don't think people realize I try things that didn't work. Scrap it. What's next, right? Try something else. I don't try the same thing over and over, but I'm always trying new things. And many times, sometimes 6 or 7 out of 10 things don't work, but 3 out of 10 knock it out of the park. People don't realize in baseball, an all-star in baseball, they fail 7 times out of 10. But if they can hit 3 times out of 10, they're an all-star. So I would tell everyone that's listening today is that, when you start to think about, don't focus on what didn't work. The word focus means follow one course until successful. It doesn't mean chase 15 different things. We've been delivering the Rainmaker Summit program for 20 years, not 2 weeks. We don't change the program every 6 months. We don't come up with a new name, a new industry. I see these people online that every 6 months they've got something brand new. Yet, once again, you can't be an expert in that many things. And so it's critical that you pick your path and you own your niche and do everything you can every day to always shoot for perfection, settle for excellence. You're going to find that some of the most successful entrepreneurs in the world, that they always put the work in advance, and they don't focus on where they've been. if you drive your car around any town in America and all you do is look in the rearview mirror, you're going to crash. You're much better off. The car is built with a big windshield and a small rearview mirror. So focus on where you're going. And one of the most important things that people don't put enough time and effort into, focus on the people you're with. You know, Michael Silvers, Priest Alicia, Ava, Mo Rock, world-class people that all care about other people winning, right? And if you can get around people, Mary Glory, people that are doing great things, Donna Campbell, get around people on a regular basis that they're consistently winning. And they're going to challenge you to be better. So one of the things I do challenge myself is get around people that are even more successful than me. And they may be even more successful in a different industry. But I find that success leaves a lot of clues. But you got to show up for your own success story. You belong in every room. And if you don't show up for your success story, you guys can write this down, that you'll live somebody else's. Boom.
Yeah, I want that to land because it looks a lot of different ways when we show up for someone else's success, someone else's desires, someone else's plan, someone else's path. I think we do it really passively, unfortunately. And there's always a way to pivot.
Sometimes people don't believe that they belong in every room. And I'm telling you guys today, the biggest shortage today is women speakers on national stages. We book 500 speakers a year at our events. We're always looking for more leaders that have a story to share that story, whether it's franchise expos or business expos or money expos or CEO summits or speaker programs. I'm telling you today that your story matters, and don't take your story to the grave.
Yeah, I think that when I was at it was a variety of events, many days in a row, you know, Rainmaker, and there was speakers training you had. And I remember you were so consistent with how many times you mentioned to everyone, no matter who it was, like, what you say, what you have to say matters. I don't care who you are. I don't have to know you, but what you have to say matters. Find your way to say it. Find a way that it can be said in a way that is heard, that is clear, that is confident. And that is one thing, as you mentioned it right now, I'm like, you have such this way to speak to everybody in a way that really connects with who they are, where they're at in the moment, without having to have a long history with them. So I appreciate you sharing that, Bill. That was really powerful.
Yeah, I think a lot of people that are self-made, they have a different vantage point around success because they had to earn it, right? And I do think that when you spend time with more billionaires on a regular basis that are self-made, you'll find there's some of the most down-to-earth people that they're also pretty thankful for what's happened in their life, but they know the work that went in to get there. They didn't just show up. I don't believe that millionaires or billionaires that are self-made show up by accident. I believe it's by design.
Absolutely. I'm yes to everything you just said right now.
I've got to go in a couple minutes here. So are there any last minute questions you guys have?
Last minute questions. There's no questions. I just want to give you the floor to have the space to share what you'd like to say and light a fire into everyone.
All I want to say is you guys should all follow the LA Tribune. You know, whatever Mo's got going on, whatever these guys got cooking, get plugged in. And if you'd like a free copy of my book today, just text the word WIN to 26786. You'll get my book, The Obvious. You'll get our newsletter. And one person, who knows, they might even win an amazing dinner or lunch with me in Vegas or, I don't know, Chicago, LA, Dubai, or somewhere around the world. So all you got to do is just text the word WIN to 26786. I'm sure they'll put in a text somewhere. Text the word WIN to 26786. You'll get a book. You'll get my newsletter. And one of you guys will get to have lunch with me in some fun city somewhere. So, hey, look at that. Look at all these rock stars plugging in. Here we go.
You just keep
now we got this party started.
Yes, so good. Oh, Bill, you're amazing. Thank you for closing us out today. And
absolutely.
And the consistency of who you are and the consistency of character that you continue to show up in this world as. I appreciate it. From my part of the world to you, I appreciate it. And I say that from all of us, especially Mo Rock, here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we appreciate you. And
all right, I'll see you guys soon. Have a great day. Thanks for having me on the broadcast.
Thank you for joining us and sharing so many real practical, real life insights. Like I feel like you always cut through the fluff, Bill. I always appreciate that about you.
Skip
Really
the
help
BS.
people be their best self. Like nothing in between, just get there. So we appreciate you. Thank you.
Likewise, guys. See you soon. Be safe.
Thank you. Wow.
Wow.
I mean, okay, so day 7 of Leadership Week, we started the day with Dr. John Demartini, who was helping everyone get clarity on why they're here, what they spend their time on, most importantly, what they should not be spending their time on, so they can lean into their skills and be their best selves and outsource the rest. We just had Bill Walsh talking about real practical insights, cutting out the fluff of what is required to show up and saying, put in the work. Like, or with it, earn as you learn, right? And then we had Cute here talking about like surrender to the moment, like the magic of surrendering to the moment and not thinking about your life as this big mission and vision. It's going to be that if you focus on the little things. We had AJ on, who is one of the co-owners of Bibliotech, who brought 3 simple concepts together: books, wine, and coffee, but has done it in such a creative and innovative way. And so many other segments. How are you feeling as we come to a close today on day 7 of Leadership Week, Parisa?
Refreshed, which is a kind of odd feeling to feel at the end of day 7 of 8. And I say it's odd because, as I mentioned to Bill, this has been a beautifully demanding endeavor, because we've set out for something that is of excellence, and in order to maintain excellence in leadership in life, it requires another level of you. And this broadcast has done nothing but that. And I'm grateful to have had this broadcast almost as like another way to exercise that within myself. And I'm refreshed. I've really thoroughly enjoyed each speaker, and I intentionally listen to each speaker with something, with the ears of what one thing can I learn from them, but what one thing that I've learned can I then implement? You know, you can learn a lot of things, hear a lot of things that are great and novel and amazing and inspiring, but unless you're putting them to action, it's doing what? It's sitting, it's collecting dust in your mind, and, you know, like the corners of your mind, along with all the other cobwebs that are probably there. So I'm refreshed. I'm excited for day 8. I think it's going to be a bit of a bewildering experience by the time we're done tomorrow. Because, like, what do we do the next day? Do we go to day 9? No, we don't have a day 9. Day 8 is it. And I'm really grateful, honestly. Like, I'm refreshed and I'm grateful. And it's been such a really awesome 7 days. Like, the caliber of people that have come through, heck yes. So this has been amazing.
Wow, thank you so much for that insight, Parisa. What about for you, Jason? I know that you've been here with us these 7 days, moderating panels, hearing from different speakers that are experts in different fields, but we brought them all together to participate in Leadership Week for our global audience here. What has been going through your mind as you've tuned in to day 7 today of Leadership Week?
This is a checklist moment. I've realized today, if I'm not building my system while I'm growing my presence, I am burning daylight. Bill just let us know. He told us that in just so many words, really. So did Dr. Demartini earlier today. We've heard that several times. Dr. Noah St. John was cracking me up. He was saying the same thing. There's no class for entrepreneurs. Did you join the class? Because there wasn't one. There's a reason why we're a little crazy, I think, too. As entrepreneurs and those that have a message and are growing so far beyond that. And the greats that we've had today have reminded us that there's a reason to have a system. Sure, we're going to go outside of that, but have one. This is about presence with precision, right? And hit your checklist, people. You've got the notes. However you're going to do it, get to those notes. Your day is not over yet just because this transmission is done. If you are the one that is turning the light off, you've still got a few things to do. So don't stop. That's what I took from today.
Woo! I'm loving the energy and the fire, Jason. That's so good.
I'm feeling it. I'm right there with you. I'm charged right there at the end. How just like you're saying, I could ride 5 more roller coasters right now.
Right.
I love that. I'm going to bring up a comment that Ava has in the chat. Presence with precision. I think you said it. You nailed it, Jason. I think there's so much we've learned, but it's about systems, and it can be the system with how you understand yourself, but ask the questions and then figure out what you want to do about it. And I think that we've heard that in different ways, and repetition is key, but also repetition and hearing what to do next is key. So you actually do it. Like, I think it's great to hear a concept, and it's great if you wrote it down, but what does it look like? I'm curious. Tomorrow, I'm going to ask the question when we open up day 8. Who took an index card tonight and wrote down, what are you spending your time on? What does your schedule and calendar look like? And what should you keep on there? And what should remove off the list? Or who goes to a store and instead of thinking about what is my mission in life, see someone that is struggling to carry their groceries to their car and helps them, right? It's in the actions. And I think we're hearing it from different people in different perspectives, but everyone is encouraging people to take action. And, I'm going to ask our audience as they continue to engage with us and continue to tune in, what actions have you taken tonight, today? Not, I'm going to do it next week, but what are you going to do tonight? So I'm going to hold myself to that. I will be back tomorrow with my index cards. Please ask me about them. I'm holding you to it.
I will.
And I think that's key, right? And I think, we've heard different speakers share it, that there is a magic in repetition. Sometimes we do need to hear things over and over again because we're grounded in where we're at. And that's okay too, right? But I think that's why we have 8 days of leadership week, bonus day 8, right? Because we're holding space for people to learn and observe, but also to connect the dots across the speakers. I think there are so many themes that have resonated over the last 7 days. We're going to go into 8 around mindset, around not being afraid to ask yourself the real questions, around showing up and being of service to others. David Meltzer said it yesterday. He went from commission to mission, and we're hearing it in different ways because as we hear it in different ways from different people and different perspectives, we can connect the dots in our own lives in different ways. And I think that's, for me, what has fired me up from Leadership Week, because I've learned from every single speaker. There hasn't been one segment where I'm like, I didn't learn something, right? And I think that is what it's about, that we can learn from so many people around us, but then how do we bring that and integrate that back into our own life? So,
what's really special is that many years ago, many years ago, when I went on my own journey of I can't even say when I went on my own journey. I've always been like this. I've always been a deep learner, very introspective about, all things. And I just love learning, researching, diving into things. But many years ago, when I started really learning about self-development, personal development, personal growth, all of these things, all of these keynote speakers we've had on this broadcast, those are the people that I learned from those years. I watched broadcasts just like these, not from the Los Angeles Tribune because we didn't do them at that time, but they were these virtual programs, sometimes 1 day, sometimes 2, sometimes 3, sometimes 4. At the time, I think 4 days was like the maximum amount of days people did anything. And I listened to it while I was at home with my 2 really young kids, my 2 babies, and I would take my notes and I would find ways to implement the things that they were sharing, and I'd put it into my life. I'm talking about like John Assaraf, Dr. Demartini earlier today, like Sharon Lecter. I could list all the keynote speakers, all the headliners we have had so far. Joseph McClendon, Tony Robbins, Dean Graziosi. I've attended all of their their virtual programs. I have over the years. And I started that journey many years ago. And I'll say, if you do exactly what Alicia is mentioning, which is what many of the speakers have been hitting on in different ways today and throughout the entire week, if you put in practice what you're hearing, it will actually change what you're seeing and what you're feeling and what you're living. Because I'll tell you, the who I am right now, here today, talking to you, sharing screen with Jason and Alicia, is not the person that I was those years ago when I was listening to them and I was taking the notes and finding ways to implement them. But I did the steps. I just followed it consistently, knowing that someday there would be an outcome that would be beneficial and a reflection of what I deserved and what I desired in my life. And I'll tell you, 100%, I'm a living, breathing embodiment of exactly that. It is absolutely true. So get your note card. Write down those things that are most pertinent for you. Give yourself the gift of follow through, because that's just a reflection of how much you respect yourself and how much you're willing to show up, as Bill Walsh said, for your own success story, but how much you're willing to show up for your own life. So I will also bring my note card tomorrow and join along in this process, this exercise, so to speak, together, because, you know, why not? Why not?
So
All
good.
right.
Jason, closing remarks to you.
The embodiment of what you just said. I'm in the same. I'm in the same curve that you are there. Lead your life, lead your business. Suit up. Let's go. Do all the laps.
All of them. all of them.
Laps. And then when you think you're done, do 2 more, because that's the moment. That's the part where everything collapses and you meet that structure that you thought existed, but then it fractures. And that's where the redefinement happens. That's where the changes in journalism occur. That's where we're empowering fellow leaders. And that is what inspires change. And it comes from the top with Mo Rock, the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune. I want you guys to take what we've shared with you and this accountability challenge into the positivity that you're about to witness. I want to thank you for tuning in on day 7. We will see you tomorrow, also in day 8. We're going to end with our CEO, Mo Rock, and his TEDx talk.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.